fully about the stakes and the imperatives around the questions of justice and how we can move forward together. We are pleased and proud of the program that has come together for Fopa this year. We see it as a credit to everyone that is participating, every entity, every person, and in particular the tenacity, commitment and passion that we all share for this emerging cultural sphere. Over the 3 days, we're going to have a number of things occurring. We're going to have a number of short films in a room over there prepared by Hit List. We have downstairs prepared piano arranged by Nick Ashwood. We're going to have a writing workshop hosted by Jan Bryant tomorrow morning. And we've got a little fair space happening just across the way there where there will be some books, some Riso prints, and on Sunday we want everyone to come along to the gathering. So last year we put on the first Festival of Para Academia and it was a success. And we had some curating and structuring questions. We had these like massive hour-long gaps between the sessions, and this year we have a very, very packed program where it's like an hour, 15-minute break. So just what I want to say with respect to that is that please feel free to go off, stretch your legs, miss a session here or there, and just do what is necessary so that you can see what you can see and appreciate what you want to appreciate. We think this is very necessary, what Fopa is doing, not because it's an end in itself, but rather because it's the beginning of a beginning. There are enough of us now that are practicing, doing education, knowledge transmission, and building community outside of official, let's sort of say, institutions. And hopefully over the course of these 3 days, there are going to be a number of conversations, a number of collaborations, a number of projects that emerge, as this is going to be the only measure of success for the program over these 3 days. What happens after it, what are the new infrastructures, equipments and platforms and connections that we're going to build, this is the critical facet. So I'll field out a couple of moments there. So we have Remco van Santen. He's presenting on behalf of the Existentialist Society. I'm led to believe that they just recently arrived from Western Australia, and they were a part of the Existentialist Society over there. And David Miller, one of the original figures in the para-academic space, who's been running the Existentialist Society for something like 40 or 50 years. It's just an unbelievable achievement. And we are very, very proud to have the Existentialist Society present with us today. And so please, Remco van Santen, we welcome you. Thank you very much.
Anyway, Matt, thank you for that introduction. Thank you for that introduction. I have to say I'm absolutely delighted to be here. Delighted because this is an organisation that can make a mic closer. Yeah, it's an organisation that can make a difference and needs a difference. I'm motivated to be here because I spent 9 years or more equivalent full-time at university. And I can say 50 years ago, a penny started to drop with me that something was amiss. And it's been brewing there for all that time. And I gradually, over the years, I became sort of increasingly passionate that there is a different way of teaching, a different way of engaging, to the point where I feel very strongly that even the term teacher could be looked at as a hierarchical link to the people that will be the future. It started when I did my economics degree. I'm a chemical engineer by background. Sorry, I'm not a philosopher, but I'm passionate about philosophy. And it started when I did an economics degree because I felt that I needed to understand the world. And after I did that degree, I thought, what the hell is that really about? And so not satisfied, I did an MBA, and my lecturer was an undischarged bankrupt. And he taught me business finance. Now you could say, well, you know, what's the link? prior to that, I was really successful in investing, and I did rather well. But after my economics and after my MBA, I faltered to the point where a good friend of mine said to me, "You go to REM for advice and do the opposite." It's very embarrassing. I'd spent all those years studying. Look, these are little snippets of events during my life. I'm about an attitude, and that attitude is very subtle. It's very hard to get. You'd like to walk away today feeling like you've learnt something. I don't think you'll get that. But you might get a hint of where I'm coming from, and that's really I wanted you to leave with you. Of the various things that happened, probably the one that is the more subtle was when I was in Ladakh. Ladakh is on the Indian side of Tibet. It belongs to India. And I was in a Gompa, which is a monastery. And they get their revenue from tourists, and I was sitting beside a monk. And after they'd gone, he said, "You know, those Westerners know more about Buddhism than I do, but they're not being it." And that is the message I want to leave today. Now, because of my background, I'm going to take you on a bit of a tortuous journey. Far too many slides, far too many words. I'm sorry, I can't avoid that. Because it's a very subtle message, and it comes from all directions. It comes from directions of hard science, quantum mechanics, relativity theory. If you have any questions afterwards, we'll see if we can find some time for that. But they are there. That feud between Freud and Jung is part of the story. The great gap that there is in philosophy and in science, in neurology, psychology, there is no consistent picture. And why? And that's why I'm up here. I think I have an answer. It's subtle. I hope you will join me on this journey. So let's start. Okay, now first of all, an apology. That is not the title that you have on your program. The content is the same, the title is different. Before that, we named the bird. Important that you understand that in a moment. Now, let's see if we can get this to work. That's it. Which way do I point? Maybe. Okay, there's my name. And if you want to contact me, there's the email address. And the bird we're going to talk about. J.D. Krishnamurti, and he was quite a sage, and he spent time talking extensively with David Bohm, a protege of Einstein, said, "The day you teach the name of a bird, the child will never see that bird again." That is an important message, guys, and I'm going to explain it in a moment. Okay, this is not a parrot, you'll understand that. So here's Fopa, why I'm here. You've seen that before. And I'm going to be talking about the dominant third person in academia, as in contrast to the first person. I will explain those terms later. So, because of the limited time that I have, you've seen those points. They're in your program, but they're important to get. And I'm very, very aligned with that thinking. That is, we need to, not just like that Buddhist monk that I talked about, where he says, they know more than we know, or I know, as he put it, but they're not being it. And that's what happens when you go to being educated. I know, I was one. I struggled for many years to get it. So what's missing is the first person. It's not a binary, by the way. I'll come to that later. It's not a binary thing. It's not about being the first person or the third person. It is about including the third person in the first person. It's an inclusive, and there's neurological reasons for that, which I'll come to in a moment. You can see the words, and again, I'm going to just pace myself a little bit. I would like to see if you'd like to field a few questions. It's that view from nowhere. When you're educated, you get a view from nowhere. It's a general consensus. It's something that you inherit. It is something that you can communicate. You can sound erudite. but you're not necessarily able to apply it, and that is my concern about education. So I don't want to sound like I'm being a promoter of Fopa per se, but I felt a few points that I really wanted to highlight. There's a video clip there of Ivan Illich. And I so agree with those points there about its manipulative institutions, convivial institutions, that need for performance markers and what the consequence of that is. Okay, I wonder if you've seen Where Will We Invade Next? It was a movie by Michael Moore, and I took a little clip out of that, and we're going to just watch a minute of that. And it speaks for me, it shouts for me. Now, hopefully, it will.
If there was one thing I heard over and over again from the Finns, it was that America should stop teaching to a standardized test.
We got rid of poetry.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
It's a waste of time. When are they ever going to learn? When are they ever going to speak as poets when they're adults? How does that help them get a job?
But school is about finding your happiness, finding a way to learn what makes you happy.
Thanks.
What you are teaching your students is to do well on those tests, and you're not really teaching them anything.
You're concerned with their happiness.
Oh yeah,
What the hell do you teach?
I teach math.
So the math teacher says the first thing out of your mouth of what you wanted these students to get out of school was to be happy, to have a happy life.
Did you get that? Now, these teachers all have to have a master's degree. They're all highly paid, and it's extremely difficult to become a teacher in Finland. And here you have a master's in mathematics saying, I teach happiness. And the Finns are one of the more successful nations in the world with their method of education by many benchmarks. So there he is, a man who teaches happiness. For me, I think what Fopa is aiming for is addressing what I call the blind spot. The blind spot is that missing first person. Because the official institutions are complicit in creating, in Illich's term, terror through abstractions from lived reality. Yes, that is my scream. That has been my problem. That I went to an economics degree in particular, and I could talk about cross-elasticities of demand. I could talk about externalities and multipliers. I could sound very erudite. I dare say I got some jobs through that, but was it really relevant to everyday life? No. You could argue, well, we're not training you for that, but what is an economics degree about? It's not the only example. So, what is existentialism? Seeing that I represent the existentialist society, it means teaching from lived experience. So it's first-person learning. That is not from an abstract curriculum. You get out there, the teacher might say, look, go out and work out the height of the tree. And you're going to have to find out a method. It might say, for example, using the length of the shadow at a certain point of day and making a little scale up from that. Anything. Just get them off their ground from thinking in terms of theorems. And the other points there. And so, meaning isn't is not fed to you. You discover it for yourself. And I loved chemistry when I was at school. I came top of the state, and I just explored it. It was exciting, and I had a teacher who was like a father to me. He nurtured me. He encouraged me. When I had an explosion in the lab, and it cracked the sink, he said, well, don't do it again. It just brought me out, and chemistry was exciting. Anyway, so the important message here is that teaching or education becomes a space for interaction and not predominantly for content transfer. So here's a lot of should words here, and I've said some of these points earlier. And it's that first-person experience that gives you the structure and it's not the other way around, and that's the way I was taught. In fact, I can go back to the time when I was taught geometry, and the teacher marked me back on the basis of my punctuation and regurgitating the formulae without any regard to the application of it. Things have evolved since then. I am an oldie, I admit. Other things haven't. Einstein, an amazing guy, but in the end he became quite philosophic, he became quite a mystic. And one of the things he said that I denied in my early years was that the intuitive mind is a sacred gift. The number of times I've woken up and had a problem the night before, and I wake up and there it is lying for me. It's my intuitive mind at work. I'm going to talk a bit more about that in a moment. He also said something very prescient. He said our society honours the servant and has forgotten the gift. We're going to talk about McGilchrist in a moment. McGilchrist, Dr. E. McGilchrist. He wrote these two books. One's in two parts. The first one is a heavy tome. It has a very important message. And it's the brain is divided and is connected by the corpus callosum. And he has reasoned and shown by example how these hemispheres influence the way we process information. Very important. I'm going to talk about this in a moment. It promotes very divergent views. I've got the blind man here. Here's the emissary. That is the left brain. Now, I know some of you may be thinking about a left brain, right brain divide. Well, that's pop psychology. I'm not here to promote pop psychology. This man has done his work. And even if you don't like the divided brain argument that much, the concepts are certainly unchallengeable. The left brain is the emissary. It relies on precision and abstract is the key word, logic. The master is the right. It's more comprehensive, interconnected, and has no intention. There's more to it. In a moment you'll see. So the two brains. Let's look quickly at the master. The master is holistic. It takes the whole context. It's subconscious. That's important to get. It operates subliminally. You're not aware that processing is going on. It happens. When it has an issue, it feeds it to the left brain for further processing. I'll come to that in a moment. It is comfortable with ambiguity. It is comfortable with integrating and dealing with vaguely defined issues. However, the left brain isn't like that. The left brain is fundamentally, it does all the logical calculating. It is slow, it is careful, it's easily distracted. But it's blind to the context, it's blind to relationships, because it is totally reliant on what the right brain feeds it. That is why it's called the emissary. It is an emissary to the master. It's a very important concept. When I started to read that book, I went, aha. Now I understand why I think and talk the way I do. It also helped me understand the people around me. You think about some of the leaders of some countries and the way that they reason, totally out of context. And you might understand me in a moment on that one. We identify with this mode because that is the conscious part of of the brain. That is the conscious part, and that's who we associate with. But the majority processing, the integration, is done by the right. So the left brain. So it only processes what, as I said before, only processes what the right delivers. It does not handle context. It has no vitality. It is there just as an on-call processor. And by the way, if you want to read another view, which is not that different, you can read Daniel Kahneman's book, Thinking Fast and Slow. It's more popular, it's easy to read, and it is more scientific. But however, I feel that McGilchrist is more onto it. And the problem is, we have a crisis in this world. We have a crisis because the world is increasingly rewarding the left, because it's simple, it's fast. And we're increasingly specialized. That means, again, we have our microscopes in preference to seeing the bigger picture. We're rewarded. The left brain is rewarded, and that's who we think we are. And we deny the presence of the right brain. And what also happens, it's an on-call resource. In other words, it doesn't necessarily have to return the information back to the right. The right brain, again, provides context. It's a bigger picture. And the problem also is the crisis is that the left aspires to be the master. It will hijack, it will run away. And again, when you listen to that leader, who I won't mention the name, he will say, well, what's climate change? It's colder than I've ever, we had one of the coldest winters in the Northern Hemisphere, and that is the sort of what happens with left brain dominant people. So, it's necessary to have the two brains because one helps with intensive focus. You watch birds, for example. A bird will use its right eye to discriminate the seeds before it will keep, because the left hemisphere is connected to the right eye, right? So it will look down with the right eye, but looking up at for predators with the left eye. That's part of the story. So I'm just giving you a background of why the brain is divided. There's a very good and practical reason, but you have to know it. Until you recognize and prepare to accept that is the way that we work, you will stumble. I stumbled for years and years and years until I got that. It was an aha moment. That's why I'm so passionate and so delighted to be here. Okay. Again, I just stress that. We identify with the analytical left. We identify with the emissary, not with the master. Little summary here. I've said all of these things before. But one point also is that the left tends to be rather aggressive, and it's about thinking. Friendship is based on their utility, not on who they are necessarily. Oh, that's a great friend to have. Was he blah, blah. Is that friendship? That's left brain friendship. And of course, again, narrow focus. Okay. So why do we have this current dominance of the left in our society? And it's all pervasive. Why? Because it has a neural advantage, which I've talked about. I'm sorry, yes. The society rewards it. Hey, we've got limited attention spans. It's simple, we're specialised, and of course modern values, and it's our individual nature. And that is why McGilchrist says I have a crisis in society, because of all of these factors, and we have over time, by the way, and I'll come to that in a moment. Perhaps I'll leave that till I come to the next slide. It's without historical precedent. Now, the ancient Greeks, Nietzsche had it in for them, and so have I. I've seen the long, dark shadow of the Greeks. And why? A little summary there. First of all, they had a distaste for emotions and mistrusted the body. They had a very much left-brain version of the world. And why I have included these statues is that if you go to Athens or if you see anywhere where there's Greek statues, they're all looking pretty staid. They're all looking very little emotion. Yes, they were very important. They did take Greece out of a period of let's call it the Dionysian era. Yes, they did all of that. But we need balance in society. I'm not here to diminish the Greeks or to diminish the left brain. Hey, we had some wonderful results in all faculties, but we haven't integrated it. We're human beings. So, and you'll note that all of them are looking rather dour, and also, by the way, the majority of them, if you look closely, will be using their right side of their face. They've done a study, actually, over thousands of statues. Interesting observation. Okay, the first person view. Just to make it clear what I mean by the first and third person. That is my theme of my presentation today. So So the first person view is it's reality through individual experience. It's from your perspective. And science should be a human pursuit, not just a matter of formulae. And we're seeing expressions of that. This is the interesting thing. I'm very conscious that I'm going to be, I'm sounding as if there are a lot of should words in my presentation. You should do this, you should do that. I'm going to try and, in the balance of my presentation, to justify why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm looking at what is happening in science in particular. And it's quite fascinating that 100 years ago, and I'm going to skip that section because I'm strapped for time. About 100 years ago, the scientists such as Niels Bohr, such as Heisenberg, and Schrödinger and the like, were starting to sound like mystics. They developed this amazing mathematics, but they were starting to sound like mystics. Even Einstein met with Tagore, and David Bohm, a protege, met with Krishnamurti. Why? These people were representing the first person. They were starting to recognize that we are central to the universe. We are it. And it's hard to accept. Even Einstein ended up talking about the illusion, and Schrödinger talked about there was only one mind in the universe. That is strange. And that is, if you can get that 100 years ago, these people turned to the first person. But since then, I think the hubris of science, the hubris of all the spectacular outcomes, has drowned the master, and the emissary is dominant in our culture and our way of being and how we connect. There are expressions, again, like the cubists, and they're talking about the wave function, not in the sense of it collapsing or decohering, if some of you got a science background, but in the sense that it's describing our belief. The wave function describes with the probability of finding a particle. They're now saying, well, that's just describing what's in here. Again, it will make more sense if we continue on. The third person, it's all about a reality independent of experience. And that science uncovers what exists. It's very materialist. It's got a materialist undertone. And general relativity. Yes, we all got a phone in our pocket and it tells us our exact position. And if you read some of the descriptions of the science that is general relativity theory, you would think that there is a space-time out there. You think that we're in space-time. It is just a mathematical model that describes our experience of time. Again, I'd love to do an hour or two with some people that had a background and talk about general relativity or quantum mechanics, because then you would understand what I'm saying. And some of these things are just words, and I've already been warned to keep it short. Here, give you an example, and I have to thank my dear wife, Di, there for this one. She asked me, what's better for me, an apple or a pear? A perfect example of the first person, third person divide in our society. The third person view, we'll go and look it up on the internet and look at the nutritional tables and claims and food existence independent of the person that wants it, needs it. So whereas on the right, the first person view says, we'll look at the context. We'll look at your personal needs and we'll contextualize it. So you can start to see there's a bit of a hint there of the emissary on the left and the master on the first, the integrator. Now, I'm very mindful we're talking about, we're getting back to Fopa, but I want to just try and marinate you into the idea of waking up to that sleeper in you. The sleeper that was in me for half a century, that first person, and why it is important, and how much difference it will make to your life. Pacific Islanders, I'm introducing them as an example of third-person navigation. We're familiar with, well, nowadays that's obsolete, but we had a sextant and you could go to a book and you work out with your clock, you could work out the time. Okay, very good, very accurate, works. The Pacific Islanders, and I took this photo in the Sydney University because I quite like that. The Pacific Islanders used that, and it was a much more personal one. They navigated experientially. They looked at the water, the waves, the temperatures, the winds, and used it that way. No, I'm not promoting that as superior, but as an example of the difference between the first person and the third person. The first person is at work there in the Pacific Island. And, of course, it is inferior in this particular example, but I'm using that as an illustrator. So, again, I'm trying to bring it back to McGilchrist, because after all, he's the man that highlighted the difference between the master and the emissary, or the first and the third person. So, okay, so that's what I wanted to do. There's two ways of knowing, and to a large extent here I'm repeating. I'd just like you to just get it if you can. And the link is consciousness. You know that the ongoing debates by people like Dennett and Chalmers about what consciousness is. It doesn't exist, if you really think about it. And I'm just going to tickle your curiosity over that one, so I just slipped that in. So the treachery of labels. I introduced that slide at the beginning. And here we have at the top there, J.D. Krishnamurti talking with David Bohm. David Bohm, it was a protege of Einstein, an absolutely brilliant man, but they spent many meetings discussing topics in science. So I'm going to explain this. So what happens when you teach a child, when you use a label, you see the label, you no longer see the bird, you no longer see the colours, you don't longer see the rustle of the feathers. You see the bird. So afterwards it becomes, capital letters it should be, Robin, and it's then known by category, by classification, abstraction. You need labels, yes, but have that awareness that labels do distract you from the reality. And I'm going to give you an example of where it affected me, for example, or a way I saw things. Energy. You all know energy, or some of you may have some science background in it. I had to ask myself, and I was a chemical engineer in my profession, and then a few years ago I was challenged and I couldn't answer, and I haven't got an answer. What is energy? We can talk about energy in terms of, I've got this hydro cycle here of water running and power being generated, and etc. But what is energy? What is it in an ontological, that is in a thingy sense? I'm suggesting that energy is nothing more than a bookkeeping term. I've just listed here the various expressions of energy, all the various formulae and how you can connect any one of those with any others. But what is it actually? We don't know. And that is the thing. This is an expression of the third person at work, where we are confusing the mathematics for the reality, just like space-time is often seen as a real phenomena. Like gravity is still talked about as a force of gravity. That's Newtonian thinking. That went out 100 years ago, but we still talk about a force of gravity, and we've got the mathematics for it. There is no such thing. Einstein killed that. So it's a bookkeeping term. Just have that awareness. And even if you don't have the answers, to have the students at least asking. That I went through the whole of my life never thinking about what energy actually is. How many other things are in your world that you carry around as labels that you haven't actually unpacked, haven't thought about? Obviously, we can't think about them all, but I have here the concept, and this is one of the slides, perhaps I could, because it's getting a bit heavy here. It's the concept between instrumentalism and ontology. Ontology is about things. Instrumentalism is about having instruments or mathematics to describe the event. That's the big divide between, and as you'll see in the next picture here, in this famous debate, or famous picture between Niels Bohr on the left and Einstein on the right. And one was an instrumentalist, Niels Bohr, and Einstein was aiming for ontology. And they couldn't agree. And the world still doesn't agree. It's still divided. There's still a divide, and that is because I would suggest that it's to do with the first and third person debate. So we still have this split. It's in science between the third, objective, observer, and the description, all of those. And in the first person, it's subjective experience and presence. And it works at one end. We all get accurate positions in our phones, thanks to Einstein, on the big end of town. But you can't take it into the small end of town. And the small end can't go to the large end. And that's why I've got that line there, that consciousness, quantum mechanics, and cosmology all fail. Because they're at the middle, at the intersection, they don't work. Again, because you either are in the third person end, or you're trying in the first person. But the first person is like what I said earlier. It's the master is no longer as dominant in our culture, so it's harder to describe. So what's happening, and this is particularly the case in education as well, the world is more described than it is experienced. We can learn to describe the world, but we don't learn how to experience the world. A good example of labelling is global warming. We've got a crisis on our hands. So how is the world responding to this crisis, impending crisis? We produce, the problem, well, getting back to labels, we have terms like climate change. Why isn't it called global warming? It's getting hot. Why don't we talk about it in climate change? I can't see a climate. How do you engage people? And look at the way that the people are engaged. My point here is, the technical language is blocking emotional connection. Let's look at an example of that. Let's look at this. This is a sort of illustrative chart that's probably stuck up in the classrooms. It's very meaningful. It's very precise. It's accurate. It's contestable. You can quantify it. But it's called climate change. Oh God, why is it called climate change? So that's my first point here, is that there's a disconnect between the abstract and the lived reality. And who deals with it? COP, C-O-P, the United Nations. And what is COP? The Conference of the Parties. My goodness, how abstract from the topic. How abstract are you when you call yourself Conference of the Parties? And in the wider context, I think they might just as well be called the Conclave of the Priests, picking up the acronym, because that's what they are. And they're very carefully worded reports to protect individual nations. Rather than dealing with it as a global issue, you have this COP. And that's why I drew on that, because a lot of things are done as if priests, about as useful. I'm sorry if there's any religious people here, but they're just about as useful. So what I'm about is to create awareness of this divide, look at ways and means that we can address it, and at least start to make that shift, like those Finnish teachers, to teach happiness, to become to be a maths teacher. And he says, I'm teaching happiness. That's what my chemistry teacher did with me. He taught me happiness, and I was top in the state. I loved chemistry. I could do all manner of beautiful things, interesting things. I explored. I didn't have to go anywhere. My first year at uni, I didn't attend lecture classes in chemistry. I knew it all. That's what happens. And that's why I wanted to be here, because, I'm not here to impress you. I just love people to sort of have that growing awareness, hey, I wonder whether we could do it another way. So there are these views of the world. There is one that's a God's eye view. That was killed by Einstein nicely. Thank you, Einstein, because everything is relative. There's no absolute time, and he showed that. So there's no God's eye view. However, we're still struggling in this world. We need to cut out the third person as a dominant perspective. Not to cut it out per se, but to include it. Quantum mechanics dissolves the third person because, you know, there was a famous experiment, the double slit experiment, which showed that you can't have you need to have an observer present. It's still, in the time 100, top scientific puzzles of the world. And it's only because we're still struggling to accept that it's really a question of first person and third person. Unfortunately, I can only talk about it. I haven't got the time to go into the detail. So the first person, to put it another way, as I've said here, it doesn't abolish the third person, it grounds it. It makes it useful. So to get it, that there is no objective view, there is no objectivity. It's just a point of view. And Einstein, with his theory of relativity, showed that. It's all relative. He did a few tricks, by the way. I mean, he made us assume that there was a space-time. He put us all into little boxes. It works, but it's a trick, Mr. Einstein, Dr. Einstein. It was a trick, wasn't it? It was. Much as you try, my point here is you cannot eliminate the observer. The observer is part of it. Fundamentally true. Here's an example. During the war, the planes that were coming back were monitored, and they were required to go over them to see where the bullet holes were. And the initial instinct was to accumulate all the data and identify where in the aeroplane the aeroplane parts had to be reinforced to protect them so they would come back. So that's what happened. There you can see the bullet holes. You can also see areas where there aren't any bullet holes. So the instinct was at that time, and then where it started until Abraham Wald, I think it was Abraham Wald, a Hungarian mathematician, came along. He said, no, you're doing it all the wrong way around. You should be looking at the places where there are no bullet holes. That is where you need to reinforce. It's the opposite. Because that represents the planes that then come back, the ones that you weren't monitoring. The point is, the third person doesn't recognize it, the first person will. Abraham Wald was representing that. So the first person asks, what's missing and why? And that is the thing that Abraham Wald did. We see this everywhere, by the way. I'm going to just talk about Erin Patterson. Now, Erin Patterson, the mushroom lady, it was a good example. It was high profile. It was a court case that it was internationally monitored, and it was a good example of the third person and the first person at work. In the end, and this is my theme, that's why I put this stamp up. In the end, the law is mechanically correct. It's still very much in the Newtonian mindset. It's correct, but it's humanly indifferent. We are excluded. The jury was excluded from a lot of relevant information in the interest of objectivity. Now let's have a look at it. I'm rather brave because I don't have a law background, and hopefully none of you are lawyers. But I say that the law needs a revision of its attitude to include the human being. And Erin Patterson was a human, and the jury were human, and we are human. And this is where it comes, where I'm talking about. So it's, again, using external observation and detached reasoning. They were presented as like objective particles, as I called it, separate from what was really being perceived. And I'll give you some examples in a moment. Let me see what's happening. Nothing's happening here. So the courtroom is just, I'm trying to come up with some brief terms to describe what was the experience. It's not one of understanding, it's just a laboratory of evidence. And truth is outside the person, never through the person. Now, let's have a look at what actually is happening in Aaron Patterson. So, sum it again. Mechanically correct, humanly indifferent. Sorry, Mrs. Patterson, hopefully it's not doing you injustice, but it's the best I could do with AI. So we're dealing with facts on the right. The human being was ignored. And there on the left you see some things that were ignored from the court case and was withheld from the jury. And it was, I think it would have been a dismissal of the jury had it been found out. There was a dinner incident that was excluded. It was excluded because it was prior conduct. It was deemed irrelevant in a case of family conflict. Emotional context, it was bracketed out. And personal statements that she made was seen as, well, weak evidence. Why can't the jury take these things into account? The jury is human. It will weigh the evidence. It might have had an influence. Because the court is seeking this view from nowhere. That is the third person, of course. Again, it's the view from nowhere. It's a view that is not influenced by from where you're looking. It is looking at this Newtonian and now rejected form of mathematics and physics. It is stuck 250 years ago of ways of thinking. And there are signs now, particularly in Europe, that they're now starting to open it up a little bit. The cracks are there. So to sum it all up, the law, you can read the points there, the law fixate on what she did, never about how she lived it. The fear, the grief, the motives were all seen as noise. And the person was reduced to just simply data points. Okay. Mechanically correct, humanly indifferent. Yes, that's how I see it. So the court is like it's in a glass box. A little glass box cut off from society, doing its own thing. The human's not excluded. So, Karl Popper had a major influence on science, and it also has on general life. Often the point is it falsifiable? Well, hey, that thesis is fine, but it's also just a belief. I don't support Karl Popper, therefore. I used to, obviously, but I'm now starting to think, yeah, that's just a way of thinking. It's ruthless, and you can always dismiss a person and say, where's your evidence? I used to do that. Where's your evidence? Well, there are times when you just have to include the subjective. And it privileges negation over understanding. This goes back to Abraham Wald's example too. So I've said 3 crises. There's actually more. In physics, we can't explain consciousness, the measurement problem. That's the double slit experiment in particular. We can also talk about other aspects of the quantum Zeno effect, where the radiation, this is a thing, that's what happens in just a little head, because I've cut the slides out. In quantum mechanics, there is a, we've got 15 minutes, and we're going to have some questions. Was that a laughter of delight? Or was that? Hey, can I ask? Do you have a question of me? Just give me a bit of a. Hey, raise your hand if you've got a question of me. Otherwise, I'll continue. Good. There's one at least. Okay. All right. Okay. So in physics, there's some really interesting problems where you've got a bit of uranium, and if you start to measure it, it actually slows down. with a Geiger counter, and the Geiger counter slows down. You take it away, and it goes back to normality. Quantum Zeno effect, if you don't believe me. Neuroscience, what's consciousness? And education, of course, you know, what I certainly agree with, that universities have become credentialing factories, absolutely. Okay. What slide are we up to? I'm not even sure what number we're up to. 10 to go. 5 to go. Right, okay, I didn't know the number. Okay, so to sum it up, I think, you know, the Finnish lesson, it's not about information transfer, but it's creating pathways. It's not instruction, it's about, you know, facilitating. And if you're a teacher, I would want to be known as a facilitator, and I would want to be known as Remco or Remy, call me nothing, it doesn't matter. I will in my relationship with my students. We're going to have fun. And why, how different life would be. So that's why I'm so enthusiastic about Fopa. You know, that first person, they're co-creators. If we can have a playground, get them involved in designing their own playground. And, you know, of course, there's this question of accountability. Yeah, it's a problem. You know, if you give them an exam, then you can measure something, but is it measuring something that's useful? I'm thinking, of course, about my Ladakhi monks there, you know, who say, well, those of you who came late, you know, they know more about Buddhism than I do, but they're not being it. Okay. Oh, this is my last slide. Oh, this is a discretionary slide. I'm going to slip this in. This one, and I'll make that is my last slide. I took this when I was cycling through Holland, my native country, and I stopped. I said, Di, my wife, I said, stop, I want to take a photograph of this. Now, I took a photograph of that. Now, why did I take a photograph of that? Because it was something that I'm quite passionate about. Here we have a typical Dutch scene. There's no fence. There's no life rings. There are no warning signs. There is, however, if you look carefully, there's a child's cycle there, and there are some children's toys along there, and there's about a 3-metre space between that wall and there. Now, in Australia there would be fences, there'd be warning signs and all the other things, wouldn't there? Well, what they have over there, they have a ladder. If you fall in, you can climb out. And if you can't swim, well, bloody well learn to swim. I say that because I came out to Australia at the age of 7, and I just before I left, I went over the canals by myself, and it was frozen, and the ice sheet broke, and I slipped into the water, and I nearly drowned. Anyway, that was just a few weeks before I left for Australia. And you know the first thing I did when I came here? I learnt to swim. First thing I did. And within 6 months, we came in June, and by summer I was swimming. Yeah? And this is the impact when you enroll students and give them ownership over their world. Anyway, so I think that's my last slide, and I'm going to, I think, luckily, come on. Ah, okay, all right, I forgot about the animations. Okay, a fox. The fox is here, but the fox is rather a unique animal because, not unique, but in contrast to the animal that I'm going to show next, the fox takes in the whole picture. It sniffs around, looks at everything. The character there with the torch is standing on space-time. He's illuminating part of it, and he's using that mathematics to describe time. That's the background. It really is secondary. The hedgehog is an animal that's very specific. It sniffs at its particular world because the world is divided between the foxes. It's not my original thought. It was an essay, as I said, between the foxes and the hedgehogs. And it's another way of saying it's divided between the master and the emissary. So, I'm suggesting that Fopa is promoting a return to home. Home is where I live. Home is where you live. We've lost our way in the world. I was lost for half a century in my chemical engineering, and then I began to sort of discover that, hey, I could step out. And I stepped out. I had my own consultancy, so I was able to hang my shingle up at the age of 50, and I did some really wacko things. I had fun from that time. I went to India and changed the culture over there. I had no background, but I got Prime Minister Modi to change the culture to cleanliness. I did that with a group. I spoke to 100 schools and colleges over there in the process, and there are now 30 cities and towns that have been radically transformed, and I can claim ownership over that. And that is why I have no background. I was a shy, no, it's not so shy, but I was a conservative chemical engineer who would talk with a double-breasted suit. As I did, I would be standing behind here, but I began to wake up, and that is what I'd like to see the world to become sort of less burdened with their image, less burdened with their presence, and just get out there. And you know, perhaps I should have shown a slide of me at work in India, but I had fun, and I've done other things over there with rivers, and that's what happens when you let go of your model of yourself. And that's what happens when you let go of that left brain and confuse yourself with the left brain and become a rounded individual. So, look, that is my finishing slide. I think it just comes up with my name here and my email address, and that is it. So I'm sorry if I rushed through my presentation, and there was a lot of words there. I broke a lot of rules in that. A lot of the detail there deserves expanding. I'd love to talk about quantum mechanics and relativity, and even if you don't know about it, you'd get a sense of, well, maybe there is something in this. And maybe you get a sense that it isn't another world, that the quantum world isn't down there about atoms, and relativity is out there in cosmology. It's our everyday world that's at our fingertips. Anyway, thank you for listening to me, and I welcome any questions. Yeah. So I'd welcome any questions, and yeah, go. Yeah.
And I would like to say that maybe not all the Greeks, but Plato might be your friend more than you realize. But what I want to know is, where is your first person in the world? Where is your first person in the world? Is it in the world, or is the world in it? And you talk about, you say we are human, but where is human? And you talk about perspective, but perspective on what? And the reason I ask this is because mysticisms, including Platonic mysticism, but also some Eastern mysticisms, see the reality, the world, as a projection of the observer itself. So I ask you then, your observer, your first person, is it observing anything other than itself?
It's a good question. We had a little bit of I got offside when I sort of talked about the long dark shadow of ancient Greek thinking, and I've studied Nietzsche quite a bit, and he was quite strongly against the objectivity and rationality of the ancient Greeks. But yes, there's definitely, we see ourselves as coming into the world. We're born into the world. I don't know what I'm going to answer. You can come back on that. We see ourselves having been born into the world, and we are. The world is external to us. There is another way of looking at it, and that's what people like Timothy Fraker, who's a philosopher in Britain, argues, that the world is in us. The world is in us, that whatever we experience is a product of us. And that inversion is very Eastern in thinking. And the signs are from quantum mechanics. That makes sense. You know, I would love to have a debate with some quantum physicists on that subject. where we start to see that what we experience is actually a manifestation of us. It's the way we interpret. And you get to the point of the boundary, like Ludwig Wittgenstein. Now, Ludwig Wittgenstein, many may not have heard of, to me is my favorite philosopher. He's an awesome guy. He was a mechanical engineer, and Bertrand Russell called him a mystic at the end because he was talking like a mystic. At first he thought he was a protege, and he was, this Wittgenstein concluded at the end, there is, I'm trying to think how he phrased it, but to the point there are things you cannot discuss, and you know, he called this the domain of what we cannot talk about, but it's perfectly legitimate at the same time. And so Bertrand Russell called his second book, his philosophical investigations, a tea table, a discussion, a joke. So I don't know whether I'm directly answering you, but there is just this recognition that McGilchrist is screaming us to recognise that we have this, we are being hijacked by the left brain, and to allow for that integration, and that integration means relaxing, and that's why I get my inspirations often overnight when my left brain relaxes a little bit. So I don't know whether I've answered you directly, have I? Yeah, okay, great. Any other questions? I'd love to. Come on, guys. Right, terrific. Would you like the microphone? I can repeat it. I'll repeat your question. Yeah. The what community? The Blackfoot community in Native America. Ah, the Blackfoot. Yeah, so I'm wondering if you could talk a little about how this kind of, I suppose you're thinking about like the right brain thinking, the holistic view, is reflected within Indigenous cosmologies and the ways that that intersects with quantum mechanics or physics. Yeah. Yeah. We have a lot to learn from the Indigenous people. We have a lot to learn. I think that, yeah, your question is about the Blackfoot people, and sorry, I had a little bit of difficulty following. There was a bit of background noise here. Yeah, if your question was about the Indigenous First Nation people, absolutely, because we are caught up on this fast travelling train, and it's hard to sort of step off. And it took me to retire before I was prepared to sort of just go, you know, entertain what some call woo. But hey, I've had endless adventures over those years when I took my early retirement and was able to do things that I wanted to do, and I've only just given you one example. Yeah, listen to them. They see through our hubris. They see past our gee-whizzery and ultimately recognise that we're human beings. Yeah.
Remco, thank you very much for your sessions, very insightful, and thank you for representing the Existentialist Society today. So guys, could we please thank Remco van Samen? Thank you. Yeah, so just as we go around during the day, just to sort of say we're going to have these like really quick turnarounds, and if you're here for the whole day, please don't feel bad about maybe missing a session here or there. It's going to be a very long day, so please just get to what you want to get to. So thank you. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for filing in. So we come from one of the oldest para-academic entities in Melbourne to one of the newest. And I'll throw to Eva Birch, the founder come co-founder of the MSL, and she'll do the proper introduction. So could we just give Eva and the panel a round of applause? Thank you very much.
So nice to be here today. Thanks for having us, Fopa. Yes, we are the Melbourne School of Literature. We've been around for a few years now, and we run classes and workshops on poetry and fiction and all things literature. And we have poets come and talk for us sometimes. And yeah, we do summer school and winter school. They're our kind of main kind of outputs. And our summer school has just been announced. So yes, if you would like to check that out, please do. We're based at the Kathleen Syme Library. And that's where our summer school will be this year. This is our committee. So I'm Eva Birch. I'm a poet, or I used to write poetry. I still do, but I used to too. And I could probably say the same for all of us on the panel. We have Melinda, former current poet. Melinda Buffton, George Muratidis, Sam Magini, and Lucy Van. Yes, and we're all poets and all work hard together kind of as a team, basically, to put the Melbourne School of Literature together. And we're kind of, I guess, based, we're kind of contextualised within a broader poetry scene, I guess, that's quite active in Melbourne as well. Yes, so we're very much interested in living poetry, I guess, or people writing poetry as well as studying poetry written in the past. So our summer school will feature our very own Melinda Buffton. And so you'll get a little taste of it today if you're interested in coming along to her seminar. So Melinda's going to speak first, and then on the girlesque poetics, and then George Muratidis is going to speak on kind of, yeah, what are you speaking on, George, exactly? Like, pardon? Yeah, just beat poetics. So George taught a course on the beat poetics, which was excellent, which I was a student as well as a facilitator in. So beat poetics, and then I think he's going to expand a bit from that as well. And then we have Sam Magini, who's going to speak after George, and he's going to talk a little bit about our kind of small press scene. So Sam also runs Stale Objects D-Press, which is a brilliant press that started in Sydney, and he's going to just talk about, I think, the Melbourne publishing as well. And then Lucy, my fellow president, is going to El Presidente, will moderate a discussion. So if you have any questions, if you think of any questions, please save them to the end and we'll have a Q&A. So we'll have like about, 3 quick talks and then we'll have a Q&A at the end. So get any questions you have ready for the end. All right, thanks so much. I'll hand it over to Melinda now.
Thanks, Eva. I got too many pages and too many words, so let's just see what happens. We're really pleased to be here. Thank you for coming along. And these are 3 quick, speedy, How's that? How's that? Too many echoes? Somebody give me a sign of life. Thank you. Thank you. Always do that. So I'm speaking on the Girlesque. It's a very specific type of third wave feminist poetics. So specific that often you can spend so much of describing it or talking about it by saying what it isn't. So today I'll just try to say what it is a little and try and make it fun. So I'm and also there's an overlap here between that poetics and my own, and I'm just going to blurring it out like a smoky eye. I'm interested in the messy, poetically speaking. I'm also interested in intentionality. I don't like things neat because I'm interested in gaps. One kind of gap is what's not in the poem or the poetics, but it doesn't mean it's not there. The Girlesque allows poetry, feminist poetry, to be understood primarily as an open system. The two poet-scholars who identified this style of poetry in the 2010s said of this in the introduction to their initial collection, a feminine, feminist incorporating of the grotesque and cruel with the spangled and dreamy is what the Girlesque is. It acknowledges its relationship to performativity and to riot girl politics and the reclaiming of cultural artefacts that had not existed inside women's poetry in this form or in these combinations previously. E.g., black organza witch costumes and the silver worn-out sequins mashed between scratchy pink tutus, netting and velvet unicorn paintings and Renaissance fairs. I just want to draw your attention to the fact that squashed silver worn-out sequins means it's costumes. Like lots of other people have worn them. It's scratchy and it's probably smells musty. It's definite, the Girlesque, insofar as its pop culture favourites and its aesthetic concerns. It's not definite on much. It's the most concrete of terms. In the most concrete of terms, it will tell you about it, what it reminds itself of and where it's come from, and it will name drop Stevie Nicks. Then it will tell you what it's not interested in, primarily being told what to do. And then it's asking you to take note of the politics and also enjoy the art. And enjoy here, in this context, is not meant as a little sweet treat. It's more of a Sian-Nye aesthetic category suite. When she states, cuteness cutifies the language of the aesthetic response it compels, a verbal mimesis underscoring the judging subject's empathetic desire to reduce the distance between herself and the object. That is, we want to go closer to it. It wants us to, and we want to squeeze its cheeks because cute. If it goes to bite our hand, we will probably let it. I'm doing it right now, making the poem the object, making the talk the poem the object, and instilling it with my assertion that we can plausibly and temporarily sidestep the poet or decenter the poet, or at very least allow for unlimited multiple selves in service of more gritty poetry that doesn't only hinge on what's been lived. The Girlesque is occupying a continuous present because it has a potty mouth, and to offend is divine in this particular poetics. It's going for a really classic punk operation. And now then 2 days ago, while I was working on this, I woke up with a little dream fragment. So the dream voice said to me as I was awaking, it followed me into wakefulness, "Do you understand my aesthetic universe?" So naturally I just rolled over and said, "Fuck," into my pillow. Who's asking? Who knows? I don't understand it, but I'm working on it. Applying feminist templates can hold back poetic experimentation. Poetry is meant to experiment, I believe. The Girlesque asks you to enjoy that its edges are not clear, they are backlit. It also asks you to know your feminist history. It can be read as a long repudiation against second wave poetry, politics and poetics. But also the girly has always will leaked in across the way in any case, or has not always successfully been tamped down, even though the second wave feminists had to ban it for a while. The girly, that is. Knowing the rules so that you can break them is important here, as it not always is, but sometimes is. You need to be able to break them with confidence, and you need to know your history. Interrogating the Girlesque as a style, as a poetics, is a slippery undertaking. When I was embarking upon practice-based research into this, I sought a way to describe it to myself so that I was neither collapsing the wild parts of the poetry nor leaving out the feminist histories that preceded it. Without feminist history, the girlesque makes little sense. Like in 2 minutes, I'll just say, what I came across, what I didn't discover but kind of settled to as a way to keep the wild parts wild and not leave out the feminist histories was the kind of collaging practice and using found text, but also just trying to inscribe histories inside the work in various ways that are like faint kind of marks as well as more clear lessons, I guess, as you will. I was corrected a bit when I started writing this kind of poetry, and I hadn't yet discovered the girlesque, which I discovered by accident, which was exactly what I was doing. Good happenstance. Before I discovered it, I was told more than once it wasn't feminist, and I was calling it feminist poetry. So this is the knotty little bit that I've been trying to not even climb out of, just work out for a really long time, years now. And that's why I'm still going back to the 90s so much. Sorry, not sorry. That's it from me.
Hi everyone. Thanks everyone for coming, and thanks to Bellum and to Fopa for having us. Okay, I'm reading large print here, so it might come off a bit William Shatner. All right, so 10 minutes on the theory and practice of beat poetics, countercultural production, scrambling the careerist equation of success, engaging and building community organically and intersectionally, sans box ticking, brand maintenance, and the creation of yet another exclusive bubble of sniffy hipness. In short, open head, open heart, open eye, open ear, breath, body, kinesis, transmission, compassion, generosity, spontaneity. So I'm starting with the course that I taught in first semester 2024. Mind is shapely, art is shapely, practicing beat poetics. All the other subsequent issues are imbricated in that experience, and that's kind of what I'll be focusing on mainly. You know, I wanted to approach this literature and poetics as something organic, as a living consciousness and practice, which, at least in my mind, activates and opens out to all those other considerations. It was the first time I'd actually taught the beats proper, both as literary texts and artistic praxis. And while I was left to do what I wanted completely with 10 weeks of the course, thank you very much, Eva, I was I was careful not to overwhelm students with too much material, but allow some of the nerdy, geeky joy of it to come through. This meant reconsidering the traditional format and function of a course, especially a niche subject such as this. Firstly, the approach had to be that of a longue durée of countercultural literature in which beat sits and participates, and to which it contributes. I saw no value in defining and directing the course, and the students for that matter, by approaching it as a comprehensive literary history of the beat generation, popular, critical, or academic. Ditto, shaping the course through ideas of canon and shadow or counter-canon. Rather, I sought to create this sense of a countercultural continuum, taking a more expansive and exploratory approach to texts and poetic praxis, the antecedents and descendants from Holy Scripture and classic poetries to Patti Smith and Sleaford Mods, by way of the blues and modern jazz, with the hope of situating the students and their writing within it. With a nod, of course, to the Jack Kerouac School of Disembodied Poetics at Nairobi University. The intention from the outset was to sort of go granola. Okay. This meant strip things back as much as possible and allow the poetry and other writing to always be front and centre. My own intervention as a traditional instructor had to be minimised in order to give priority to the broad and eclectic variety of beat and other related texts, both print, audio, and some video. This was to allow students a more immediate, unprejudiced interaction with the literature to react and unpack without imposing, my own stupid critical position. Just sort of offered, here it is, what do you think of this, sort of thing, only to guide and supplement discussion. It was also important to be as analog as possible. Aside from the use of PowerPoint briefly, in the first week to contextualize the subject, instruction required very little tech other than to supplement and contrast with the printed primary text distributed each week. The consideration of bodies in physical space was also important. For example, initially we arranged desks in a circle so it would face one another, and eventually doing away with desks altogether. This worked well to create a sense of intimacy, trust, and to equalize and unify the group, as did sitting in meditation with mindfulness of breath for a number of the workshops before commencing writing exercises, which I also took part in. I would never ask my students to do anything that I myself am not willing to do. Now, after which we would all go around the circle for some deep listening. Handwriting was also important in this poetics, with students encouraged to simply write by hand in a notebook, including for all the workshops, to encourage an awareness of the body in composition and a sense of the material and tactile in poetics. For the duration of the course, students were also asked to keep a running beat journal comprising of any writing, sketches, poems, notes, fragments, dreams, visions, nightmares, which I would not log, as this was just to help with their own creative practice and navigating beat poetics. The workshops in which this physicality and materiality really worked well was the practice of Kerouac's spontaneous prose or sketching technique in situ out on Lygon Street at dusk, as well as Burroughs' cut-up and fold-in technique of composition, recomposition or decomposition, really getting the scissors and glue out. So with countercultural production, the priority of putting your own body into the writing very much draws on the punk spirit of DIY in countercultural literature as a direct rejection of industry or market forces and infrastructures directing the process and outcomes of artistic production. Hence, the final week was dedicated to little magazines. A nice little link here to what Sam's going to be talking about. Radical broadsides, indie printing techniques, and boots on the ground distribution, with Pio in the crow's nest, leading the charge until the pub closed. Whether this is seizing the means of production or storming the reality studio in order to recalibrate the tools of control as agents of deconditioning, the intended result is ultimately autonomy and liberation, individual and collective. So, what is it to be counter if not allowing yourself to grow aware enough to say, I don't actually want this, what the culture is offering me, what I've been taught to pursue as success, one tethered to the institutions and infrastructures which seem to have nothing to do with actual life, and in whom I am invisible. Sometimes this comes after the big fuck this moment, which punctuates the point of complete exhaustion with the way things are, either in the academic institution or literary industry. Be in the game, not of the game. Go along to get along. Make a difference from within just by being there. The survival tactics, all too familiar to minoritized communities, can only get you so far into the Emerald City. But when you see the shriveled old wizard behind the booming flames with his pants off, then where to and what for? What then is success if you are no longer writing for yourself or your community, for your own soul's ear and the few other golden ears, as Ginsberg said of writing Hell? It has to be grassroots, has to come from you and be on your own terms. Engaging and creating community has to be done with love, with care, generosity, openness and joy, all in good faith. For all the yaffity-daffity about Melbourne being a UNESCO City of Literature, whatever that means, what are we actually offering here? The prejudices and ignorances, power dynamics, gatekeeping, elitism, and exclusions typical of academic and publishing institutions are reproduced just as easily outside or in spite of them. A constant diligence is therefore crucial so as not to produce yet another self-appointed avant-garde or a Namcor treetop, a Namcor treetop clubhouse. Okay. Now, I don't name names, but no. But you know the ones. You know the ones. Forged by fickle whims and mercurial cultural currency. This is really hot right now, etc. The crippling self-policing of scenesterism only gets in the way of the freedom and joy in poetry. You know the ones, over-curated awkwardness, nonchalance and boredom. Brother, if you want us to think that you don't care, that you can take it or leave it, why am I here? You know the ones. Carefully deployed aloofness and sniffy, I know something you don't, elusiveness, hip contrarianism and in-jokes, and sure, while perhaps unintentional, sometimes actually come off as insular, exclusive and elitist, unless of course you're wearing the right deliberately ugly t-shirt or equivalent countenance. You know the ones. Forged in self-righteousness and planting flags as though they're curing cancer or brokering peace in the Middle East. All guaranteed, only guaranteed to repel. We're not carrying the weight of the world here, relax. You know, this joy in nerdy rigor is not smug self-satisfaction, but challenging. Yeah. But challenging, liberating, and God forbid, fun. I say this not to complain or criticize, but to provoke. As much myself as anybody. Those of us running the MSL do not wear the same hat. We couldn't be more different in our poetics, but recognize the need for a para-academic, too cool for school literary environment in which people, students and instructors alike feel seen, heard, respected, and free to move and grow on their own terms organically without a song and dance being made about it as though those things are not fundamental human needs. So, when is poetry healthy? This sort of approach in beat poetics, imbricated and incumbent, within these poetics, shaped and led as much by the poet participants of the course as by the texts or myself, speaks directly to what is at stake within the machinery of neoliberalism, its academic institutions, and capitalized art lifestyle industry. It is art/lifestyle. The price is your life, literally your physical and mental and spiritual and artistic well-being, your time to cultivate these things, and your dignity and identity as a human fucking being in all its vastness, nuance, and idiosyncrasy, ultimately to be alive and transmit that life on your own terms, in your own form and language. The course was an exploration and transmission, indeed preservation, of the complex texture of consciousness and dynamics of body and movement in a society that seeks only to flatten them out, monetize them, merge them into the shivering grey blob sliding down your cold black window, shaking free the university from our sticky brainstems, I say again, open head, open heart, open eye, open ear, breath, body, kinesis, transmission, compassion, generosity, spontaneity, liberation, joy. Go granola.
That was great, George. Kieran, would you mind putting that slide up? So this is, the MSL logo, as you can see. And if you want to hit the next slide, please, Kieran. Thank you so much. It's funny, Melinda and George are both talking about things that are really radical, and I'm going to talk about something that's like extremely boring and not radical. Which I'll explain in a second. No, it's all right. I think I got it. And yeah, I mean, when I came to this talk, I just, I'm not really going to talk about small press scene in Melbourne in general. It's just that a few objects came to mind to talk about. But we talk about small press objects. We mean, I mean like literary books, chapbooks, poetry books, put out by small publishers. Often in terms of poetry, this means poets running the show, like poets actually making the books, publishing the books, so on and so forth. And I mean, there's an old adage, I don't know, I feel like I read it in Forbes, Brendan, but it's something like, if a book of poetry sells 500 copies in Australia, it's like a smash hit. And people were saying this like 50 years ago, so I wonder whether we should revise that like up or down, down, right? If you sell 100 books, it's a hit, right? Okay, and then so if you look at it in those terms, like kind of everything is small press, yeah? Even the most like institutionalized, aestheticized, like highly produced literary productions in Australia, are very small potatoes, yeah? So then this is a kind of a minority framework that you can just bring to reading everything. And when it came to Melbourne, there's a few things I wanted to mention. One is, poetry has sound, so like, is there a Melbourne sound? I'm not from Melbourne originally, I'm from Sydney. We used to talk a lot about Melbourne sound, the sound of poetry in Melbourne. Like its sound signature, does it have a tonality, a quality? How did you put it, George? Namcor Treehouse or something, yeah. It was fantastic. The Treetop Clubhouse, yeah, right, like,
Homer's Club.
Right, which might be a sound that you would feel excluded from or something like this, yeah. But one of the advantages of like looking at everything as, basically a small press object is that there's so many of these things from so many different times, and they're quite rare. So it takes some time to track something like this down, for example. But it can, and this is not at all like kind of revolutionary or even particularly interesting, but reading this kind of material can change your sense of what it is to be a writer in a certain time and a certain place, and a sound, because it's like a social signature, is something that dates poetry. Yeah, so I mean like Namcor, like Treetop Clubhouse. I imagine, that might be like around for a few years and then it'll disappear and something else will replace it. Something else will be fashionable or, it's very funny. So I am going to say a few things about this poem in a minute. This is a poem from 1902. This guy's like a dead wit. He's gone. So we can really rip into him as much as we want. Without any fear of offending anybody. Well, yeah, I mean, one thing, and not to make you feel sorry for him, but like, apart from a few reviews when he was alive, this guy had left no trace in literature at all. Yeah, this is just, someone who like put out some books, he got a few nice polite reviews, kind of faint praise, and then it was just afterwards people were like, oh yeah, that guy wrote poems here, whatever. No one has ever probably no one has talked about like this book, I don't know, for years or something like that. It gives you a sense, for me, this is like a nice adventure to do, like go find things like this. I mean, can you tell from looking at it that it has a modernist sound? Like it sounds modernist. Basically what's happening is it's like a sandwich. There's some verse up the top, kind of lineated verse. It's kind of doggerel, really. Her darling presence soothes the heart as the soft pattering rain speaks of the peace it left above and stills our fevered pain. And fair her face with love-lit eyes and sweet, da-da-da. And then you see these like kind of little perforation marks, like there are these dots. And then there's a blank verse voice, which is the voice of the speaker in the poem. And he says, he's very dour, really like, I think he's a bit stuck. And at this point he comes in and he says, the sun rides high and stays, seeming as one, pausing ere he descend the homeward road with half his journey o'er. So like kind of arch poetic diction. Doesn't really do much for me particularly, but what's he saying? Like this sun is at its zenith, and it's about to go back from home. It's the middle of the day. And this reminded me of a couple of things that Laura Riding said. I'm a big Laura Riding fan. She's talking about the 18th century. She said, like 18th century poets, the poet was not a person, but the spokesman of his age, a mechanical recorder of time. Yeah. You're just kind of like doing what is kind of the accepted thing of your time. And it's very funny, this page, because it's like he's acting as a sundial. He's just telling us what time it is, basically. Like it's the middle of the day. There's no shadow being cast. But actually, this wasn't the first thing that came to my mind for this talk. I had a few things in mind, and one was this book by Finola Moorhead, who maybe some people know as a novelist. But in the 70s, she did this project called the Handwritten Modern Classic, which is, I don't know if you've seen these like joke notebooks. Like you get a blank notebook, and on the front it says something, like, what men understand about housework, and then it's like blank inside or whatever, right? So this one on the front, it says modern classic, And she took this notebook and filled it up with observations. And it's a one-off object, it's handwritten. It's so you have to read this in facsimile. It's a little bit difficult to read, but it's very interesting. What else did I say about this? Yeah, just a lot of observations. There's a lot of riffing. There's a lot of gossip. You're saying not mentioning any names. What does she say? Like, the names are named. Like as much as she can, she names the names. And it even ends with like a very heartfelt declaration for like someone she's in love with at the time. And I just thought I would mention this because it's a very interesting little Melbourne book that no one has heard of usually. It was put out, so yeah, she made this one-off version. Then it was reproduced in facsimile in the 80s by Pete Spence, who had a little outfit called Post-Neo, which is very interesting if you like, want to look into the history of experimental avant-garde Melbourne stuff. So shout out to Pete Spence. Then it was printed by the Sabella Cooperative, who were a feminist printing press in the 70s. And then it was republished by a group called Spinifex, who's another feminist group, in 2013. So that's Finola Moorhead's Handwritten Modern Classic. Okay, but so what is this thing? So this is from a poem called A Day. A Day, yeah. And the guy's name is Alan Gilfillan. And it's published in 1902. It was published by Melville and Mullen, who were a bookstore in the middle of the city. And I like to imagine that, okay, like he's a poet, and he was published by this bookstore. Maybe he's like a guy like working at the bookstore, something like that. But I have no evidence of that. The only thing I've been able to find out is maybe he's from Castlemaine, and he ended up buying a house in Balwyn. Is that how you say that? Balwyn? Belan. Really? With the W-Y-N, you say Balan? Yeah, there you go. You learned Baldwin? Balan? Baldwin?
What? B-A-L-Y-W-Y-N.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Baldwin.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Skyhawk's
Baldwin. Yeah, Baldwin. Yeah. Could always change the name. And also, apparently, he was a solicitor, but, he has had no readers, like, ever, right? This guy. He wrote a novel which was published in London, which, like, probably was a great success to, like, kind of do that as an Australian novelist at this time. But no one cares about that novel. It's called Cooeyville, and, yeah. Yeah, and then he wrote a satire. This book is kind of interesting. He wrote a satire about like being a poet in Melbourne called The Bard, but also it's just not very good, But this is what people spend their time doing. Okay, so like a bit of context for this. I mean, like this is so it's 1902. Like it's Federation, yeah. And you got things like the Bulletin up in Sydney, and people getting very excited about these kinds of things. And in Melbourne, I think of the context as being someone like Bernard O'Dowd. If you guys have ever heard of Bernard O'Dowd, yeah, Bernard O'Dowd is that's right. He had correspondence with Whitman. He was a kind of radical, kind of socialist, democratic poet. He wrote a pamphlet called, Poetry Militant, which was like, let's go out and like do poetry. And the funny thing is to me is, okay, you think about that as a context like Federation, Bernard O'Dowd, what's going on in Melbourne. None of that is reflected in this poem at all, right? You could not tell that it was written with any political, it has no reference to any political context. And it just comes off as like completely dour. It celebrates nothing, essentially. Really nothing. Nothing to preach. Bernard O'Dowd's very preaching. Yeah, and so the setup for this poem is there's a speaker alone in their study at midnight. And the phrase that came to mind was like Melbourne gloom room. Melbourne gloom room, it's just kind of like this gloomy room. Maybe it's in the middle of winter, yeah. And he's kind of getting sleepy, he's very morose, and the poem is posing this question, okay, could poetry rouse a soul that doesn't even seem to be bothered with life anymore, right? Could poetry kind of get something going? And this guy is very, his voice is very Hamlet. Hamlet says, what is it, like how weary, stale, unprofitable, and tired seem to me all the uses of this world. And that's basically this guy's whole shtick. It's just like, man, like everything sucks. Like, there's no point. Like, I have no friend. Even if I have a friend, there's no true friend. Like blah blah blah. He just goes on and on. What else does he say? Life is a chronicle of woes. Or, yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, or like, this is a little bit of, iambic blank verse. We live till failure, then we find the dust. Something like that, yeah. And so he kind of drones on like this for like a few pages. The poem's only 30 pages long, but he kind of goes on for like five or six pages, and then he falls asleep, right? It's like midnight. He falls asleep, and he starts like hearing these voices that are these like jingly verses, right? If life be short and joy be dearly bought, let us join in mirth while we are young. Else another day when we would be gay, we find our youth is gone. He starts hearing these like jingly, like rhyming verse poems in otherwise what is a very blank, kind of, a bit Miltonic, a bit Shakespearean kind of texture. Yeah. And they're not always so different from the speaker's voice. Like sometimes it just like does pessimism, but in this kind of rhyme doggerel. But often you get like this like injection of optimism, which you can see some of here. Yeah, kind of insipid romanticism. And in like the end of the poem, like the speaker is convinced by these poems, these voices that he's hearing, that that he should kind of get up and live, but it's just not very convincing at all. He says at the end, to this I say amen, if it might be. So it's just it just leaves you nowhere, this poem, really. So why did I choose to talk about it? Well, okay, so it's an example of a poet struggling with literary, right? Struggling with literary, trying to fulfill literary demands in his time, and he actually does a pretty good job of it. But the problem is that, you fulfill these demands and then what? And Laura Writing says this, another kind of harsh remark. A great deal of up-to-date poetry is thus written, which becomes immediately out of date and is therefore rejected by the criticism which called for it, which then just turns back to its favorite classics. It's like, oh yeah, no, I wanted to hear a new modern poem, but I'm actually just gonna go home and read the stuff I normally read, thanks. It's, you can never really win, right? Trying to play that game. And then, I have a lot of questions about this, why couch doggerel, all these doggerel rhyming verse poems, within a dramatic philosophical situation, yeah? Why can't the poet just own their own bad cliched poems, right? He could have just put out a book of poems with all these little poems that are inside the poem. It's kind of meta-poetic collection. But he can't own them. He has to distance, have a kind of mediating figure, right? Where he's oh, I can't just be the guy who writes forgettable verse. I have to make something out of it or whatever. And so he's using doggerel while distancing himself from it. And I think that sounds, to me, this is unhealthy. Yeah, right. If poetry is going to be healthy, and you write doggerel and you enjoy doing this, this is what you should be doing. Yeah. What's the problem? If you understand, right? Except for shame, the kind of literary shame, that we bring through the culture. Possibly seen, right? But also criticism, and literary institution. And institutionality. Is there anything else to say about this? I mean, yeah. He's reflecting on these sounds, right? These are the sounds that he hears. I've heard people talk about this, you hear the sounds of poets in your sleep. You while you're writing, other poets come to you. And this guy's under attack, right? He talks about it as a siege, this kind of bad poem after bad poem, just kind of but except this is the thing, right? He's saying that, yeah, you'd love to think it's not me, but in fact he's unconsciously generating all these bad poems. And he's interested in them, but I think ultimately he just wants to be left alone. What do I say here? I mean, I think if I was going to say something to this guy, in a writing workshop sense, I'd be get away from the truth for a while. Leave whatever you think is true. Just move away from that. Get some distance, yeah, because you're a dirge. So yeah, I mean, if you're going to judge this kind of historically, a poem like this suggests the poetic situation in Melbourne around 1900 is pretty bad. But this is just this one guy's solution to this issue, right? So there you go. Anything else to say about this? Oh yeah, there was just one thing I wanted to read from Laura Writing. Maybe I'll finish with this. There's a way of living in history that goes forward, but by facing backwards. And poetry written in this way cannot claim to belong anywhere. So I'll leave it at that.
Oh, good. Can we have another round of applause for our three speakers? Thank you so much, Melinda, George, Sam, stitching through present, future, past around Melbourne. I'm just wondering if you have any questions for anyone sitting up here. Yes.
Thank you so much to the panel for your incredible talks. I just want to thank George in particular for your really engaging talk and also for your insight into how you embody poetic practice in your classroom. I'm a school teacher and we teach poetry to predominantly non-willing participants. And these kids are fascinating, they're smart, they live in the world, they're wonderful, but I want to see that in their work. So I was just wondering from the rest of the panel some insights as to how you guys do that.
I'm going to just repeat the question because I'm told, so I'll be doing this also through the Q&A. So the question, if I can rephrase it, because I can't remember what you said, but unwilling participants, how do you teach them? Is that sort of more or less like, why are they unwilling, and why do we have to teach them, maybe as well as sub-questions? But anyone, maybe George could start?
I think Sam should start as a teacher here. So.
Yeah, I do, excuse me, yeah, I do a bit of that. Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of like you can't force people to go to therapy because it doesn't work. So like, why would you could just give up and not teach them poetry. But of course, that's not an option because you have a contract or whatever. Yeah, I mean, you know, like it should be fun, you know. Poetry can be extremely fun, you know. It doesn't have to be serious. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the situation I teach in when I'm like talking to high school students is often like there's prepared material. Someone has like prepared a packet of stuff. And that stuff is usually bad, and I find the best thing to do is like get involved and pick things that are actually interesting, you know. I don't know, maybe like a presentation like this where you pick something that isn't good, you know, and like rip into it a bit, what they'd also find. Yeah, because it's about, like, there should be an aspect of personal judgment in reading a poem, you know. It's so much of it is just like literary technique drills. It just kills the spirit, you know, like they have to understand.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the course particularly, look, I mean, if people don't want to learn poetry, they won't be into it. But if you know, a course like, you know, mind is shapely, art is shapely, you kind of pretty much know what you're signing up for, you know. So the people that were there were there to kind of, you know, roll up the sleeves and get into the beat poetry stuff. But I mean, I found what worked, and I mean, this is why I didn't want to kind of impose my version of it, was just, you know, allow the students or the participants to make up their own minds, give them that freedom. And it was just like, you know, rather than, you know, if you talk to your kids or your niece and nephew and kind of say, well, you know, your music sucks. Back in our day, you know, we had Bikini Kill and L7, right? But you kind of say, oh, okay, you like this. Have you heard this? You know, have you heard, I don't know, Sarah Vaughan? And they'll be like, okay, this either sucks or they'll like it. And they kind of bring that aesthetic into their own sort of circuitry and then see whether it has a place there or not. So I think it's just kind of, I mean, this is where spontaneity came into it. You kind of, some things landed better than other things and you kind of move with the shape of it, you know. Turn off your mind, relax and float downstream. I mean, it was that. And that's kind of what, you know, how it felt, and sort of be part of it. I mean, nobody wants to receive edicts from on high. I mean, we get enough of that in our jobs and in our daily lives. So, I mean, it's the same thing with, it's a conversation, I think, is the main thing. And it's always the literature that's, you know, it's bigger than the person instructing it.
I'm reminded of Gayath Almadoon, who came and did a workshop recently, actually, when he was in town. And the first thing he said was, "I'm not starting on time," because that's German. So he talked a bit about Germany. But the next thing he said is, "I am not your teacher, you are not my students." And I believe he said that a few times.
Definitely.
And I think that I think there's something to that. I know that I'm not really a respondent up here, but I've thought about that so much. And I think that works for whatever reason. Perhaps because of what you just said, George. Yeah, there's too much kind of vertical arrangement. Yeah.
What do you reckon, Melinda?
I'm just wondering if you have to get permission from the Department of Education to say I'm not your teacher. That's just first thought. So, I mean, do it if you need to, is what we say. And also a comment, just like on set, I just want to add in, like, and you can nod or shake your head or whatever, but don't you also use amusing and or confusing voices sometimes when you're reading poetry out to your high school students?
How else would you read poetry?
I hear a night owl screeching.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think there's a few different characters. Okay, good. That's good. So read it funny. I think, I would agree with everything that you two have said. And I also think that I also, this is a little bit heart on sleeve, but like it's even if, I can't believe I'm about to say it, even if just one or two students do secretly like it, don't tell any of their friends, like most of us who are poets had to have at least one teacher, unless you had a full library at home, which most people don't. Exactly, did not have that. So then, I mean, it feels futile, but that's a really important moment for young people, obviously. It's such a cliche. I can't believe I'm saying that, but anyway, continue doing it. Please do it for us. If you're able to add, I mean, you've got a curriculum, that's the problem. It's state sanctioned. But, if you're able to add material alongside, then that's obviously the sneaky side door.
Otherwise, send them to the MSL.
I don't know if we have. We can't. It's adults.
That's a good answer.
We don't have insurance for that.
I know we're going label with fake IDs.
We can't. We don't cover. We can't cover that.
Wait a sec. So we've got time for maybe one or two more questions. I've got to. Yes. Yep.
Ludwig Wittgenstein. He is the most by survey, the most influential philosopher of the 20th century. No, it wasn't Bertrand Russell, Ludwig Wittgenstein. You probably haven't heard of him. But you know what? Right, why I mention it, a couple of things. He started his career as an aeronautical engineer. Became the most influential philosopher of the 20th century. More influential than Bertrand Russell. And why I'm leading to poetry is this. Sorry, it sounded like a speech, doesn't it? Sorry. But getting to the point. He was a philosopher of language. And one of the things he said, he felt that philosophy should be taught like poetry. And he felt that poetry was a way of communicating. And I'm wondering, and I'm putting the question to the panel, whether poetry has actually been under-promoted. Because people like me eschewed poetry when I poetry was another, for the woo people. Sorry, that's how it came.
All right, I'm gonna sort of say the question again, just because apparently it needs to run through the mic. Yep.
This is my question. Yep. My question is, has poetry been under-promoted or underrepresented to attract people like me? And I was an engineer, tough person.
Has poetry been underrepresented to attract people like Remco, or people who could benefit, like philosophers or structural or chemical engineers? Or
I think I could. I think I could answer that a little bit in terms of it. What we've talked a little bit throughout the panel of poetry being kind of in the past or living, and I think that's a big part of why people perhaps, it is underrepresented, as I think people kind of consider it as not one of our kind of contemporary art forms. They don't think that people are still doing it or something. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yeah, that it's seemingly something in the past that is the kind of the power of the voice and like the technology of the book is not something that we now do in the like cultural sphere or something. I don't know, that's my opinion. I don't want other people think.
And it's brought out for ceremonial uses. Like most people, if they do know or think about any poetry at any moment, it's because it's happening at a funeral or wedding. So sometimes it's about the usage of it.
What's so interesting about Wittgenstein, though, is that he didn't like Shakespeare, or he didn't get him, which, I always thought that like those two kind of positions were like difficult to reconcile, because Shakespeare is like not bad. But I don't know, Sam, do you want to?
I mean, maybe like, you could kind of blame other people, like besides poets, for this poetry so irrelevant. But like society used to give poets a very privileged position. You look at it historically, and then we became modern, and poetry doesn't. You don't need, kind of poets to kind of put the stamp on, power or the state and call it progress or call it, whatever it is. And so poetry just kind of separated itself. Kind of literary culture, in a sense, is very defensive. Because it's quite powerless, So I think, like we can bear some responsibility for that,
I think where philosophy and poetry meet, it's often very bad. Like if you've read sort of Heidegger's stuff on poetry, oh man, it stinks on ice. It's not great. But, I mean, there are other times where it does work. And, there's the book launch tomorrow of George Vasilakopoulos with Genocide Alphabet and Ash Poems. I think you'll probably really be into that. So he's a philosopher, emeritus out of La Trobe. And, they're his recent collections that bring the two together. So I reckon maybe check that out, and it might be right up your alley.
Okay. One last question up the back, I believe. Who was it? Oh, just this hand. Yes. Yeah.
I'm really caught. Thank you for all you share. I really appreciate your perspectives. I'm really caught on the title that you've chosen, When Poetry is Healthy. And I'm being a short therapist, and the measure of health that we typically view as defined is quality of contact with self, wellness in the world, and capacity for spontaneity and responsibility. So I'm reflecting on my own definitions or measures, and I want to kind of propose that back to you all with your perspectives, and just given the title that you've chosen.
Okay, so the question is around the definition of health in the context of this panel's title.
What was the original title, Sam?
Hysterics are healthy.
Oh, the hysteric is healthy.
That was a line from the Finola Moorhead book. But I like this a lot better.
Yeah, so from Borges' book.
The Finola Moorhead thing I was talking
Finola
about.
Moorhead, who was speaking
Handwritten
about.
modern classic.
So it was a line from The Hysteric is Healthy was a line from the poet that Sam was mentioning in his talk. And then I'm speaking on psychoanalysis later, I think, so I asked if we could change it to Poetry is Healthy. And it's kind of quite ironic, I guess, or it's like, it's something, maybe it speaks as well to this question of the difference between philosophy and poetry, or like what we're doing as poets is quite, how do I put this? There's kind of an impulse there, which I guess is maybe related to the body and breath, and like George was speaking about. And yeah, has links to, I would say, psychology and psychotherapy in some instances. Pardon?
Primal scream.
Primal scream. And,
Primal scream,
and other people,
Yeah.
as you said, and others, like existing inside a network.
Yeah, but there's a heavy irony there as well from that. Sorry, like you speak, but from that, hysteric is healthy. Hysterics, you could say they're not that healthy a lot of the time. So there's heavy irony in there as well, I guess, with our title.
That's our time, I believe. So I'm just going to thank you all for your questions. You can ask further questions outside in the 15-minute break. Give it up for the MSL committee.
And Lucy.
Thank you.
Good evening, good morning, everyone. Good morning. We'll just take a seat. We're getting going, guys. We're getting going. Sorry, we're on a very tight schedule here. We need to get going, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we're very happy to have Brendan Casey and David Motamed join us today. And I think their being here is a result of how information flows in communities. Like the MSL reached out to us and sort of said that these guys have a book forthcoming, and it's Language at the Edge, John Forbes, and prose writer and critic. And we're really looking forward to hearing about this upcoming work, what they've got to say in general. So could we please give them a nice reception and say thank you.
Thank you. We're really happy to be here at Fopa, or Fopa, as I heard this morning as well. And it's a delight to go after the MSL. That was amazing. Especially George's Beat Manifesto was awesome. I kind of think it should be, George should scribble that Beat Manifesto on the stall, like on every stall in the Nicholas building. Or maybe leaflets should be printed out and like kind of sprinkled from a small airplane over Fed Square or Collingwood Yards. Yeah, Brendan and I have been studying, this year we've been working on a selected prose of the poet John Forbes. I think a lot of you probably know John Forbes as a poet, but also even if you don't, I think Duncan Hose once told me that Forbes is basically in the water at this point. Forbes has had a huge influence on Australian poetry in the last 50 years. So even if you haven't read his work, you sort of have, because it's been like taken into the system of Australian writing, literature, vernacular, and it's in the poetry. It's important to the poetry.
Yeah, totally. So we're going to be talking about this book. It's tentatively titled "Life's No Joke: The Selected Poems of John Forbes." Sorry, the selected prose of John Forbes. Between 1974 and 1998, Forbes produced about 140 prose works. A little over 100 were published, and then there's a lot of unpublished or draft works as well. So today's talk's going to be broken into 3 parts. We're going to introduce that project, then we're going to give a reading of Language at the Edge, which is a prose work that Forbes produced for the Adelaide Festival, and then hopefully have a bit of a chat, because Life's No Joke is nothing set in stone in terms of this project as of yet, and so we kind of want feedback, to be honest. Anyway, so I guess just to begin, international models for poets' prose, there's lots of examples. There's the huge ones like Eliot, of course, and we've been looking at the New York School poets' collected prose. So Frank O'Hara's Art Chronicles from '75, Ashbery's selected prose from 2004, Berrigan's Get the Money from 2022, and Barbara Guest's Assorted Prose, which was just published this year. I guess we were sort of surprised we're sort of surprised that John Forbes doesn't have a prose yet. It's sort of a foregone conclusion to us that he deserves one. And yeah.
I'll add that's sort of, in a way, that's how this project came out. I feel like, I don't know if I brought it up or Brendan brought it up, but we started talking about Forbes as a poet, and I think I probably asked, because Brendan is more knowledgeable. And we have an expert cultural historian on our hands in Brendan. And I asked, I was like, why don't we have, I think I was back home in the United States and I was reading John Ashbery's selected prose, and I was getting interested in the prose writing of poets, and I was like, who would be the great Australian, poets, modern poets who I love? prose collections that I should read. And then I thought of Forbes, and I was like, did he ever write criticism? Did he ever write essays? And I looked online, and there was, hardly anything available. And then I found one in an old Meanjin copy that I found at a secondhand store. Just this like savage, witty, kind of brilliant review that I brought to a reading group, and then started talking to Brendan about it. And Brendan almost laughed and was like, "Oh, of course, yeah. Forbes was a prolific critic. He wrote a ton, and of course it's incredible writing." Like, and I was like, "Well, why isn't there selected prose?" And he was like, "It's Australia. Like, it's like, it just takes longer to get there."
Totally.
And I was like, "Well, you should do it. You should work on one, or somebody should." So I feel like I kept kind of saying that to people, and then so it came up with Brendan again, maybe a few weeks later, and Brendan was like, "Yeah, somebody should do it." He's like, "If I had a grant, I would do it. Maybe I will in 5-10 years if nobody else does." And then I think that very week, I messaged Brendan and was like, "Hey, if you actually want to start working on this project, I'm happy to be your research assistant." And Brendan was like, "Fuck it, let's." I don't know. Let's give it a go and see what happens. Which feels fun. Also, it feels funny working on this project. It feels like it feels like somebody bigger or some people bigger should be working on the selected prose of John Forbes. But it's been like, he's been dead for like 25 years, so I feel like I don't know.
About time.
If somebody else wanted to, they should have done it.
It's also important that the poet who has selected prose from that period is Les Murray, and he doesn't have just one; he's got a bunch, and we kind of need a counterweight to Murray, and Forbes is of sufficient heft. So, yeah, poet's prose. This is a slightly boring slide about the history of the poet critic. Poet critics, I guess, according to Lawrence Lipking, poets were critics in ancient days. Keats, Horace, and Dante wrote more about poetry than Plato, Aquinas, and Hegel. And it's only in the early modern period that we start to feel anxious about the distinction between poetry and prose, with writers like Tennyson and Browning deciding to abstain from criticism on principle that it was going to devalue their creative powers. Nonetheless, the kind of modern invention of poetry as a sort of autonomous and separate, like highly autonomous art form resulted in such wild experimentation that poets needed to start explaining themselves. And so you've got people like T.S. Eliot, I guess Wordsworth's Lyrical Ballads begins with a preface that's almost as important as the poems. Eliot was, of course, a highly sustained critic, invented, contemporary modes of criticism, really. There is sort of an anxiety. The hyphen in poet critic kind of marks a certain anxiety. Gertrude Stein famously described Ezra Pound as a village explainer, which is excellent if you're a village, but not if you are not. So she's saying, you talk too much. You talk too much, Ezra. I mean, ironically, she spoke a fair bit as well. Like she gives the American lectures, which are excellent, and was a great village explainer. Forbes sort of like that history is worthwhile knowing because Forbes feels this anxiety too. He jokingly calls himself a village explainer. But he never calls himself a poet critic, like a poet hyphen critic. I don't think he liked the hyphen very much. More often, he describes himself as a poet. Sometimes he describes himself in terms of where he was living at the time. So he was a Sydney poet, moved to Melbourne in 1989, I think. We know that titles were, or bios were important to Forbes because he once got very angry with Agenda for calling him, Agenda, which was a Melbourne magazine, for calling him a Melbourne-based poet. He wrote to them, "I'm not a fleet of fighter jets." Yeah, he found that irritating. Yeah, but most often he calls himself a poet. Yeah, John Forbes is a poet, is his most common bio.
And those were the bylines from different newspapers that he published in, because we probably found maybe 30 usually long-form essays by Forbes in poetry journals and literature journals, but we found maybe 60, 70 newspaper articles that were published in the Herald Sun, The Age, and it's really remarkable to see a writer like that writing about like real literature, some juicy shit, like in the Herald Sun, which we find funny. On this slide, I want to talk about how the critic has the critic has a social role, so it might be helpful to map out some of Forbes' social topology. I might do this number. Yeah, mapping out the social topology we think is important, at least to do a bit of, because the role of a critic is such a social role, that this relationship map, I think, kind of may help to situate us. And obviously this is by no means extensive, but we don't want to bore you with too many names. So John Tranter and Les Murray in the top left, or in the, on the top, they were to some extent, I would say, frenemies of significance. Brendan more astutely has called them Forbes' two big others. I'm going to do the Melbourne poet thing of reading from my phone, or speaking from my phone. So Tranter edited The Landmark, as many of us know, better than me as an American. Tranter edited The Landmark, and highly contested New Australian Poetry Anthology in 1979, coining the much maligned phrase, Generation of 68, which managed to piss off the poets he included almost as much as the poets he left out. Tranter shared with Forbes a love of, for example, John Ashbery, urban abstraction. They were both poets in Sydney at the same time. But Tranter also came to represent the institutionalization of modern poetry in Australia, which Forbes sort of despised. Forbes even published a pretty savage review about a Tranter anthology called Meet the New Boss, Same as the Old Boss, ripping on Tranter's institutional bias and implicitly his careerism. Les Murray, top right, Australia's most famous poet internationally, was considered head of the Canberra School, which was one of the factions of poetry during those days. And this was a group of poets who leaned politically conservative and aesthetically traditional, to be short about it. And then I found this marginalia note on the left in the Fryer Library in Forbes papers on the back of a manila envelope. On the front of the manila envelope was a handwritten, scribbled copy of a Forbes CV, which he kind of repetitively would write in notebooks, almost symptomatically. But it says, if you can't read it, Chairman Forbes says, "Thought that is not dialectical is not thought at all. Criticize Comrade Tranter. Struggle against crypto-revisionist Johnston." That's Martin Johnston. "Guard the revolution. Fight unceasingly against the fascist running of the Canberra School and their lick-spitting lackeys. Overthrow the landlord's poetry fronts, Capitalist Magazine edition, Les Murray." So Forbes channeling a bit of Mao and
a bit of George.
Yeah, and a bit hell yeah. That should be on. Maybe. Well, never mind. Don't scribble this on the bathroom stall in this beautiful institution, but maybe a different institution. And then on the bottom row, just a few of Forbes' friends. I'm not trying to paint them too broadly here. I'm not trying to coin a new phrase, God forbid. But largely, Forbes' friends were punk, Marxist, anarchist, still elitist, but more in an art school way. Maybe there was a certain ratbag quality to them. I wanted to make I'll stay on this slide. I wanted to add a slide, but it was too late, which is fine. This will work. I wanted to transition from the social topology into a few of Forbes' critical preoccupations. One thematic preoccupation that comes up quite a bit in Forbes' prose writing is speed and subjectivity, in his poetry as well, which is why in part why the prose project we think is valuable. So Forbes did an unfinished master's thesis when he was young on Frank O'Hara, and from that, which he ended up not finishing, scrapping, but from which he published a 20-page essay on O'Hara's 10-page poem, In Memory of My Feelings. It's an uncharacteristically crazy essay where Forbes charts the poem's subjectivity section by section, which starts stable, then wobbles, breaks loose, fractures, and then multiplies. Forbes seems to consider the explosion of transparent selves the poem's great achievement. Forbes writes, "In Memory of My Feelings was O'Hara's struggle, and the elegiac title suggests both what he was fighting and who won." Speed and subjectivity come up a lot in his writing. Forbes also reviewed Tranter's selected poems, and he titled that review, Accelerating Subject. And that in that review, he finally gives Tranter some praise when the poems, quote, come close to abandoning subject for total surface effect. Then there's a review of Gig Ryan poems that's titled Speed Without Madness, which most likely comes from a Ken Bolton poem. I believe this is the case because Forbes reviews a Ken Bolton book around the same time as the Ryan review. And in that review of Bolton, Forbes quotes from Ken's poem, from Bolton's poem, and it says, allegro non troppo, as the Italians say, speed without madness. That will be my aim and inspiration, seated in this armchair. That's that's classic Ken Bolton as well. But this troubling of subjectivity and this desire to push past like a stable sense of subjectivity is such a huge preoccupation of Forbes and lots of his writing. Another review of Dorothy Porter's book, Driving Too Fast. Forbes criticizes an overly stable subjectivity, both between poet and speaker, between signified and signifier, and he ends the review with, if Porter were less concerned with the image of the author in her poems, she would probably write more poems as good as Oates' Diary. Her work is constantly evoking extremes of feeling and experience, but unless we take the intention for the achievement, driving too fast never goes far enough. I misremembered it earlier as driving too fast never goes fast enough, because I feel that Forbes he was searching for a subjectivity that blurs, he wants to hit that terminal velocity. Language at the Edge is the name of our talk, and the talk he gave at the Adelaide Festival. And there is a sense of pushing limits and breaking past them in Forbes' writing. I'll move on to the next slide, and we'll talk about a few other preoccupations that come up often in Forbes' writing. One of those is work and professionalism. This first quote is from an unpublished essay by Forbes titled, So You Want to Be a Poet? It says, how you make a living, briefly you don't, at least not from poetry or not for a long time. Poetry is not a very negotiable skill. Apart from a brief period beginning in the 19th century and ending just before you were born, the Golden Age myth, it never was. The best thing to do is have another skill or profession. 3 of the century's best poets were, respectively, an insurance agent, a gynecologist, and a publisher. But they were the lucky exceptions. Poetry can unfit you for anything else without you being a rebel or a misfit. So how to earn a living? Work is a hugely important theme in Forbes' prose because he largely saw reviewing as a job, not a vacation like poetry.
Yeah, he worked as a furniture removalist. He famously also worked quality control on the tiles that were added to the Sydney Opera House. Reviewing was one way that he made money. He also taught creative writing. He desperately wanted a university position at different points and was rejected. And I think that sense of rejection from the academy does sort of mark his prose in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's hard not to read some sense of jealousy in his criticism of the professionalized poet, because he viewed that as just a cushier, more kind of stable path. This quote later goes on, "Your next avenue of employment is the literary world. This is a fairly sickening environment for anyone interested in writing. But after you turn 30, you should be tough enough to stand it." On professionalism, from a different essay. This top essay is actually unpublished. This bottom one was on professionalism. Professionalism in Australian poetry is a question of roles. The two roles available that pay are poet as crazy and poet as professor/professional. There are some crossovers and some combinations, and some who play the two roles off against each other. On poet as, we think those two archetypes that Forbes holds up here are quite important because they come up again and again through Forbes' prose writing and in his criticism. On poet as professionalism, we have Tranter here, bottom left, but not limited to Tranter. He later goes on and says, "In existing this way, the writer runs the risk of becoming completely a function of the social rituals that enclose the way that he or she earns their living. I say run the risk, but many Australian writers are oblivious to this or actively want to become ideological totem poles, a prospect that seduces us all, not just Les Murray." You could feel Tranter, Murray, the big other that he's kind of constantly speaking to. On the bottom right, that's Michael Dransfield, who is not the only but one example of Forbes' conception of poet as crazy, which Forbes critiques across many essays. Through the romantic ideal of the poet, or the idea of the poet as brand, this is the poet as brand identity as brand that attracts funding, or the voice, the uniquely privileged and singular poetic voice, which for Forbes is a hackneyed, trite, and frankly boring in its failure to challenge its own cliches. This leads us to the next slide, where Forbes, he's a classic deconstructionist, I think, in some ways, in his review style. We could think of him as a myth buster. In a posthumous review of Dransfield's Collected, which I showed on the previous slide, Forbes criticizes the UQP editor's mythification of Dransfield, occurring even in the photo to cover transformation. Forbes writes, "Dransfield's death allowed his insistently mythopoetic literary executor to package him as the Keats of smack and hippiedom. He became his admirers at the cost of his poetic reputation."
So yeah, myth is an important category for Forbes. I guess because he came up when cultural studies was really taking off in Australia, and he was like sat in tutorials next to Megan Morris. The kind of Bart's idea of myth is very important to him, and sometimes like the worst thing about myth for Forbes is that it prevents politics from being able to happen. So he writes, Les Murray talks about Australians living in one quarter of Australia and keeping the rest for poetry, which is an example of how people like to see things. Actually, what the 3/4 is kept empty for is mineral exploitation. So, myths get in the way of seeing the world, myths get in the way of seeing poets. He doesn't like myth.
I like in the bottom quote, I'll skip the first part, but one formulation of Australia culturally that Forbes comes up with is this idea of the heart on the sleeve and head in the sand. That he's constantly calling out these romantic ideals. I think we can move on. Life's no joke. Okay, this slide is actually important. Well, no, I'm joking. This slide's important to us, so therefore it is important. We believe that the joke is seriously important to Forbes' prose writing. Ivor Indyk, in the essay "The Awkward Grace of John Forbes," develops the claim that metaphors function as philosophical argument in Forbes' poetry. And similarly, we think that the jokes are doing heavy lifting, almost like a removalist for the Murray estate.
He always writes at the end of his reviews, like, please don't remove the jokes. They're very important to him. He's always worried that editors are going to clip them.
Here's a few of the good ones, just a sampling, a smattering. Top one, ideally literary academics will see themselves as akin to sex therapists, helping us enjoy what should come naturally and often, but often doesn't.
Which is sort of him telling on himself.
The Pollock line is from a review of a Jackson Pollock biography. He writes, Jackson Pollock was a bit like Voltaire's God. If he hadn't existed, he would have had to have been invented. Which again is so classic, Forbesian. The Pollock-Voltaire line is it's a classic epigram. It's funny, elusive, sharp. It abstracts Jackson Pollock, the real person, artist, into a cultural myth that was simply required by postmodernism to occur. Two Cheers for Michael Dransfield is the title of his review of Dransfield's collected poems, which is such a savage move to make that the title.
Not three.
But it is one of his great essays. In fact, it's one of the few reviews that he later writes that he was truly proud of. Because again, as we've started to try to show you, reviewing was a job, poetry was a vocation. So this was him trying to earn money. It was important to him. It meant something, but he didn't work at it the same. He didn't give it the same attention that he gave, sustained attention that he gave his poetry. This line from the Dransfield review, though, says, "The poem is scattered over the page, achieving the sort of hippie pointillism the glaze in his other work smears over."
The phrase, I was writing a review recently, and the phrase hippie pointillism entirely derailed me because I spent the entire time trying to think of something as funny as hippie pointillism.
It's so good. It's so good. We could talk more about why it works, but intuitively, you know it's true. You know it's perfect. The Burroughs line is kind of awesome. This is a review of this is kind of a retrospective review of Burroughs after Burroughs passed. And this is about Naked Lunch. The Naked Lunch is the postmodern novel par excellence. It is a novel and a memoir and a dream. It is the rhyme of the ancient mariner, ad-libbed by Kurt Cobain, imitating Sid Vicious, dressed as Debbie Harry, and sending up Jim Morrison, pretending to be James Dean. It's so good. The Burroughs line is so Forbesian with this 6-car pileup of cultural references, rock, pop, and literary, all colliding too quickly to really register into a coherent image. But you get the sense it's perfect, even without like fully unpacking it. Although that's also a fun option.
So people often talk about Forbes as being this master of the metaphor or the simile. Like he's able to associate things like hippie and pointillism, bring ideas into contact in this sort of astounding way that makes everything seem fresh and amazing. I guess in his prose, he also has this bizarre technique of denying connections. So for instance, in this review of The Lives of Saints, which was a short story collection, he writes, while Ed Berridge's stories are spoilt by their moralistic assumptions about character, it never occurs to their author that Sydney is too insignificant to be a suitable setting for hell, which is, you know, breaking a metaphor that existed since at least Frank the Poet wrote a Convict's Tour of Hell in 1810, you know, but just in refusing it, in yucking the author's yum. Forbes is being very funny. He does a similar thing in a review of Bruce Dorr. He gives a reading of Bruce Dorr's famous poem, The Cornflake, which is sort of a poem where a cornflake is personified. And, you know, he writes, why describe a cornflake as insincere? So he's happy for a cornflake to cry and to feel upset, but the idea of an insincere cornflake is too much for him. And yeah, so to me, that's very funny. So I guess we've spent a bit of time in Forbes archives, and you get a sense of how he worked as a prose writer. So he worked incredibly fast. In the archives, you'll often find multiple drafts, like 5 or 10 drafts of a poem, but you'll rarely find more than one draft of a review. I think he was naturally more talented as a writer of reviews than of poetry, to be honest. And because poetry was more challenging for him, he found it more interesting. He's just such a naturally good reviewer or critic that sometimes he seems to think it's less important because of that. This is on the left-hand side, this is a correction that a newspaper had to give because Forbes gave the wrong name of an author of a book that he was reviewing. And it just gives a sense of the speed at which he worked. He famously, there's a story about a book on the French Revolution that had defeated, I think, 2 other critics, and then was given to Forbes, and he wrote it like over the weekend. It was a 600-page book, and he was just able to review it immediately. As Duncan Hose points out, the marginalia in Forbes's archive kind of falls into 2 categories. The first is drawings of military equipment. He liked to draw planes and tanks. The other is little equations trying to figure out either money that he owes to people or how he's going to pay his rent. He did occasionally get challenged by reviews. So this last drawing, which is a picture that Gig drew for him, appeared in a review that he was trying to write of John Tranter, and it was a bit of a mess. You know, as we've said, John Tranter was a sort of big figure for Forbes, and so maybe he was finding writing the review difficult because John Tranter represented so much. So Gig drew him a little life raft so that he could. Yeah, she thought he needed a life raft.
I think we're getting ready to read you we're getting ready to read you Forbes' talk that he delivered at the Adelaide Writers' Festival in, was it 1978?
No, a little bit later.
Anyways, regarding process and thinking about Forbes as a critic, at some point we're going to open it up to some Q&A, and I kind of want to start prompting those ideas by saying there's a fun conversation we could have about criticism then versus now, comparing Forbes then to critics today. I tend to think criticism today seems more like an event. It's almost a miracle when it happens, or happens well. At best, it's a polished essay. At worst, it's a normal review. Kind of boring, an extension maybe, or replacement of the publisher's marketing department. For Forbes, reviewing was a job, as we've stated, but it was also banter, off the cuff, unpolished. And although Forbes was a deconstructionist, he was also a bit of a formalist, a structuralist in many ways, performing close reading and taking a highly evaluative, judgmental stance that's somewhat unfashionable today. I wonder if judgment and valuation are still missing. I wonder if that's something we want more of today. It's certainly been destabilized. Forbes criticism also typifies the knife fight in the phone booth mentality, a term that he both coined and seemed to embody. I'm wondering if this is something we need more of today, or is criticism better without it? Is a brutal review even crueler now in an increasingly unfunded and unfriendly literary environment? Or is it simply more exciting, more honest? I'm also thinking of the end of Forbes' poem, Lessons for a Young Poet, where he says, but just remember, if you take care of the art, your sister, life, takes care of the human part. We do want to take some Q&A, but I think maybe we should just we should read it and then wrap it up and then take.
Yeah, we've got copies for people if you want to read along. The copy that we've got is as it was presented in the archive. I'll be reading our very slightly edited version, so there might be like tiny differences. this this essay falls into a category that we've discovered, which is sort of prefaces that Forbes writes for poems. So this was intended as a preface for his famous poem On the Beach. So we'll read that too. Great. All right.
You could start thinking, though. You can start thinking of your questions for us
think
after.
of something good.
Or comments. We'll take compliments, questions, comments,
insults,
heckling. We forgot to encourage heckling. It's not too late.
Great. We are pretty short on time. So
All right. Let's.
I might just start reading, and you guys can. Yeah. Great. So, Language at the Edge. It was read at the Adelaide Festival, and obviously the title of the panel must have been Language at the Edge, because he begins by responding to that. Language at the Edge gives us a number of edges to imagine language at. These can be, and there can be an edge to everything. Language, on the other hand, can only be considered under the various dualisms or comedy duos that allow metaphysicians to continue entertaining us and providing employment for those kids who are too sensible to become writers, but too easily bored to be lawyers. These opposing terms include words and meaning, speech and writing, Abbott and Costello doing their Niagara Falls routine, and of course Lang and Parole. No thanks. I'm going to stick to a simple use of terms and the way they occur in talking about Australian poetry in Australia. Language is part of the noise we make, and it's the type of noise we make poetry out of. And in Australia, most language occurs on the edge of the continent. Australia is the second most urbanised country in the world, and all this urbanisation, apart from Canberra, is along the edge near the sea. This happens because people are more sensible than their ideology. In The Future Eaters, Tim Flannery quotes Charles Darwin on how settler Australia should have developed. Darwin wrote, quote, "The rapid prosperity and future prospects of the colony are to me, not understanding these subjects, very puzzling. The two main exports are wool and whale oil, and to both of these productions there is a limit. Pasture everywhere is so thin that settlers have already pushed far into the interior. Moreover, the country further inland becomes extremely poor. Agriculture, on account of the droughts, can never succeed on an extended scale. Therefore, as far as I can see, Australia must ultimately depend upon being the centre of commerce for the Southern Hemisphere and perhaps on her future manufactories. Possessing coal, she always has a moving power at hand. From the habitable country extending along the coast and from her English extraction, she is sure to be a maritime nation. I formerly imagined that Australia would rise up to be as grand and powerful as North America, but now it appears to me that such future grandeur is rather problematical." So, Australia should have been a sort of elongated surfing version of Venice, and even though we can't get the economy right and still depend on ripping the place up to pay our way, people live in this way in cities and conurbations and cling to the coast. At least 90% of us do. But our mythology says our spiritual homeland is the bush. Despite this contradiction, the mythology is enduring because mythology represents economic reality, perhaps. I don't know. I do know that if you write about the bush, you're loved. If you write about if you write about the bush, you're loved. If you just write well, you are respected, admired, etc., etc. A good example is the fate of John Kinsella's new book, The Silo, a pastoral symphony, compared to his last book, Eschatologies. Both books are of equal and impressive talent. I wrote the reader's report for both books and was the editor of The Silo. Eschatologies contained, among other things, some of the best poems ever written in this country about contemporary works of art. The Silo contains very accomplished poems about farms. Guess which one will win the award? And there is no prize for getting this right. The Silo has just won the Festival Award. So, when will the noisy edge get over its romance with the silent centre? I don't know, but in popular art forms, it's already happening. Neighbours gives us a better idea of about what Australia really is like and what's good about it than anything in Les Murray. And there is and has been poetry that celebrates the urban edge. The trouble is it has been ignored or marginalized or mistaken for the other main type of poetry about this, that has reacted to life on our continent's noisy edge. This is the poetry that sees Australia as the edge of civilization, with a metropolitan centre somewhere overseas. In this way of looking at Australia, the poem resembles the cigarette in that old Peter Stuyvesant commercial that showed sophisticated people in London, Paris, New York, Monaco, etc. The fag in question was the passport to international smoking pleasure. This approach is praiseworthy in its concern for quality in poetry, but like the inland model, it is full of prohibitions. The local, the particular, the jar of accents, etc., can only appear ironized. The air of this poetry is to suggest it would have appeared just as easily in whatever metropolis the writer takes to be as the desired centre. Without naming names, we can name the names. 2 examples spring to mind. A few years ago, an established poet, Peter Porter, used all his influence and leverage to have his selected poems published by the real Oxford University Press, that is, in England. This same writer once showed me around Oxford with the delight that suggests he was visiting his spiritual home. Another successful poet, John Tranter, once told me how terrific it was to be in New York, mixing with New York poets with a poem in the Paris Review, some seeing him as an ally, others suspiciously viewing him as a potential rival. He had arrived. Well, the Americans are a very polite people, though. Some of them later asked another Australian poet, "What does he want? Why does he come here all the time?" It would be hard to explain, and I don't think I find these stories amusing. Both people concerned are good writers, and these events are humiliations for the rest of us. At least this sort of colonial cringing is straightforward. The concept of the vernacular republic sounds ruggedly independent, but really it is just another brand of regionalism, because the vernacular republic depends on a kingdom of proper usage that is somewhere else. Our noisy edge has its own high tone, and it has a poetry that in some sense reflects the urbanization that is unique to the Australian literal. Now, as you may have suspected, I am about to tell you just who writes that poetry. Me. If Charles Darwin's prediction about Australia had been fully realised, and we were the sort of entrepot trading culture with surfing thrown in, then the aesthetic sensibility I brought to poetry, roughly the Beach Boys or Jan and Dean mixed with Tiepolo, would have been perfectly ordinary. I don't know why I emerged as original as I did, but when I started writing, I was happy for my poems to be inauthentic bricolage. It never occurred to me that the work that influenced me should make me more or less Australian, or that to succeed as a poet, I needed to change my tone or write about anything in particular, much less be somehow recognised overseas. The naive attitude meant my work was misunderstood. Because I went around telling people how great Berrigan and Ashbery and O'Hara were, I was read as an imitator of them, a feat that requires an amazing misreading of these poets. For instance, see Jamie Grant's entry on me in the Oxford Book of 20th Century English Verse. I remember a review, I think in Scripsy, of my second book, Stalin's Holidays, that praised the poetry as poetry but was titled Ocker Fop. The reviewer obviously thought that in trying to write an urbane, intelligent lyrics in my own voice, I was making a sort of category mistake. But other poets suffer the same fate. Gig Ryan is even more weirdly misread than I am, and poets like Chris Byrne, the real Mark O'Connor, and Dennis Gallagher are equally marginalised. This applies to seemingly more successful poets like J.S. Harry or Robert Adamson. To be a suburban Australian naturalist and to be taken seriously, he is forced into a sort of mystic role. There are plenty of other examples, but I won't go on. My main point is that this occurs because we don't see ourselves for what we are, the language-using edge of the continent we have done violence to by conquering. Let's admit it, we're happy on the beach. Let's give the interior back to the people who really own it and get serious about manufacturing and trading. Happy that our language is on the edge, looking out to the sea for what might turn up, and writing the poetry of a uniquely urbane chattering Ockadam, not celebrating a silent centre from inside an air-conditioned four-wheel drive. I want to finish by reading a poem entitled On the Beach that tries to come to terms with the edge we call Australia. It was written for and against that big exercise in misinterpretation, the bicentennial. See if you recognize your language and the place between the waves and the foothills we obviously like to live on.
On the beach. 1, your vacation calls and you answer it. Although there are these episodes in the shape of lips or a block cut from the ocean, with gradually deeper shades of blue, as you trace down the seabed like a shadow spreading across a billabong with a quiet motor on a pump in the background. Milled day-glow ephemera sell you this image of Australia, and where it appears, flogged in true blue, your vacation looks more like a blurred tattoo, or something you did for a bet and now regret, like a man walking the length of the bar on his hands, balancing a drink on his shoe. 2, astonished trade union delegates watch a man behead a chicken in Martin Place. Isn't there a poem about this and the shimmering ideal of just walking down the street? Not being religious, we bet on how many full circles the headless chook will complete. And won't this do for a formal model of Australia? Not too far-fetched, not too cute. 3, fatal as the blue-ringed octopus, but far less idle, the Royal Navy arrived, ecstatic for routine. I mean, didn't you know that a Commodore has a broad pennant and gets a 13-gun salute? All you did was throw sticks and gibber, but I guess you've worked that one out now that you've got a flag of your own. So here's some tips for the future, i.e. the past considered as farce. Be absolute and suave, and know what they gave you when they took your land is just a foretaste of what you'll get now your religious imagery looks subtle on a fabric. Next week, I'll do the convicts and how George III was so much the king across the water, you had to piss yourself, stand up and drinking to be a secret Jacobite. 4, speckled drongos coo in the margins, parodying your abruptly tailored speech, and their singular point is this: the past is like an overseas no one's gone to. Although we did get a deluge of holiday snaps, each one scrawled on to tell us what it is. My 2 favorites are that blinded digger being let off somewhere by his mates, and my grandmother, with her mother, posed in front of the forward gun turret of HMAS Australia. It could be a cardboard cutout compared to them. But now you are listening to the Speckled Drongo, its myth of content, brought to you by Australian Armed Forces Radio, broadcasting from RAF Butterworth. Message reads as follows, message ends. 5, later, and like any poet avoiding myth and message, to fake a flashy ode, consider what model of Australia as a nation could match the ocean, or get your desk to resemble a beach. It would have to function like Tom Roberts' opening of the Houses of Parliament, our nation being a sort of awkward academic machine. Can't you see the feathers in my hat and my gold striped pantaloons as I jot this down in the open-cut Sistina form, developing like a backyard vegetable bed, bordered by upturned bottles, nostalgia for a national style? Oh, my hat, said the ADC. If I hold this pose much longer, I'll collapse. And 6, is this why you want to be primitive but still an explorer, blowing on a conch shell in the early dawn before the bodies scream under the keel and the paddles flash out to begin their fragile navigation towards New Zealand? Instead, a bay surrounds you like a gentle abrasive with something in it that slowly sculpts your face. You notice each feature as it emerges, empty as you imagine, but expectant, with a blank cut-up sense of what your vacation is going to be, glimpsed in the light coming through the half-open shutters in the lounge bar of the Coogee Bay Hotel, where you first dreamt up this model of the ocean and watched it slide, slowly at first, down the beach and into the surf.
So we're pretty into these prefaces that he writes because they also direct a connection between the prose and the poetry that we find really, like, we would like a collection of Forbes's prose to lead to, better readings of his poetry and more engagement with his poetry. So we sort of like these prefaces. We've got 10 minutes for questions.
Questions, comments, concerns, compliments? Compliment from the front row. Go on. Oh, thanks, Duncan. Appreciate that. Means a lot.
It's good to hear it in an American accent, isn't it?
Sam, were you raising your hand back there?
Look, I think that the reason that Forbes skeptical of the term critic, or that he's a bit skeptical, is because there's a famous Pound line about like not writing in mediocre verse what's already been expressed in prose. And I think that Forbes sort of reverses that, and he's like, don't write in mediocre prose about what's already been expressed in verse. And I think that he found, he gets frustrated with Philip Mead at one point for on a reading of Ashbery, and he's like, Mead's brought in Derrida, and Mead's, doing the whole academic thing of like showing that John Ashbery is doing all of this philosophical work, and he's like, look, it's clear that the poem already does that. Why are you explaining this? This is dull. And I think, I guess he is just he's a poet, the non-slash for him is just to write poetry. I don't know if that's, I think that I think that Forbes might say that, if you want self-help, go read a self-help book. This isn't, criticism's job isn't to provide a model for life, I don't think, for Forbes.
I have nothing to add. Any other questions? George?
It's an unfinished review. He started a review of Wayne's World, and he sort of likes the film. So we know we know that he sort of likes the film.
Yep. Comment from Melinda in the front row.
Just because I'm privy to that document. He more so likes the strange sounding but amazing American TV show that I've never ever heard of from the late 60s that he thinks Wayne's World is this really old.
Totally. He thinks that Wayne's World's a knockoff of a TV show that we've all forgotten, that was important to him.
We've time for a few more questions.
So the bicentennial, so On the Beach was written for the bicentennial, and it was, you know, I think he earned the equivalent of $13,000 for that poem. I think there was a lot of money, slapping about during the bicentennial, and good that Forbes got some of it. Yeah.
I wonder what Forbes. I keep thinking about what Forbes would say about the contemporary situation of criticism, because reviewing was a job. He even hardly used the word criticism itself, and critiquing. So what kind of critic would he have been today when it wasn't his job? And like Sam's alluding to, when the poet would have needed another occupation. You have your occupation. He would have had his poetry on the side that gives him that's the sustenance of life. And then criticism, where would that fall? Would that just, part of me thinks that would have kind of dissolved into pints of beer at the pub and just take place there during those, whoever was lucky enough to be at the beer table.
I think it's Laurie Duggan who says that, like, when you read Forbes's criticism, it's like having a conversation with him. So it is the closest you can get to a beer with John Forbes.
I think that's right. And I wonder what that means about, I wonder what that means, if anything, about criticism today, what it can be, what it should be. I wonder if I tend to think that maybe there's a more joyful, as it's an unpaid, largely an unpaid activity, then maybe there should be an off-the-cuff. I mean, maybe that's just Substack. I don't know.
We heard from one older poet who I won't name that she thinks that a lot of poets were really happy after Forbes passed because they wouldn't have to get his review. They could confidently publish their books now without getting a Forbes review. Because he was pretty mean, and even to friends he could be quite tough. That's a great question. Poet critic Lucy Van asks, did Forbes affect sales? And yeah, it's a great question. I have no idea. I wonder. Sometimes, he writes kind of coterie reviews for friends, and so he seems to, I think he wanted to get the word out about poets, and he is he's a village explainer, but at least he's a good, he does provide good explanations of how poetry works. He makes things easier to understand, I think.
I think the Australian phone booth is a tight place. So there's room for knife fights, but then I think there's always going to be some coterie, some hugs, friends championing friends. And he did. He lifted up Ken Bolton when Ken Bolton wasn't popular or liked.
Well, he also probably got Ken Bolton's book cancelled, but that's a different story.
Yeah, as well. And yeah, there's an interesting kind of anecdote. Forbes had a selected coming out with Angus and Robertson in maybe 1990, 1992. Well, Forbes did as well.
Oh, yep.
They were meant to come out together. But then Angus and Robertson wanted Ken Bolton's book, but Les Murray was a reader and on the board and ended up saying that that's not poetry. If you go ahead with publishing Ken Bolton's selected poems, I'm going to pull my books out of A&Rs. I'm going to pull the rights to my books and quit as a reader. And John Forbes thought that was bullshit.
Apparently Forbes they were both on the Australia Council, and Forbes had been calling Murray Pol Pot in correspondence
calling him what again?
Pol Pot in correspondence with other Australia Council members. So yeah, Les Murray was upset. Anyway, we've got to wrap up.
There was knife fights, there was hugs, there was love. We love John Forbes. Thanks for listening. Thank you, Fopa.
Thank you very much, guys. And in the spirit of Christmas, we have a little gift shop area over there. So can you please get into the Christmas spirit by going in there. Thank you. All right, guys. Oh, sorry, David. I'll just briefly introduce you. And we're just confirming, but I think we'll have a 45-minute break after this session before the William Blake, but we'll just confirm that after the session. So David Ferrara, he's a psychoanalyst and is currently writing on the theme of enjoyment. And I don't know if anyone knows Eva Birch, but she'll be speaking on writing and psychoanalysis. So can we make them welcome? Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. And what I'm going to present today is in truncated form a paper that I hope to be published by Irina some point next year on the theme of enjoyment at this point in time in capitalism, and coming at it from a psychoanalytic perspective. So I would argue that, like many disciplines, psychoanalysis has theorists and practitioners who we could try to situate politically as perhaps progressive or alternatively as reactionary. But I think also that this is not the only axis by which one could look at things. And I think perhaps more subtly there is another kind of axis that we could consider within psychoanalysis, where at one end we might have those analysts who have what I would call a tragic view of humankind, seeing individual wishes as being inevitably in tension with a greater social good. And on the other hand, I think that we have other psychoanalysts who propose that either via clinical practice or political transformation, or perhaps both, there might be some kind of harmonization possible between individual and society. Now, in the former tragic camp, I think we could place Sigmund Freud, the founder of analysis. I think we could put Jacques Lacan there. And in the more optimistic camp, for instance, I think we could consider somebody like Erich Fromm as an exemplar. He's somebody who talked about a sane society. But to get into this a little bit more, I think the tragic view emerged from a detailed study of human socialization processes. So if we try to simplify things, if we think about a kid who may be, say, about the age of a toddler, 1 or 2 years old, what might be typical of this kid? Well, he or she might be able to walk, to exchange rudimentary elements of language with others. They might have a routine of sorts for eating and sleeping. This is highly likely to be in flux. To speak of emotional or any other form of regulation would probably be going a touch too far. Our toddlers are unlikely to be toilet trained just yet, and they might even be averse to the expectation that they should be. A child of this age may not necessarily see any good reason why they ought to be separated from their mother. Things like public nudity at this point might not carry any shame whatsoever, and even things like public masturbation by a child of this age may not be uncommon. Neuroses, conflicts, and complexes may not yet have taken hold, but the structural conditions for their emergence are very likely to already be in place. In short, however, we're dealing with a little person who's probably at the peak of human insouciance, even though now the formidable effects of interactions with relatives and language and with the child's own body will be starting to develop. Now, if we were to take this same child just a few years later, let's say at the commencement of primary school, more or less, there are likely to have been thousands and thousands of changes that have happened in the intervening period. They will probably have interiorized an incalculable number of rules and regulations so comprehensively that these are no longer even felt as rules and regulations. They just appear as natural. The most intimate activities of life and of the body will have become routinized and will have been drawn into a regime of self-governance that makes clear demarcations between what is public and what is private. This kind of self-regulation and self-governance comes at a cost, however, as the body and its drives don't permit any kind of easy mastery. So very often at this age, around about 6 years old approximately, we might find children who, even if they have never come to the attention of mental health professionals, have never seen a doctor for any specific problem of this sort, they're extremely likely to have developed a whole bundle of phobias and anxieties, obsessions, and bodily conversions, each of which arguably marks the different kinds of renunciations required to enter into society. The child will have developed what Freud called an infantile neurosis. Now, by the time of adolescence, this young person may be much more liable to acute crisis because there is the violence of puberty and adult sexuality now being imposed onto a child's body with its pre-existing neuroses and conflicts. Insofar as there is a capacity for this child to participate in communal life, whether we think of that as involving family or work or school, it probably now rests upon a whole set of compartmentalizations, especially with respect to sexuality and aggression. Old prohibitions may now give rise to forbidden desires, and in psychoanalysis I think it's a truism to say that prohibition and desire are essentially two sides of the one coin. To the extent that desires can be satisfied, this satisfaction now takes on a very partial, limited, and often substitutive character. Now, the infamous Oedipal drama of psychoanalysis, I think, can be boiled down to an elaboration of this dialectic of prohibition and desire, satisfaction and lack, rivalry and identification. And I think it's less about some phenomenological moment, say, and more about a structural constellation in which taboo doesn't merely have the negative function of repressing or eliminating possibilities, but it also positively restructures them and positively restructures desire itself. And what happens, I would argue, is that human sexuality in particular comes to be a point of torsion that is never the straightforward expression of an instinct. In contrast to, say, what might happen in the animal kingdom, where there are instincts. You know, you've seen the little jumping spiders, the male jumping spider does a dance, and the dance is largely pre-programmed. And, you know, the female spider can assess how good the dance is or whatever. That's the expression of an instinct, but human sexuality is fundamentally deranged, so it doesn't work quite that way. And because of this point of torsion, it tends not to ever be devoid of guilt or shame, no matter how sex-positive one wants to try to be. And it tends to be precisely the less innocent where satisfaction is at its highest. And desire is now obliged to pass through the defiles of fantasy to find fulfillment. And we start to see this play out in the kinds of compartmentalizations that people might make with their choices for relationships in life. Now, we can question within analysis what the position of the analyst is in all of this, and I won't go into this too much. We can take it up in the discussion if people are interested. But it's a question, and this is one that's had various answers throughout history, whether the analyst is somebody who should perhaps be on the side of reinforcing a prohibition, or in contrast should be permissive and trying to overcome the prohibition, or to take some kind of third option. I put this question out there because I'm well aware that there are many critiques of psychoanalysis from all kinds of political perspectives, and I think that issue of prohibition and what to do about it is often at the heart of those critiques, whether people see psychoanalysis as something that might not necessarily be reactionary, whether it could even have radical potential, or whether it is yet one more process of biopolitics, to use the Foucauldian term. Now, if we take up this theme of satisfaction, the French psychoanalyst Lacan took Freud as his starting point, but pushed some of his ideas further. So, for instance, one that has probably passed into popular culture by now is called the pleasure principle. And it's kind of a simple principle, really. Pleasure is something that arises in connection with homeostasis and the efficient relief from tension. So to give a really simple example, if I'm thirsty on a warm day, I might, the feeling of thirst is an index of homeostatic imbalance, we might say. It produces a subjective feeling of tension. I have a glass of water, I quench my thirst. This could be registered as pleasure, in this model at least. This kind of pleasure can be obtained indirectly sometimes. It can be obtained by symbolic or metaphorical means. It can be obtained by proxy, perhaps even by dreams and hallucinations. Ultimately, of course, you can't just keep hallucinating a glass of water. You have to actually get up and have a glass of water at some stage. But in any case, contrary to what people sometimes presume of Freud, pleasure-seeking is not particularly the motive force of human activity, not in any straightforward sense. Based on observation of numerous phenomena, but particularly based on observations from the adverse effects of World War I, Freud had the idea that what was often repeated and what was often pursued was something that was quite far from pleasure. what he observed, particularly in returning soldiers, but not only in them, is that far from just pursuing pleasurable experience, people might repeat experiences which were so impactful as to have not undergone any symbolization. And I think these kinds of experiences are what we could call traumatic in the psychoanalytic sense of the term. And I mean not traumatic as in simply that is bad. There might be bad things that are indeed bad, but we can narrate them and talk about them, but bad things that are outside of this kind of representation. And what Freud observed is that for some of these returning soldiers, instead of mentally trying to transport themselves to some more tranquil place of subjectivity, they would instead, in their hallucinations and dreams, keep on returning to the point of destruction, the point of trauma. And this compulsion to repeat something destructive was what led Freud to the idea of the death drive. And this is an idea that is so incongruent to this day. Incongruent, I mean, with the humanistic or mechanistic parts of psychology and psychiatry, that it's very largely excluded from the canon. So if we keep this distinction in mind between a pleasure principle on the one hand and a compulsively repeated traumatic form of satisfaction, not pleasure, but satisfaction all the same, I think we can start to get a sense of one of the innovations brought into psychoanalysis by Lacan. And so to take this and go back to the example of the state of first, what if instead of trying to slake my thirst with a glass of water, in a very efficient way to get rid of tension, I say, well, instead of water, maybe we could have half a bottle of vodka, maybe some dexamphetamines too, for good measure. What's at stake here is something a bit on the side of excess. It's enjoyment that isn't reducible to pleasure. Lacan gave it the term jouissance, which is a French term, and it's usually left untranslated and kept in French, but for simplicity's sake, I think we could just call it enjoyment here today. Now, for the most part, jouissance or enjoyment is not felt as anything remotely pleasurable. It sometimes is, with caveats, but it mostly isn't. And maybe something like unpleasure would also be a relevant term here to think of. Something that stimulates, but it isn't reducible to this model of homeostasis, let's say. Now, I think this concept is important in our times for a couple of reasons. First, in psychoanalysis, and this is in contrast to something like the DSM system in psychiatry, the definition of a symptom isn't something that we figure out by way of norms or aberrations from norms or something like that, but by what it is that produces this kind of enjoyment. That's what a symptom is, or at least this is one definition of what a symptom is. If our symptoms are unexamined, the enjoyment that they produce might appear to be merely contingent in character rather than being structural. And this is probably what is the case for most people unless they do examine things in a bit more detail. Second, I think one thing that is worth noting is that whilst he was not particularly politically radical, the analyst Lacan explicitly linked this idea of enjoyment to Marx's notion of surplus value. Now, both of these concepts, enjoyment and surplus value, are essentially invisible within their respective fields. So psychology and political economy, I mean. A balance sheet can refer to profit and revenue and workers' wages and outputs and all kinds of things, but it doesn't refer to surplus value. Just as psychology, even in our times and pretty much always, can refer to things like pleasure and pain, but not to something like this type of enjoyment, this type of unpleasure. It nevertheless has an extensive history in literature, which prefigures it by centuries, I would argue. And obvious examples that occur to me are people like Baudelaire or Poe or Dostoevsky, but I'm sure there would be no shortage of other examples. Now, when Lacan was introducing this idea of enjoyment, he linked it to the Oedipal constellation that I gave a very brief sketch of earlier. And he linked it to this sense that socialization necessarily entails a loss of satisfaction. This loss can come to constitute a kind of structural lack, which sometimes might be a thing that we could positivize in terms of a desire. One of the more controversial points for some is that desire is coextensive with lack in this view of things. If you get the thing you desire, you probably get some form of enjoyment or satisfaction, but that isn't the starting point, of course. And this style of enjoyment which is excessive, which has a kinship with trauma, and which often lays on the other side of a transgression or prohibition, is something that I think fits well with the kind of tragic outlook of psychoanalysis, in which you have an individual subject pitted against a social order. And the heroine for this model of enjoyment, I think, is the figure of Antigone in Sophocles, whose stubborn insistence on giving her deceased brother a fitting burial in defiance of King Creon serves as the basis of the tragedy. To give a little bit more of a quotidian example, in Australia and elsewhere, we can probably find a fairly massively growing prevalence of individuals identifying as neurodivergent in some sense. I think in the past decade, the number of people who are adults with ADHD diagnoses in Australia has increased maybe 450%, so quite a bit. There's lots of implications of this and lots of things that I wouldn't explore that would be interesting to discuss further, but I think at least some of what this diagnosis is naming is a particular difficulty in dealing with one's own private subjectivity and private enjoyments and how they relate to the social sphere, to social bonds and imperatives. So this concept of masking, which shows up in autism and these days in what is called high-functioning autism and things like that, is, I think, not so much a symptom specific to autism, but arguably just the price you have to pay to be with other people. And I say this without any kind of moralizing implications, and I'm not trying to be pejorative about somebody who identifies strongly with these kinds of labels. But I think it is reasonably clear that if my position in life is that to go into a workplace or a school situation and I need to have my noise-cancelling headphones to get by, that may be well and good, but there is a kind of elementary attitude of refusal in that, as saying no to something in the social order. Pushed a little bit further, one could wind up in the kind of romanticism in which it is the clinically insane person who is the one who's the most free, since it's he or she who doesn't have to make any concessions at all to the social order. But what I think, however, is that this tragic model in psychoanalysis has its limitations, and for some of this, or because of these limitations, Lacan changed his approach during the 60s, particularly the late 1960s. And whilst this antithesis between an individual whose desires are at odds with social laws remains something that is important to this day, I don't think it is anywhere near the full story. And so one of the features of contemporary life in a place like Melbourne, I would argue, is the relative relaxation of prohibitions, for instance. I'm not suggesting that anything goes, but rather that social mores have shifted quite a bit since the time of Lacan and especially since the time of Freud. Second, this idea of an individual at odds pitted against the social world maybe oversimplifies, firstly, the massive historical variability of this social world, and it also covers over the fact that the so-called individual doesn't actually possess any drives or fantasies or desires independent of the social world. What we call an individual is itself an outcome of a kind of civil war of sorts, in which a multiplicity of social linguistic relations with others have become tied to the body and to its pains, pleasures, and affects. It's possibly for this reason that psychoanalysis emerged when and where it did, namely in the turn of the century Vienna, at a time when capitalist production and bourgeois family life had developed in such a way that children were capable of producing desires that were decisively at odds with those around them. People have attempted to write histories of these kinds of changes, and I won't go into that here, but maybe we should expect that if we have different social forms, different modes of productions, different models of family life, this would in turn have effects on the way subjectivity is produced in terms of how we deal with satisfaction, how we deal with prohibitions. When Lacan was revising his concept of enjoyment back in the 1960s, and this was in the wake of political upheaval around the globe and in the wake of near revolution in France at that time, he linked it less to forbidden desires and more to things that were much more banal acts. Things like the consumption of consumer goods, above all to gadgets. Quote, he says, sneaking around is not transgressing. Seeing a door half open is not the same as going through it. So enjoyment, rather than just arising only from somebody overstepping the law, could instead be the outcome of a production process localized within an individual's body. much as at the level of economic surplus value is the outcome of a production process within an individual manufacturer, say. The figure of a worker-consumer sneaking enjoyment into a schedule via the uptake of commodities is hardly Antigonean, whatever else it is. Whatever one thinks of this shift in perspective by Lacan, the fact that there should be a shift at all suggests that satisfaction itself probably can't be considered some kind of timeless phenomenon. And so continuing the homology between enjoyment and Marxist surplus value, perhaps I think we could invoke the idea to be found in Moishe Postol's text, Time, Labour and Social Domination. And the text has problems and critiques that I'm aware of, but for the sake of this homology, I think it stands as an important reference point, because what Postol claims is that surplus value in the Marxist tradition is not transhistorical, rather it's specific to particular kinds of value production under capitalism. And we don't need to get into all of this here, we can take it up further in the discussion if anybody is interested, but I think by the same token we can consider whether things like enjoyment in psychoanalysis is also something that is not transhistorical. And to cut a fairly long story pretty short, I would say maybe if we do take that idea, maybe we could isolate at least 3 different moments, say, within the psychoanalytic take on enjoyment, where one, we have this classical Oedipal configuration of enjoyment, which is founded on fulfillment that arises by transgression. This is the tragic model that I mentioned earlier. Second, a more mundane enjoyment that it comes along in fairly small doses, that's linked to post-war capitalist consumerism. And what I'd like to speculate a little bit is whether now we're in a moment where there is another pivot again in which the predominant form of enjoyment, or the dominant paradigm of it, is something a bit closer to compulsion, and compulsion which might go by different names such as addiction or binging. Before going too much further on this, I would want to say, of course, that I'm only talking about general tendencies, just as Marx talked about a tendency of the rate of profit to fall. He doesn't say that profit necessarily falls each and every day for each and every organization, and so I'm not suggesting that compulsion is the one and only form of enjoyment that people can access in our times. More that I think it's illustrative and important as a paradigm, maybe in a way that it hasn't been hitherto. And I think some of its features might include an emphasis on the quantitative over the qualitative. The, often fairly overt meaninglessness and asociality of the enjoyment. Its addictive and destructive, but also insidious character. Its ability to be assimilated more or less, rather than to oppose capitalist paradigms of work and consumption and surveillance. And its tendency to ignore, or at least disavow, limits and regulations, such that the absence of symbolic restrictions eventually imposes non-symbolic real limits on the form of enjoyment. Against this, I think we could also consider whether there aren't also a range of defensive strategies in relation to it. And, I'll come to those a little bit later, but if we look in the online world, the rise of certain nostalgic forms of Catholicism by J.D. Vance, for instance, is an example that comes to mind. The online phenomenon of people considering themselves being trad, which it obviously looks in a way like a kind of rearguard action, but maybe it is also a way of having a defense against this fairly destructive form of compulsive enjoyment. And I think in the face of this, what often comes out as the official defensive response to it by governments and insurance companies and private entities are really a set of neoliberal practices of self-imposed rehabilitation. Now, Postol argued that capitalism aims at totalization, but it's impeded by its own structures from achieving it. It provokes its own resistances, which doesn't preclude it from getting more and more totalized. And I think this is what is true of enjoyment also. Capitalism is pretty good at hijacking our fantasies and desires. Recall that the latter are by definition a lack, a want, and it short circuits them by putting in the place of this lack an object of demand that produces enjoyment. If I want to fall in love or have a meaningful job or have fulfilling family or personal relations or a creative practice or what have you, capitalism can take these wants and sell me a commodity that is a metonym of them, but it is never the thing itself. The cycle isn't so much one of desire and fulfillment, but of demand and its satiation by enjoyment. Now, I'm not suggesting there's some alternative utopian system in which everything would reach its perfection, but I think that this particular short circuit is particularly difficult to break from. And so, what are some examples of what happens when we're looking at compulsive and compulsory enjoyment in our times? I mean, one thing that occurred to me in thinking about this was the use of so-called smart devices, and particularly phones, and the ubiquitous nature of them, and the kind of totalization that is involved in this. A smartphone is an instrument of enjoyment, but this doesn't preclude it from having other kinds of use values as well. Much is made of the content of smartphones, and God knows that that content is pretty dubious a lot of the time, but I think it's worth considering not just the content and things like pornography or the rage of Twitter or whatever, but also the aspect of form that's involved there. And if we take the example of, say, smartphone pornography, because I think pornography in some ways is a paradigmatic case of, let's say, compulsive voyeurism. It's obviously not a new thing. The term itself derives from ancient Greek, after all. But I think what's novel is how it can become a generalizable form of, or a generalizable mode of short-form visual content that is consumed largely in solitude. And it doesn't have to apply to something anything that is obviously sexual, say. One can speak of food pornography or real estate porn or whatever it might be. Any kind of visual stimuli can function in much the same way. And as solitary and narcissistic as this kind of enjoyment is, it is not, contrary to the claims of some people, I think, it's not purely atomized as all that, though it doesn't really lend itself to collectivism or social bonds either. The smartphone can function as a kind of phantasmatic accompaniment to what is literally or metaphorically a masturbatory mode of satisfaction. But this itself still depends upon fantasies as its prop. And once we start to deal with things like fantasy, however isolated one is, one usually finds some trace of the other there. It also means that one is also continually being put under algorithmic surveillance. And I think this is not just a quantitative shift from past uses of visual stimuli, say, but something that's quite qualitatively different. I don't think it is the same as people looking at sexual acts on VHS cassettes, for instance, where there's completely different relations in terms of space and time at stake. You know, people don't walk around with or people didn't, as far as I could tell, walk around with VHS video players all the time on their person 24/7, able to access what was on them. Now, my point here is not to moralize about this kind of activity so much, but to look at the kind of gradual but real stupidification that's entailed by ceaseless intake of short-form content, and to see what is new in this as a mode of consumption. You know, streaming as a model for consumption is one where the object of enjoyment is in a sense always there, but in principle, one can never have it. One can binge it, but one can never hold on to it in a sense. It's something that is, it taps into a passion that I think is quite different to somebody, different to the collector or the aficionado, say. Now, it's difficult to reside outside of the digital sphere without also inadvertently severing access to all kinds of important things that one needs to get by in life. So I'm not saying that there would be some utopian way of getting off the grid that would be very easily. But I think one of the problems is that it's almost impossible not to be complicit in the worst features of this kind of technological enjoyment. We end up consuming images, but also become driven to curate ourselves as images. We write, but we are also constantly written. In psychoanalysis, the reduction of social relations to a succession of images tends toward affective polarization, to idealization on the one hand, and hatred, fear, and envy on the other. Silicon Valley didn't invent these affects, but it has acquired great skill at being able to harness them, deliberately programming addictiveness into the design of the digital world. And back in 2018, for instance, there was a BBC report which highlighted that software engineers in Silicon Valley had invented infinite scrolling on apps to entice users into compulsive engagement. And I think pretty recently, the kind of Instagram form of Reels, which can go on and have an endless character, is now generalized across other social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter. Now, enjoyment, whatever the technology involved in promoting it, also requires a body to incarnate it. And this body is all too exhaustible. In an age in which capitalism sells a fantasy of limitlessness, this leads frequently to what is called burnout, but also to things like anxiety and cognate symptoms. In the absence of limits, anxiety and also things like inhibitions and other symptoms become the de facto limit. A symptom is sometimes also a protest that's unheard. The same technocratic impulse that designs new addictions also leads its designers to tinker with attempts at imposing barriers to enjoyment, usually as a break, in order to, save up one's energy for more enjoyment. It's like participating in, dry July in order to get really drunk on August the 1st. So if a proverbial dopamine hit is the kind of synecdoche that we use in our times for enjoyment, dopamine fasting is something that also from Silicon Valley is an attempt at trying to, reset metaphorically the body's drives back to the old pleasure principle and away from excess. The quantitative dimension here, as with capitalism overall, I think can't be overemphasized. So again, smart devices and social media provide an illustrative model, with the object of satisfaction at stake being always available and in principle limited only by its users. Engagement with one's words and images on social media is itself always liable to a reduction to the quantitative, as likes stand in for interaction or recognition. As with pornography and the example of VHS cassettes setting a kind of technological limit to the time and space of enjoyment, one could also see how this extends out to things like online gambling, which doesn't any longer require someone to go to a specific venue, say. You can just do it 24/7. And there's lots of phenomena emerging where people are trying to use technocratic means to overcome limits. So somebody directed me to a recent article in The Cut, for instance, which looked at how various drugs permitted a new technocratic approach to gay male homosexuality. And this was I wouldn't want to generalize from this example too much. This was a niche within a niche, one could say. But nevertheless, there were some interesting quotes from those who were interviewed in the article. There would be one drug people would take for euphoria and confidence, another one to ensure that they were capable of having lots and lots of sex without any bodily limits coming to bear, other drugs to prevent diseases, and to enable, say, a succession of sexual partners to be interacted with, say, 10, 20, or 40 in a row over a number of days, a kind of binge. I mean, and this is a quote from one of the interviewees, "It becomes a numbers game." And I think this idea of a numbers game, I mean, we could say, well, this is only one example, it's not that indicative, but I am aware of the example of a certain pornographic actress by the name of Bonnie Blue, who, for instance, set a target of having sex with 1,000 men in a day, where the number becomes this kind of KPI. Apparently, she exceeded the KPI rather joylessly, as I understand it. But in all of these examples, I think there is a kind of compulsive or a compulsive repetition here, and also a hard kernel of meaninglessness beneath the scenarios and phantasmatic props that support them. If this hypothesis has anything to it, that there's a conjunction of socio-economic forces producing new tendencies in enjoyment such that the latter resembles compulsive and addictive activity, then I think there is still the question of what, if anything, might constitute a proper response to it. I think broadly speaking, there's an attitude of disavowal and business as usual that characterizes our times, and it's hard for me not to think of something like climate change, for instance. On this point, Marx was particularly prescient, noting that modern agriculture, for example, didn't only rob the worker of surplus value, but also rob the soil of its fertility. And whatever one thinks of the causative mechanisms at play, younger people in our society especially are increasingly vulnerable to psychic crises, according to the best of evidence, but they're also vulnerable to physical crises, from so-called lifestyle factors. Young people are getting cancer more than in previous times, for example. Politically, a lot of the responses start to resemble so-called populism from right-wing political actors, or more strictly speaking, neo-fascism, or trad-larping, or whatever. Now, within psychoanalysis, however, I think there are at least two different responses to compulsion. Since living beings very rarely reach absolute zero levels of enjoyment, one approach might be to accept this fact and to try to construct a form of enjoyment, a kind of symptom, if you like, that's more compatible with life than the more destructive ones. And there's something to be said for this, and there are schools of thought that advocate for this approach. To return to Postone, however, and the homology with political economy, possibly this approach of trying to find a good form of compulsion nevertheless preserves the prevailing form of enjoyment in the first place. And so another approach that I would consider is, and I take this a little bit from some post-colonial literature, but the creation of space of gaps and separations. Things that are neither time and space for enjoyment, but also not time and space for governmentality or surveillance. And I think this space is something that is coextensive with what psychoanalysis calls desire. And yeah, there could be more to say, but I might leave it there for now and hand it over to Eva.
Yeah. Thank you. So are we talking about kind of a bit of a different topic, but related on some points, primarily writing and psychoanalysis, but I'll also be talking a little bit about, I guess, the internet and similar kind of things that David's talking about in terms of compulsion, in terms of what we write online and what we write to each other in text messages and things like that. I'll be revisiting the work I did in my PhD thesis when I focused on writing by primarily women psychoanalysts in the 1970s. Writers like Hélène Cixous and Lisa Irigaray, who attended Jacques Lacan's many seminars and were kind of inspired by his speech acts to write a new kind of writing. I'll be talking about that, and then I'll be relating it a little bit to the work I've done more recently in the psychoanalytic clinic and in mental health settings to see if there's any kind of this legacy today in our clinical work. So yeah, this term écriture féminine or women's writing was a kind of experimentation with writing from the unconscious in contrast to more kind of controlled theoretical or scientific forms. Feminine or woman does not confine the genre to that of women per se. It more signifies other, and you could speak of many others, particularly today. And there's been, many developments in gender studies and things that since the 1970s that kind of, I guess, make it sound a little bit outdated, but the concept is not, I guess. When asked of her own writing, Hélène Cixous said, "Je suis là où ça parle." I am there where it, the unconscious, speaks. So the ça, the it here, is the unconscious, the feminine, whatever is kind of excluded from rational speech. She says, "I've always said that one should consider the feminine in l'écriture féminin as a sort of adjective, not a noun, as if the writing were by peonies or a horse." So yeah, that kind of speaks to this otherness, basically this kind of writing from a place where you can't say I, you can't say I am this or that. You're writing from an unconscious space. That kind of defies a rational subject. Irigaray, in her body of work in the fields of psychoanalysis, philosophy, and linguistics, also focuses on what is possible in this writing or speaking of the other, but often in terms of specifically the object or the commodity. She writes of women as commodities and commodities speaking among themselves. And you can see in this work, I guess, so there's a context of Jacques Lacan's seminars, and also at this time why it's termed women's writing, I guess it's in the context of the women's rights movement, wages for housework, and specifically conscious raising groups of the 1970s, where women came to speak among themselves. So yeah, writing from the unconscious is kind of, can also be a way, I guess, of paradoxically speaking from the position of an object. So usually it's the subject, the individual that speaks, but Irigaray was interested in the object speaking, which is kind of contradicts itself in the phrasing of it. So I also am interested in the work of Fred Moten, who talks about this in terms of blackness. He writes, "The history of blackness is testament to the fact that objects can and do resist." He speaks of transatlantic slavery and the commodity not only speaking but screaming. In his book, In the Break, he recounts an anecdote from the jazz singer Abbey Lincoln. Thelonious Monk tells Lincoln to not be so perfect, and this kind of inspires a new type of singing in her. He meant make a mistake, stop being so controlled and rational, and so she kind of started screaming alongside her singing. In going forward, which is really great. I recommend listening to it. So I guess I'm interested a little bit in what kind of remains of this, I guess, in the clinic. If there's a kind of correlate in the clinic, I guess it would be the conversion of the symptom, or this event of an object becoming, a subject becoming an object, or an object becoming a subject, kind of speaks to the conversion of the symptom, which in the clinic is often, speaking from the unconscious often includes, transgressing taboos, which kind of alludes to what David was talking about, I guess. And in the sense, it's a revolutionary kind of phenomenon, similarly to civil rights and women's rights and how that's connected to these ideas. The conversion is kind of revolutionary in the sense that it's never progressive. You never get to leave your symptom behind or move on from it. You return again and again to the beginning, to the same thing. Each repetition changing each time. So it's kind of, I guess, part of what I'm trying to do here. I'm spending a little bit of time talking about that theory, but what I'm interested in is this kind of psychoanalytic writing. Lucy Irigaray and Sixu were both psychoanalysts, but then kind of brought this new form of writing to bear. And I guess it's frustrating working now as a psychoanalyst in the clinic and the mental health arena, kind of wondering where this revolutionary kind of writing has gone. This is something that the New York psychoanalyst Jamison Webster writes quite a lot about, and her own writing is perhaps kind of an example of this legacy of perhaps l'écriture féminin today. because she writes quite associatively, guided by her own dreams and analysis, as well as those of her analysans, and makes reference to wide references, including that of literature, philosophy, which is kind of similar to Lacan and similar to Irigaray and Cixous, kind of bringing all these things together in a new form of writing that isn't scientific, that's very far from psychology or any other kind of defined fields. So, yeah, I guess another important part of this kind of writing that often gets lost, is the importance of poetry, or the connection between poetry and psychoanalysis. The link between writing and psychoanalysis today often doesn't seem to contain much breath or breathing or poetry or truth. When I'm working for the NDIS, every 15 minutes of my work is itemised and billed according to a case note. Reams and reams of text is produced every day. Sometimes I feel like I'm swimming in a haze of text messages on my personal phone, Teams chats, case notes. And now it's all moderated by ChatGTP, who's produced, I think, 4 novels or something worth of text for my own text in my work to help me with it. Let's try and leave some time for some questions. So in this kind of textual haze that we're all kind of immersed in, I feel like the other is kind of the other is reduced to a textual object, I guess, and relationships are reduced to management without much room for transference, lack or desire, I guess. I think of the texting template that went viral in 2019. Hey, I'm so glad you reached out. I'm actually at capacity, helping someone else who's in a crisis, dealing with some personal stuff right now, and I don't think I can hold appropriate space for you. Could we connect, insert later date or time instead? Do you have someone else you could reach out to? Being trained in case noting in this kind of therapy, different to that text message, but trained in a kind of case noting that, importantly, deals with risk and legality that we all, need. But it kind of broke my brain when I started the work of a psychoanalyst and, like, how do I write my case notes? I think I kind of showed David what I was doing. He recommended writing by hand, which is what I ended up doing, and writing by hand kind of reintroduced to me, I guess, my body and my breath, which I had, developed a practice of already in my poetry. So I was able to kind of return to what's in both poetry and psychoanalysis, which is, the body, the breath, and desire, and how they're all connected, I guess. I'm going to leave some room for questions. So it kind of took the focus away from efficiency and turned, in terms of like writing, it turned away from efficiency and turned it towards turning our money back into time, I guess, which is what capitalism, our capitalism turns time into money, and I think in the psychoanalytic session, you can potentially turn your money back into time. This time I've experienced as, sometimes really slow, sometimes extremely fast, but it's measured not by the dollar, but by the drives of the body, or in a dialectical relationship with, I don't know, anyway, by the drives of the body, Not the cancellation in those drives in service of like efficient work or efficient study. And yeah, I just wanted to finish with a quote by Jamison Webster talking about the kind of breath signature of the hysteric. I guess in contrast to these extremely fast-paced forms of writing on the internet that we're all kind of immersed in. She writes of a fever pitch, she writes of the breath signature of the hysteric, that it has a fever pitch of a writing that is faster than the internet, but whose speed is decisively human and not machinic. Yeah, I'll finish there and we can open up to questions. Yeah. Any questions?
There's somebody in the back corner. The which view? I didn't catch that word, sorry. Optimistic view. Yeah. So the question was about the nature of trauma and repression as it relates to compulsive enjoyment with things like pornography, and how this in turn might relate itself to, say, the optimistic view of Fromm. Is that, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the short answer is I don't actually know. My own thinking about it is that I think the tragic view is correct, but whilst I think often that tragic view that people are conflicted within themselves and with others, whilst I think that is the case, I don't think that that necessarily has to lead to reactionary conclusions, say, that in response to these conflicts, the best thing one can do is just comply with the social order. And the optimistic view, I think, is becoming rarer and rarer these days. The idea that there could be a harmonization possible. Insofar as we're dealing with things like trauma, I think, to be clear, in psychoanalysis, I don't think that trauma has a cure as such, not in the way that it's been defined or that I've tried to define it today. Aspects of it can come to be represented and people can devise ways of being able to make it more livable, but I don't think it is cured as such. It's probably something that, yeah, one has to find a way to live with more than anything else. But I have to say that view would be at odds with mainstream mental health, which really tends to relate trauma to often very specific incidents, and then if you no longer have unpleasant sequelae as a consequence of that incident, then you're kind of cured. Whereas I think that's a very different definition to the one that analysis works with.
So the question was about the practice of the writers of écriture féminin. Should we as mental health workers or as workers? Should we adopt these practices from the 1970s? What was the second half of the question?
Obviously, you've written a PhD on it, you're really interested in it.
Yeah.
Is it your interest in the practice and you think people could benefit from finding these ways themselves? Or
Yeah.
are you like, guys, I've done a lot of reading some workings and so on?
Yes, like should we adopt, excellent, yeah, so should we adopt the practice or should we just read this work and, you know, be interested and I guess inspired by it? That's a really excellent question because I think what I was trying to say was absolutely we should adopt these practices. There's like nothing else to do. In terms of the acceleration of capitalism and the cancellation of our desire, of our breath, of absolutely every fucking thing. So, to me, it's kind of how I think about poets or psychoanalytic writers like, you know, Webster. It feels kind of urgent, I guess, to me in a sense, to retain our speech because I guess, it seems I'm sounding like really really doom and gloom, but I think, the situation is pretty bleak in terms of the cancellation of language on the internet and in images and stuff like that. Yeah, so if we can return to our own speech and our own desire, I think it's a really good template, the what was happening in the 70s that has lineages today, basically. So it never died. There's lineages today. Everything is pretty bleak, so where are those lineages? But I hope I gave a couple of clues to those lineages today. There will be more examples with poets and psychoanalysts, I say, that I could talk more about, but yeah. Thank you. It's a long-winded answer, sorry.
Yes, Daniel. It's a good question, and the question was, going from the work by Pastorin that I mentioned earlier, he correctly critiques that there's the actually existing socialism keeps surplus value, or that keeps the existing paradigm in place. It didn't overthrow it. He's pointing to an outside. He never actually defines this outside very well, or he doesn't say how anyone would get to it. And so the question is, if we apply this sort of thinking to psychoanalysis, what does that entail with respect to jouissance, enjoyment? I mean, I think of myself as being kind of a pragmatist, so this sort of idea of reform versus revolution. I can think of the historical examples of Yiddish-speaking workers in Odessa in pre-revolutionary times who are going on strike. I don't think we have to, put it into this paradigm of this is not sufficiently revolutionary because it's not a truly revolutionary demand. By having those struggles, it becomes a revolutionary demand, or it did concretely in that case, and it could elsewhere. So I think that distinction can be overturned some of the time, at least. Within psychoanalysis, maybe it's a question that we probably don't have time for, but what would it mean for somebody to try to have a revolution in terms of their own forms of satisfaction? I mean, possibly people do need that. If somebody has gotten to the point where their chosen form of satisfaction has destroyed their life or their relationship or taken them to hospital, maybe something pretty drastic is called for. What I tend to see, though, are far more insidious things that, you know, there's a level of plausible deniability about them. This isn't so bad. Look, there's this guy down the road who's doing the same thing, but way, way worse than me, so my problem is not so bad. I think it's a paradoxical situation where everybody is always complaining about their problems, but simultaneously not taking them particularly seriously and not seeing the full, you know, the deep roots of these problems and their insidiousness. So I think, yeah, I mean, it's not about having zero satisfaction, and that would be impossible unless we're dead anyway, but what might be achievable. And people do come up with strategies. I don't think that they're at all utopian strategies, though. There's usually going to be some sort of sacrifice or renunciation involved, or, you know, some partiality to whatever solution is arrived at.
Have time for one more question? Yeah. One more. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's a big question that comes up a lot, but yeah, so the question was about how to reconcile the women writers of the 1970s who were in part, well, at least Irigaray was inspired by consciousness-raising groups of the 1970s, how to reconcile that with the work of Freud that has, as you say, has been critiqued for, I think you phrased it, turning traumatic experiences, say, of abuse or sexual abuse primarily, into an individual pathology. Yeah, I guess I would say it depends on who there's Irigaray had quite a big critique of Freud, I guess, in her writing. So her work was a critique, not so much of that question of turning trauma into pathology, but more so of an emphasis on the masculine with no space for the feminine, I guess. Yeah, so there was critique. But on the other hand, you could say, Lacan was very much inspired by, is a Freudian and brought Freud's work to life for a whole new generation of people, which inspired this movement. So on the other hand, you could say they're Freudian, or Freud listened to hysterics and created psychoanalysis, and then you could kind of see the speech of Lacan, his seminars, and the speech and writing of these women as an extension of that as well. So it's two kind of answers there. Thank you.
Could we please thank David and Eva for their fabulous paper. We will be back at 14:30, so 2:30, so a 45-minute break from here. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around. Yeah, it was nice to have that little bit of break there after that sort of rapid fire stuff in the morning, so it's nice how fate works. I just want to sort of give a shout out to Nina Gibbs, who has done all of the design work for us to this point. And this session, the William Blake session, I guess started forming a part of some of the program art and his illustrations, and we've sort of made some like rhizo prints out there. And so just anyway, could we give Nina a thanks, because she's very embarrassed, but yeah, thank you very much, Nina. And so we've got Leon Columba and Chris Murray here. Chris is going to speak first, and then Leon is going to pop up and present his paper, and then there'll be a bit of a Q&A after that. So can we welcome Chris, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Am I too close? Am I too far away? Okay. Phase 2. Can I work the slides? Success. There we go. That's slide 1. I'm down to talk about William Blake's influence on Alexander McQueen, because Will kind of put me down that way. You'll hear that this is really a way in for me to think about Blake's international reception and his reception in Australia in particular. When I first came to Australia only 9 years ago, I was struck that the National Gallery of Victoria had a world-leading William Blake collection. I was interested in how it got there and whether a newcomer, who was by profession a romanticist, could somehow interpret this city in light of its evident commitment to Blake. Teaching Blake's works at Monash University, I've brought students into the NGV for workshops where the curators have been kind enough to let us see light-sensitive materials that are seldom on public display. Since I'm never sure, you're never sure who you're speaking to. I'm never sure how much people in the room are going to be thinking about Blake. Perhaps as much as I am, perhaps less, perhaps more. So I'm just going to give us some reminders of big ideas around Blake. For starters, unlike contemporary authors such as William Wordsworth and the Shelleys and Byron and Keats, William Blake didn't publish conventionally with commercial presses. At the outset of mass production in the late 18th century with, the arrival of the steam-powered press, things like this, Blake set himself apart. He was an artisan. He composed works which united words, often verse, with his own images, and meticulously he engraved these onto copper plates, etching some parts away, burning parts away with acid, including the words, which meant he had to reproduce the words in reverse on the plate so they'd come out the right way around. And he would print his own works individually on a very unwieldy press that he had. And Blake finished each page manually with watercolors, typically varying the color scheme. We think of a work such as Songs of Innocence as canonical, as one of the big hits of literature. And yet at the same time, it's not like talking about Wordsworth and Coleridge's lyrical ballads. It's not a book in the same way. A publisher didn't make a whole pile of them to be unsold in a London bookshop. It was produced in very small numbers. The copy of Songs of Innocence held by NGV is one of only 8 that survives. And because, as I said, he finished each one manually with watercolors, varying the color scheme, largely dependent on his mood, every single copy is unique. There are no 2 copies of a Blake work that appear the same. Unsurprisingly, given what I said about this fixation about printing, the ideas of art and labor permeate Blake's works. They are full of makers. Some of you will know the famous lines to the tiger, "What immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry?" And later on in that text, the question, "Did he who made the lamb make thee, Who is a maker? What is a maker? Blake's possible madness was much discussed among the few who knew his name during his lifetime. He was literally a visionary who reported meetings with biblical prophets and spirits. And this reclusive, solitary, idiosyncratic figure is the artist that I want you to keep in mind as I discuss the later reception of his works in the worlds of art and fashion specifically, and also in Blake as an unlikely cultural ambassador of sorts for England, for so he has become. There we are. Since his posthumous revival, Blake has been ever more closely identified with England, more particularly with London. So that is to say, after his death, Blake's songs began to be reproduced more often. Typically, people would discard the images and print them just as though they were poems. And during the Victorian period in particular, William Blake's work started appearing in anthologies of verse, children's verse, etc., and he became a much bigger name. And at the same time, he became, in a sense, identified with a very problematically quintessential Englishness, which I'm going to probe at because it's a very conflicting concept. Scholarship has increasingly attended to Blake's dialogues with and receptions outside the Anglosphere. This radically countercultural artist has been assimilated into the iconography of mainstream Englishness, and this is nowhere more evident than England itself, where Blake is quoted by politicians of all political persuasions and has been made the subject of blockbuster exhibitions in major British institutional venues. For example, as you can see at the moment, an image from the 2019 to 20 Tate exhibition, William Blake, and they made an animated trailer, and they projected animations from that trailer onto buildings, iconic sites and scenes in contemporary London, appropriating Blake's city of Golgonooza, the imaginary city, for the age of the London Eye. There we are. On the left is Blake's image of Newton. Measurement is always bad in Blake. Blake doesn't like restriction. He doesn't like science very much. So you see someone with a compass, you always think, oh, Blake doesn't approve of this at all. And on the right, it's an animation based on the famous ghost of a flea image. Blake claimed that in one of his visions, it was revealed to him that all fleas are inhabited by the ghosts of bloodthirsty men. So this is from the advertising imagery for that Tate exhibition on Blake. So at the same time as Blake is appropriated by these huge institutions and politicians and kind of mainstream Englishness, he's also celebrated as a kind of patron saint by small London-based presses and outsider figures, artists and writers. These are very diverse kinds of reception that Blake has. Very, very different kinds of makers, artists, institutions gravitate towards Blake for different reasons. One of the latest and strangest manifestations of the identification of Blake with Britain, there's an animated Newton, but the one I want to get to is the adoption of Blake in Alexander McQueen's Spring-Summer 2022 range. This expensive selection is dominated by garments printed with Blake's Beatrice addressing Dante from the car, from a series of watercolor illustrations to the Divine Comedy, which Blake undertook from the year 1824 until his death in 1827. And the items produced by Alexander McQueen include, with this image, hats, ruffled shirts, and for 6,000 Australian dollars, a jacket. Other Blakean products from Alexander McQueen include a $1,200 t-shirt featuring an image derived from the title page to Songs of Innocence. And you can see the letters which in Blake's illustration spell out the book's title, Songs of Innocence, instead read Alexander McQueen. The maternal figure sitting in a chair to the left has been replaced with a skeleton. And the date under the tree is 1789 in the original, and here it becomes 1992, the year of the Alexander McQueen Labels Foundation, yours for $1,200. If you admire Blake's prints, you can purchase some lovely reproductions for $10 at this venue, incidentally. Since 1992, the year celebrated here as its inception, the McQueen label has made a habit of co-opting figures and events from British history, including infamously the clearances of Scotland, which were revisited in the slashes, tatters, and scattered blood of its 1995 runway show entitled Highway Rape. These co-options have ensured the label's associations with the United Kingdom, even while the Alexander McQueen brand itself became a subsidiary of the Italian-based Gucci group in the year 2000. Alexander McQueen's commodification of Blake's artwork points to the complex and often inapposite ideological allegiances contracted on Blake's behalf over the course of the 20th century and beyond. But given how often Blake is made to stand for England, and more specifically for the London fantastically mapped in many of his own works, it's not so surprising, perhaps, that his imagery should be appropriated in this fashion label's long-running assimilation of British history. Some distortion of that history is necessary for the image of Englishness that the brand wishes to project. By replacing Blake's publication date, which early readers would of course have associated with the French Revolution, with that of its own establishment, Alexander McQueen narrows the original illustration's cultural associations to intimate an Englishness that has been isolated from a historical context. Looking at the Alexander McQueen collection, there's an absence of any perceptible interrogation of, say, Dante's interests in Tuscan history or Catholicism, things you might be curious about for someone who is taking on Dante's works. So McQueen effectively strips the imagery of its associations with Dante to make it into an example of cool Britannia. The critic Mike Good reminds us that what might strike us at first as being misreading or distortion of Blake's works displays equally, quote, just how open their meaningful potential seems to have been historically to realizing different kinds of cultural relations and wants. Like, who am I to complain about Alexander McQueen ignoring Dante when Blake's works are as open for anyone to interpret as they like? So in this case, Blake's works answer to the consumer's demand, the select consumer, the moneyed consumer's demands, for a quirky and culturally independent Englishness. And in this way, Blake seems to serve contradictory impulses. Alexander McQueen then offers a way into my broader interest, as I've said, which is in Blake's reception overseas and in Australia in particular, where over the decades, Blake's works has proven unexpectedly amenable to an Australian desire both to affirm cultural fealty to England and empire and to refuse it. Of course, all of this is complicated by what England and London themselves signify at any point in history. In a landmark study of William Blake, David Erdman called him a prophet against empire. For Commonwealth and before 1931, imperial subjects outside of England, Blake's apotheosis as the cartographer of the Empire Centre can only complicate his self-avowed anti-imperial status. Many Commonwealth subjects governed by Anglophone institutions working uphill to naturalize English culture in colonized places know this revolutionary, romantic outsider artist because of, and often in terms of, his Englishness. But as the McQueen collection suggests, the imperial centre that once gobbled up many of the globe's land rights and cultural artifacts can in turn see its cultural iconography commodified, shipped abroad, and mutated in interesting ways. In 1989, the National Gallery of Victoria acquired what might seem to be, here, an obscure piece of Blakeana, which is a coloured copy of Blake's set of engravings for Edward Young's 1797 long poem entitled Night Thoughts. It displays the usual Blakean meticulousness. By hand, he produced 537 watercolours for the only 25 copies that were made. I'm going to return, at the very end, I'm going to return to mention this work, and I hope you just keep it in mind, to consider it as an objet d'art, like some kind of Ultra Folio Society edition of an already published work. For now, let me say that these engravings were, according to research by Michael Tully, probably the first Blake works to be brought to the colony of New South Wales when their owner, the Solicitor General for New South Wales, William A. Beckett, arrived in 1837. A. Beckett later became the Chief Justice of Victoria, and his copy of Night Thoughts accompanied him to Melbourne, where it would remain when A. Beckett returned to England. Night Thoughts was acquired from A. Beckett by Alfred Felton in the 1860s, and Felton sold it to another private interest. But meanwhile, Felton had done something that would profoundly transform the relationship between William Blake and the Melbourne public. A pharmaceutical mogul, Alfred Felton, died in 1904, leaving a will that dedicated £383,163 to art and charity, with half of the interest to be used in perpetuity to buy works for the National Gallery of Victoria. Fittingly, funds from the bequest contributed to purchase Felton's own copy of Night Thoughts 85 years later. In 2004, John Mangan wrote in The Age that the Felton bequest, quote, transformed the NGV into one of the most lavishly endowed public galleries in the British Empire, with greater funds at its disposal than London's National Gallery and the Tate combined. That's kind of staggering. The immensely wealthy NGV was thus armed to make the first major attempt to bring Blake to Australia in 1918, when it bought up a collection of books and watercolours by Blake through the Felton bequest. Felton was inspired in the creation of his bequest by the desire to bring culture as he saw it to a rapidly growing British outpost. In a 1951 reappraisal of Felton, quote, he believed Australians had more than their share of material comforts. What they lacked, in his opinion, were the refining influences of the old world. In his lifetime, he complained, there was not one great masterpiece in the whole country. Much of the NGV's impressive collection of Australian and international art is a direct result of the generosity of the Felton bequest, and the Blake purchases in 1918 include 36 of the 102 total watercolours illustrating the Divine Comedy. Also, 2 watercolours illustrating Milton's Paradise Lost, the set of 22 engravings to the Book of Job, and 3 prints from Blake's prophetic works. The purchase in 1989 of Night Thoughts and the previous year a copy of the Songs of Innocence reaffirmed the NGV's commitment to Blake. You can see why this interested me. I knew about Blake when I came here. I knew absolutely nothing about the country, and I thought, well, what does Blake tell me? What does the existence of this collection tell me about my new environment? I'm just going to show you some of those Divine Comedy illustrations. Like I said, they're rarely exhibited. They are one of a kind. Let you be warned against your sins as I flick through them as well. Hitch a ride on a snake monster. And Paolo and Francesca is my ending point. So the Blake purchases of 1918 heralded the National Gallery of Victoria's entrance onto the scene as a gallery of world-class significance, with Melburnians able to study the artist's illuminations in all of their deeply saturated beauty, just as they might have done in London. No longer did you need to be at the centre of empire to have direct access to its treasures. And there was an ideology behind all of this, which I'm getting to. While the NGV's major purchases can be read as statements which asserted Melbourne's cultural significance internationally, or so was the intention, Anne Galbally notes also, quote, a general recognition that public museums, libraries and art galleries formed cornerstones of civic endeavour and were active conductors of sound civic values. No 19th century city of reasonable size could be considered worthy of the name unless it had these institutions and through them was seen to be an active patron of science and the liberal arts. Felton's original intentions for the bequest accord with this philosophy of cultural influence. 20th century commentators explicitly identified the educative possibilities of the Blake collection with the propagation of a recognisably British form of art in Australia. For instance, in a 1941 essay, Darrell Lindsay, who was then a curator at NGV, anticipated Alexander McQueen by downplaying Blake's non-English inheritances. Quote, "He is essentially English, and I doubt if any other country could have produced him." The same year, the NGV loaned 40 of its Blake works to the National Art Gallery of New South Wales, as it was then called, enabling the collection to exert influence beyond Melbourne. Whatever essentially English means in visual art, kind of beats me. Someone can help me out in the Q&A. The Blakean influence manifested in Australian art seems unlikely to be what Felton or the NGV directors had in mind, if they intended a set of works that encoded imperial identity, celebrated English themes, or perpetuated a recognisably English aesthetic. Long prior to the NGV's acquisition of its first Blake holdings, Australian commentators expressed opinions that Blake was ill-suited to such instrumentalist purposes. For instance, a 1902 essay in the Bulletin queries how Blake would have viewed the new century. Quote, "What would Blake have beheld in England and throughout the British Empire but a recrudescence of all the throne worship and consequent tyrannous suppression of human right and national spirit, which bore him down too in his own time," implying that dissent is the true Blakean inheritance. Protest. The author discusses Walt Whitman as Blake's sole son and heir. Comparably, in a 1929 essay, Ethel Anderson said that any attempt to use Blake as a model for imitation, particularly with jingoistic undertones, is inevitably self-defeating because of his oblique relation to subject matter. Diverse kinds of Blakean influence are evident in Australian art, many examples of which appear to defy the hopes of the NGV and the Felton bequest to inculcate conservative values of the old world. Such artists often respond instead to Blake's spirituality and radicalism. For example, Margaret Preston's woodblock prints or monotypes. Preston said that the monotypes, quote, do not presume to have any relation to Blake's works. It is the principle and the method that is the connection. So Preston acknowledged that her method of printing was indebted to Blake, but maybe understated the presence of Blakean imagery, which I think certainly in this image, this juxtaposition of images is evident to us. Blakean tropes do occur in Preston's work. The piece on the left, The Expulsion, for example, has a white angel clutching a scourge in one hand and a sword in the other, dismissing two Aboriginal figures, an image that alludes to the expulsion scene from Paradise Lost. But interestingly, the tableau, the arrangement of the images here, more closely resembles Blake's Satan watching the endearments of Adam and Eve, which the NGV does hold, than Blake's illustration to the expulsion in Paradise Lost, which isn't part of the NGV's collection. So I think there is a direct line of influence here. Other Australian artists to consider include Arthur Boyd, whose work, like Blake's, makes use of Old Testament imagery while also specifically recalling Blake. In his Expulsion, Boyd's biblical setting as a response to the Vietnam War is Blakean in its arrangement. To give another example, a controversial one, the William Ricketts Sanctuary in Victoria exemplifies the assimilation of a Blakean influence into an eclectic and eccentric vision. An appraisal from 1949 is appreciative of the sculpture garden that Ricketts established in rural Victoria. Quote, "He combines mythical figures with reproductions of Aborigines and displays them in their natural bushland settings. All his works are in white clay and are kiln-dried in his own furnace. Although he is self-taught, Ricketts' art has obviously been influenced by the English mystic and artist William Blake. There is poesy in his creations." Later critiques intimate misdirected Blakean influences in Ricketts' derivation of a philosophy, one centred on romantic notions of nature, childhood, and the noble savage paradigm, which he projected onto a generalised vision of Indigenous peoples. Writing for The Conversation, Mitchell rolls, lamenting Ricketts' condescending attitudes and sense of heroism, while acknowledging his well-intentioned advocacy for Aboriginal peoples, portrays Ricketts himself as a kind of Blakean persona who spent most of his life as a solitary artisan, only tenuously connected with contemporary debate on art. So artists like this implicitly reject or directly criticise the imperial ideologies behind the NGV's Blake acquisitions, being more true perhaps to the spirit of Blake's works in themselves. Englishness is objectionable in such works. It is clear that few artists were interested in Blake's national identity and more found interest in his social critiques, his spirituality, and the unique methods of his art. We might say the same of Blake's influence on Australian poets, which I don't have space to go into and frankly don't know a great deal about. Collaborators in my project do. And I don't want to start just listing names of authors and texts. Instead, conclusively, I'd like to steer us back to the question of fashion and how Alexander McQueen and his Blake collection fits into a specifically Melburnian context. McQueen, the label, Alexander McQueen, boasts a single bricks and mortar store in Australia. Does anyone know where it is? Yes? You're right. Alexander McQueen's store opened in Melbourne's Mega Mall Chadstone in the year 2019 to the breathless rapture of Vogue Australia, which applauded the arrival of this British label and called attention to the shop's interior cladding of oak and walnut, both decidedly old world timbers, unlikely to have been locally milled. Chadstone, the fashion capital, is the largest shopping mall in the Southern Hemisphere. Here, the Alexander McQueen store stands in a cluster of luxury fashion retailers I can't afford, alongside Gucci and Salvatore Ferragamo. In early March 2022, however, I visited the Chadstone outlet. There we are. And they were displaying in the window the William Blake Dante Jacquard coat in blue, which, as I said, costs $6,000, maybe $5, might be $5,995. Within the double doors to the store, access was cordoned off by a velvet rope, lifted aside by a sales assistant who was unduly optimistic about my presence in the store, I have to say. And she expressed surprise at my query. She expressed surprise at my having a query. No customer had ever previously mentioned Dante or Blake on their visits. Typically, she explained, visitors see what the range is offering, end quote, without any foreknowledge or curiosity about the origin of the designs. They just wanted to show me where the expensive things are, and I don't know, I don't want to enter into that headspace in an ungenerous spirit. So the sales assistant playing Virgil to this customer's Dante guided me to products that are generally unknown to their moneyed patrons. Being in the stores is a kind of active discovery. It is like being in Dante's afterlife. To the Alexander McQueen shopper, show me the wonders and I will open my wallet. Chadstone's Alexander McQueen store connects suburban Melbourne to Old Bond Street in London, the new world still deferring in a way to the old. Moreover, the forces that have made the Blake Dante series available to luxury shoppers in Australia are curiously analogous to the factors that brought Blake's works to NGV in a city that wished to assert its cultural gravitas on a global stage. To the visitor from elsewhere, Chadstone announces itself as a direct competitor to NGV as an essential Melbourne experience. Did you know this? Have you visited Chadstone? You simply must. The mall lies 17 kilometres from Melbourne CBD, but is advertised as a central presence. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and probably resumed afterwards, I'm sure it has been, a free shuttle service runs hourly between the city and Chadstone, ferrying eager shoppers to their mecca. Recovering strongly after the lockdowns of 2020 and 2021, the centre continues to court tourists ardently. It advertises multilingual concierges and incentives such as a Chadstone shopping tourist passport. Much as the Felton Bequest acquisitions illuminate debates about Australia's relation to empire, Blake's presence in Chadstone denotes a challenge to peripherality. Like the Bulletin author of 1902, complaining that Blake would have been appalled by the expansion of the empire that followed his lifetime. One might wonder what Blake would think of the presence modern Britain exerts internationally, in this new sense, with the added complications that Blake has become an unwitting emissary of a soft power wielded by cool Britannia, and that consumerism is a latter-day form of imperialism. Although Blake was not uncritical of Dante's Divine Comedy, one critic said that Blake shared Dante's loathing of materialism. But perhaps I simplified things too much. Remember, I mentioned that his illustrations to Edward Young's Night Thoughts were in the service of a kind of ultra-folio society luxury item. One should not confidently suppose Blake to be an opponent of Chadstone, nor forget that art serves the artist's need at times. For more than a century then, Blake's works has featured in attempts to import Englishness to Australia, although the purposes for doing so have varied. The Englishness has tended to be distorted in transmission, and Blake's ambivalent relation to English patriotism begets a peculiar range of results in the new setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for that illuminating and interesting talk. Mine will be a bit different. I'm going to read this paper, so it might be a bit monotone and a little bit boring. But my intuition told me to do so, and my intuition told me to wear a suit on a really hot day as well, so it may have led me astray, but here we go. So today I'll be talking about Blake and McLuhan, and this paper is sort of titled Technologies, Prophecy, and the Recovery of Divine Unity. Albion Awake was the desperate cry William Blake issued to humanity, a call whose resonance was heard a century later by Canadian English professor and media theorist Marshall McLuhan. What connects an English romantic poet engraver to a 20th century professor of English literature and media studies? Well, both shared what we might call a Christ-centric hermeneutic companionship that was stretched across time, a prophetic understanding that technologies transform us long before we can comprehend what they're actually doing to us. Blake famously reported seeing and conversing with angels from childhood onward, visions that led him to art school and shaped his extraordinary visual and poetic work. McLuhan, in his own way, also spoke in angelic registers, tracing what he called the interdimensional relations between electromagnetic technologies and the astral environments they create. For McLuhan, being on the telephone or on the radio discarnates us, lifting us into the air and sort of rendering us angelic in character, and it places us in the air. So both thinkers relied on quips, aphorisms, myth, and proverbs, modes inherited from the ancient pre-literate world. Consider the Tower of Babel, which Will has sort of assigned my talk. The Tower of Babel, that echo of Eden, humanity's attempt to ascend to the height of God. The Babylonians, in their hubris, built upwards. God fractured their speech, rendering them discordant, babbling, fragmented, and unable to reach their plight. For McLuhan, Babel is more than myth, it is a metaphor for the structural effects of language and media. McLuhan wrote, "Language as technology of human extension may have been the Tower of Babel by which man sought to scale the highest heavens, and today, computers hold out the promise of instant change of any code of language into any other code or language. The computer promises, in short, by technology, a Pentecostal condition of universal understanding and unity. The vision from Babel's fragmentation to Pentecost's reunification frames the entire arc of Blake and McLuhan's shared prophecy. The movement from oral cultures to visual ones through the phonetic alphabet and print and then to electronic media constitutes of a kind of repeated babble, each technology shift reconfiguring and fragmenting perception and communication. Yet both Blake and McLuhan saw in emerging technologies the potential for a return to unity, a reversal of fragmentation and a recovery of this sort of divine human form. Today I hope to demonstrate Blake's profound influence on McLuhan's thought, particularly regarding how artifacts shape environments, how we become what we behold, and how this relates to the possibility of a reunited, divinely infused universe. We will consider Blake as a visionary and a prophet in the visual world, particularly through his great prophetic book, Jerusalem. We will explore how McLuhan saw Blake as a prototypical postmodern thinker. Then we will turn to poetic revelation as something encountered in deterritorialized space, what McLuhan also called anti-environments. Finally, we will consider the shared vocation of artist and prophet, and Blake's call for us all to become artists in the information age. As Blake reminds us, as all men are alike in outward form, so, and with the same infant variety, all are alike in poetic genius. So technologies reorganize our sensorium long before we become conscious of the change. Media are more than tools. They are environmental forces with ontological consequences. This is the foundation of McLuhan's media theory, and it finds its deepest resonance in Blake's prophetic work. Let's go back to ancient Greece for a second. So it always goes back to Plato somehow, and in the Phaedrus, Socrates warns us against the newly emerging technology of writing. He declares that the discovery of the alphabet will create a forgetfulness in the learners' souls, because they will not use their memories, but will trust to external written characters. He tells us that writing gives disciples not truth, but only the semblance of truth. They will be hearers of many things, but will have learnt nothing. They will appear to be omniscient, but will generally know nothing. And so he sort of thinks about the ancient Greek as the one who ascertained knowledge and information through Homeric wisdom and guitars and songs, etc. So this is the old world. So, but Plato saw poetic expression as a chief obstacle to objective speculative reasoning. He called it a poison and an enemy of the people. What Plato intuited and what McLuhan and both Blake understood is that the phonetic alphabet fundamentally reorganized human consciousness. It shifted emphasis from the ear to the eye, from the acoustic world to the visual one, from the simultaneous world to one that was linear and sequential. For McLuhan, Blake was an antidote to the effects of literacy through his revival of myth. Blake worried profoundly about the mechanization of humanity through this sort of Baconian enlightenment that focused on reason through Isaac Newton and Francis Bacon, etc. And so he sort of worried about this mechanization, and he was praying to be saved from the single vision and Newton's sleep. His poetry and visual art constitute a rebellion against linear conceptions of time and the preferential treatment of presence, what can be perceived by the senses, what is immediate, over absence, what requires mediation. And I guess this is the sort of central quandary to Western logocentrism. So Blake developed a complex mythology to express the fragmentation of human consciousness under the dominance of print culture. In his prophetic system, he identified 4 fundamental elements that make up the human collective, which he called the 4 Zoas. The first one, Eureason, which is sort of represents reason and law, and a sort of tyrannical intellect, was associated loosely with Satan. Lava, which is love and passion and embodies heart and desire, that was loosely associated with Jesus Christ. Tharmas, which is sensation, body, and represents like the physical body and its senses. That one was associated with God the Father. And Euphona, which is the imagination and inspiration, embodies the creative spirit and it was linked to ears, hearing, prophecy, and sort of identified with the Holy Spirit loosely. So for Blake, the printing press had led to the dominance of reason divorced from imagination, and the suppression of truth and an imaginative vision. That is what McClure later articulated as the movement from the acoustic world to the visual world. The visual world is sequential, linear, specialized, detached, and analytical. The acoustic world, on the other hand, which Blake prophesied and which McLuhan saw returning through electronic media, is one that is simultaneous, non-linear, without a fixed center, and immersive. Where the visual world fragments and specializes, the acoustic world integrates and immerses. McLuhan's famous tetrad, his four-part framework for analyzing any medium, is itself indebted to Blake's four zoas. The tetrad is analogical and metaphorical rather than dialectical. And it is structured by Aristotle's four causes, and what it does is it asks it looks at new mediums and it says, what do new mediums enhance? What is obsolesced by new mediums? What does it retrieve from the past? And what does it flip into? What does it reverse when it's pushed to its absolute extremes? And so McLuhan wrote that there's an issue sort of in Western thought when it comes to sort of working out what this hidden ground is that artifacts or technologies create. And he wrote that from Hegel to Heidegger, we've engaged in an attempt to get the hidden properties or concealed effects of languages and technologies alike. To do so, they have tackled a right hemisphere problem using left hemisphere techniques and modes of cognition, which is comparable to tap dancing in chains. The tetrad offers the way out of this dilemma. In Jerusalem, Blake writes, they become like what they behold, yet immense in strength and power, in awful pomp and gold, in all precious unhewn stones of Eden. This line captures a fundamental insight that McLuhan made central to his theories. We become what we behold. This is not merely about content or conscious attention. It concerns the interplay between ourselves and new media at the level of perception itself. For McLuhan, Blake understood, like the psalmist before him, the profound truth of idolatry. Psalm 115 declares of idols, they that make them shall be like unto them. This simple fact of what McLuhan called sense closure, Blake developed the psalmist ideas into an entire theory of communication and social change. In Jerusalem, he explains why humanity has become what it has beheld. The spectra of the reasoning power in man has become fragmented and separated from imagination and enclosing itself in steel. Blake sees humanity as fragmented by its technologies, but he insists that these technologies as amputations of our own organs, extensions that numb the very faculties they extend. McLuhan drew from the Greek myth of Narcissus to illustrate this principle. He finds that Narcissus was not, as commonly believed, in love with himself. He failed to recognize his own reflection. He was numb to the fact that the image in the pool was an extension of himself. This narcosis, this numbing, is what happens when we encounter any sort of new technology. So Blake saw this narcosis in the great thinkers of the Enlightenment. He saw it in Newton, he saw it in Bacon, Locke, and so on, who he found were hypnotized by clocks, numbers, and measuring devices, subscribing to a sort of Pythagorean notion that numbers are all, and that numbers are divine. Here I'll just read a little epigram by W.B. Yeats, who sort of captures this Blakean version. So the epigram goes, Locke sank into a swoon, the garden died. God took the spinning jenny out of his side. So what Yeats sort of presents Locke, the philosopher, as this mechanical and linear thinker who is hypnotized by his own image. And the garden sort of represents this unified consciousness that it was ended and replaced by the machine or the clock or the measuring device. So Blake understood that cultures are organized according to sense ratios, a fragmented society produced by new media, emphasizes one perceptual organ and attests the fall time and time again, and attests to the fall time and time again. This induces what Blake calls uncircumcision, which is like a sensory inertia, a habituation, and a numbness. So let's look at how Blake sort of describes this condition in Jerusalem. In the prophetic book Jerusalem, he says, "The eye of man, a little narrow orb, closed up and dark, scarcely beholding the great light, conversing with the ground. The ear, a little shelf, in small volutions shutting out, true harmonies, and comprehending great as very small. The nostrils bent down to the earth, and closed with senseless flesh, that odors cannot them expand, nor joy on them exalt. The tongue a little moisture fills, a little food it cloys, a little sound it utters, and its cries are faintly heard. This numbing result in a loss of self, a loss of identity. Jerusalem in Blake's mythology is a place where all perceptual organs operate in unity, a state of synesthesia, where the senses work together rather than in isolation or in conflict. As art historian E.H. Gombrich noted, synesthesia, the splashing over of impressions from one sense modality to another, is a fact to which all languages testify. We speak of loud colors and bright sounds, of velvety voices and cold light. The ear and the eye converge to a common center. So Blake depicted a return to what McLuhan calls the acoustic age. He was a precursor to postmodern thought and art, able to perceive that humanity was over-reliant on the sensory organ of the eye, focused on a sort of Newtonian single vision that experienced the world only in quantitative terms. The specialized atomized individual produced by the Gutenberg Revolution was goal-orientated, and from this psyche came the horrors of war and martyrdom that Blake decried. The printing press led to the idea of the nation-state, the Protestant Reformation, and the amplification of private reading and individual interpretation divorced from communal experience. Remarkably, Blake anticipated the shift at the turn of the 20th century from Newtonian physics to quantum physics, from representational to abstract art, from conscious rationality to Freud's unconscious, from linear narrative to Joyce's stream of consciousness. Blake became a symbolic figure of the 20th century. Already in 1948, Allen Ginsberg had singled out Blake as the model for his own prophetic vocation. In the 1950s, Aldous Huxley described his experiences of the emerging counterculture in two books that both borrowed their titles from Blake. The first, Doors of Perception, and the other, Heaven and Hell. Blake had written, if the doors of perception were cleansed, everything will appear to man as it is, infinite. In a letter to Thomas Butts in 1803, Blake expressed his prophetic calling, that I can alone carry on my visionary studies in London unannoyed, and that I may converse with my friends in eternity, see visions, dream dreams, and profit and speak parables unobserved, at liberty from the doubts of other mortals. Blake's practice, and this just also adds to what you were speaking before, Chris, so as Blake's practice as an engraver was itself a form of sort of prophetic abstraction. The word abstract comes from Greek, meaning to take away. To abstract means to offer a simplified, reduced, stylized image. The proverbial form has obvious advantages for an engraver, for whom constraints of size are always an important factor. Blake came to attach special significance to technical aspects of engraving, and engraving is a method of purification and subtraction, a process of getting to truth not through relativism, but through effacing. As Renato Barilli notes, the act of engraving is a kind of anticipation, in miniature, of that universal spiritual purification. The engraver literally burns away the surface of one small part of material creation, making reality available for perception. So McLuhan writes in The Global Village that civilization, the artifact of the literate man, when pushed to its furthest limits, trumpets reason without rhyme and makes a meal of all humanity. This is the underlying pulse of Blake's prophetic work, that the printing press and emphasis on rational empirical thought had deceived humanity and had a sort of psycho-spiritual consequences that placed us in a type of stupor. In Jerusalem, Blake presents us in an Augustinian sense with two cities, that of man called Albion and that of God called Jerusalem. The idealized city, Jerusalem sort of represents this idealized city in the sky. Blake is often accused of being a Gnostic, but Jerusalem suggests otherwise. He does not reject the material world, but seeks its reunification with other elements of the cosmos and its sort of transfiguration. In his prophetic book, Blake sort of predates Bob Marley in chanting down Babylon. Albion, an ancient name for England, and in this poem sort of represents the primordial man and all of humankind, Blake is able to depict through him the fall of humanity, but this time after Christ. Albion, through the amplification of reason, has lost its identity and has become fragmented in a fallen state of misery and directionless wandering. And so Blake writes, I see the fourfold man, the humanity in deadly sleep. So when Albion falls, he splits into four aspects: Pharmus, Urizen, Lava, and Urfona, representing different energies that form our reality, now at war with one another. And so Blake asks, when Albion slept beneath the fatal tree and the druid's golden knife, rooted in human gore, in offerings of human life. So humanity became what it beheld. Through false idols, it sort of lost its unified and full identity as made in the image of God, and it amplified certain facets of life and lost others. Blake saw that the only way to transgress the religious and social dogmas of his time was through imagination, which he believed united humanity to God. And so he declared, I must create a system or be enslaved by another man's. I will not reason and compare. My business is to create. So Blake was disturbed at how religions functioned in his time, and so in order to access truth or recover what he saw was truth, he steeped himself into biblical wisdom and turned it into proverbs in his engravings. For Blake, the modern psyche, produced by emphasis on certain perceptual faculties, had relegated human to death. And he said that these faculties, I quote Blake, that all arts of life, they changed into arts of death in Albion. However, Blake sees a unique path through Christ, who for him is love, agape, the Greek word for selfless, brotherly love that embodies forgiveness, charity, and non-retribution. Blake writes, Jesus died because he strove against the current of this wheel, its name, Caiaphas, the dark preacher of death, of sin, of sorrow, and of punishment. Opposing nature, it is a natural religion, but Jesus is a bright preacher of life, creating nature from this fiery law, by self-denial and forgiveness of sins. Albion finally hears Jerusalem's call. His scattered warring faculties, the Zoas, reintegrate into the divine human, a unified sensorium where vision, reason, imagination, and love cohere. The poem is structured in 4 sections that mirror this movement: fall and fragmentation, the rejection of unity, psychic conflict, prophetic creation, where loss, this mythical creature loss, begins rebuilding the human form through artistic practice, and finally awakening in unity and the reunification of the divine personhood. All are forgiven in the end. Blake even ends up forgiving everyone from the British Enlightenment period, and he says that all are forgiven in the end, including the great men who worship Satan. They arrive at the heavenly city on a chariot, the marriage of heaven and hell. Albion's awakening in Blake is a prophetic, mythic analogue of what Pierre Teilhard de Chardin would later call Omega Point, the moment when human consciousness, after ages of fragmentation, converges into this kind of unified, loving, and divine human totality. Blake presents us here with an apocalypse, but an apocalypse in sort of a transformative nature rather than finality, and it's more in the sense of the Greek word unveiling. So it's a revealing of sort of this true nature. All right, I'll try quickly get through this, but I also want to talk about what McLuhan sort of derived from Blake, and especially in terms of his anti-environments, and why these things might be important. So the antidote to being numbed by our element, McLuhan argues, is occupying the position of the outsider. This is the responsibility of the artist and is inseparable from the prophet's calling. McLuhan famously observed that humans are blind to their environments in the same way that fish are unaware of water. One thing which fish know exactly nothing is water, since they have no anti-environment which would enable them to sort of perceive the element that they live in. Only when fish are yanked out of water do they become acutely aware of the environment. What is environment in McLuhan's sense? It is the invisible world that a technology creates around us, the conditions it sets, the habits it shapes, the way it silently changes how we think, feel, sense, and relate. It's not the content, not the message, but the atmosphere a medium generates. So let's think about the smartphone, for example. What kind of environment does it create? It creates an environment where always-on connection, constant alerts, fragmented attention, the camera as memory, and it replaces physical presence for remote presence. McLuhan writes that in order of things, the ground comes first. This is how he sort of constructs his environment. The figures, which are like technologies, artifacts, concepts, arrive later, and then coming events cast their shadows before them. The ground of any technology is both the situation that gives rise to it, as well as the whole environment of services and disservices that the technology brings with it. So how does the artist perceive this dynamic interplay? The artist is not closed in one sensory perception. Artists are always updating their sensibilities in a kind of multisensory activity that allows them to be acutely aware of the whole environment. McLuhan states that the study of the ground on its own terms is virtually impossible, as by definition, it is at any moment environmental and subliminal. The only possible strategy is to construct an anti-environment, which is the normal activity of the artist, the only person in the culture whose whole business is the retraining and updating of sensibilities. And so with Blake, we see that his entry into this sort of deterritorialized space was through multiple strategies. One of them was, at the time, he worshipped Michelangelo, which wasn't very popular amongst artists. Most artists like Raphael, and Raphael, who was like sort of presenting harmony and balanced beauty, was Blake liked Michelangelo's dramatic, muscular intensity and how he pushed beyond classical constraints. Second, he sort of reintegrated myth in a highly systemized and logical world. He pursued truth outside of institutional frameworks when he could. Fourth, he lived pretty much in abject poverty, free of the constraints of patronage for the most part. And finally, he practiced engravings as a means of abstraction. So just to sort of wrap this up. So for McLuhan, the true artist is a prophet because the artist senses the hidden effects of new technologies. So while most people are numbed and dazzled by new media, the artist perceives the shifts in perception, feeling, and social life that these media silently produce. In McLuhan's words, the artist corrects our sense ratios, restoring awareness of what our technologies are doing to us. The artist is therefore is like a sort of early warning system, a sort of alarm bell, always a step ahead of technologies, exposing the hidden patterns that technology produces, and so it is a practice of prophecy to enter the zone of non-being, to bear witness to the life hidden in death, and to testify to the new world it prefigures. So prophecy, like Frederick Douglass said, is standing with God and slave, the marked ones exiled from being, and thereby perceiving life's excessive generative energy, pathologized and corrected by false gods, idolatry, and what was named the imitation of life, Babylon. And it's important, the way these guys conceive of prophecy, or these people conceive of prophecy, is being acutely aware of the present as opposed to sort of being able to predict the future or having some kind of oracle. Theorists Fred Moten and Stefano Hani described the prophet as attaining a double capacity to see the absolute brutality of the already existing and to point out and to tell that truth, but also be able to see the other way and to see optimistically what it could be. Look, I think I have run out of time. There's still just a little bit, but yeah, look, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much, Leon. So we'll go to a break now, and please just come up and attack them with questions. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear them. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, for taking these micro breaks that we've been having throughout the day. It's a real pleasure to introduce Dr. Tim Thornton, a former teacher of mine. He founder of the School of Political Economy. He's going to be talking about the school's history, about political economy in general, and about some ideas he has about the future of thinking about these questions. So if we could give Tim a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the invitation. It's really nice to be here with you all. So I'm let's just get into it. In terms of the structure of what we're going to do, I just want to give a definition of what the economy is, what political economy is, its relationship to mainstream economics, tell you a bit about the school, its history, why I established it, what I'm hoping to achieve, and then hopefully we can get a good block of question and answer in where I'm happy to field a question on anything you like. Okay, the economy is often simply seen as a system of markets, but and certainly when you study economics at university, that's often the way it's presented, but it's more intellectually warranted to say, look, it's simply a subsystem of the social system, a subsystem of society. Its particular domain is dealing with the production of goods and services, and a good is anything that's tangible, something you can drop on your toe that you, and a service is something that's intangible, a bit like the session I'm providing to you at the moment. And so really that's a better foundation to think about the economy. Furthermore, the economy is often seen as, again, getting back to this idea that it's just a system of markets is misleading. If you think about goods and services not just covering monetised goods and services that you buy in markets, but all goods and services, like the raising of children, caring of elderly people, doing a lot of stuff that goes inside the household. Not usually monetised, but they're goods and services. They're as valid as getting a cheeseburger at Macca's, and indeed more essential. And so quite a lot, maybe a quarter of all goods and services in the economy are produced outside of markets, primarily in what we call the core sphere, which is kind of households, families, and also communities. So that should be a big part of our focus. We shouldn't sort of say economics looks at goods and services but draws an artificial boundary about that where we ignore maybe a quarter to 1/3 of the economy. Like that's a little bit bonkers, I've always thought. Then we can think of a public purpose sphere. So that's government, international institutions and non-profits, and that's about a quarter of the economy as well. It's quite interesting when there's an economic downturn or some uncertainty, they'll get somebody in from, I don't know, the Victorian Chamber of Commerce or something, but really these other spheres of the economy are at least as significant. And then finally we have the business sphere, comprised really of firms that are producing for profit, but that's only about 50% of the economy. And so this little graph summarises everything that I've just said. We've got the environment, which everything needs to be nested inside of. Then we've got the social system, then we've got the economic system. We have natural inputs coming in and waste coming out of it. So in a way I look at that and I think, well, okay, is that a little bit banal? But the thing is, if anybody that studied economics at uni would know that this is not how you start. So I'm just trying to set you up on a good foundation. So the economy obviously utilises physical things, equipment, infrastructure, natural resources. But ultimately, I think the most sensible way to make sense of it is to think of it as a system of formal and informal rules. And by that I mean institutions, not institutions as organisations, institutions as rules. I would think of an organisation like Fopa here today as a particular network or constellation of rules that have been brought together to do something. And so we're all where all this starts to go if you start thinking of the economy as a system of institutions or rules. Rules are all about power, and so all of a sudden you end up at this quite different starting place, which is the economy as a system of power. And so that is directly at loggerheads with standard instruction in economics, which just tells you the economy is a system of markets. So you can see, even in 5 minutes, huge divergence can open up. But I would argue that this broader way of making sense of the economy is more intellectually warranted, even if it's a bit marginalised in practice and teaching. So what political economy is about is to study the social provisioning process. How does society get the goods and services it needs to flourish and to promote individual well-being? And also maintain ecological balance, of course. In practice, this really comes down to 4 big questions. What goods and services are being produced in the economy? Is it sort of solar panels, or are we digging up a lot of coal and gas? How are they produced? The method of production. For whom are they produced? Obviously, those first 2 questions are about what's produced. The third question is about production. But then finally, we've also got to say, how are resources sustained over time? Now, what's distinctive about the political economy approach as opposed to the mainstream economic approach is that the way we go about doing this is pluralist. That is, we will look at multiple schools of thought, and it's inherently interdisciplinary. So we want to be in co-informing dialogue with historians, philosophers, sociologists, anthropologists. So it's getting away from that idea that economics has got any particular monopoly on the truth. There was a sort of article John Hewson wrote in The Guardian saying why economists have the answer to almost everything, and I just couldn't let that stand. And so you'll see a few days later I wrote one in response explaining that really they're just one of a number of people, number of disciplines that brings things to the table. But it sort of captures the fact that John Hewson, who's kind of really improved over time, I must say, but it captures a very typical hubris amongst the economic mainstream, that they do have the answers, that they're very rigorous and they're very scientific. And any other way of doing economics is, as one my former heads of department said, is just blah, blah, blah. You know, Tim's teaching these blah, blah, blah subjects, we better shut them down. Yeah, now let me say a little bit about pluralism. Again, if you're from other disciplines, you'll be thinking, Tim, it's Friday afternoon, tell me something I don't know. But the thing is, in economics, pluralism is a very kind of dissenting idea, so I've got to make the case for it. So I'm just going to quote John Stuart Mill here, who's with Harriet Mill, also an intellectual powerhouse. I'll just modify things slightly to bring us into the 25th century. They that know only their own side of the case know little of that. Essentially, if you don't know the arguments opposing your argument, you don't understand your own argument. Your reasons may be good, no one may have been able to refute them, but if they're equally unable to refute the reasons of the opposite side or the opposite school, if they do not so much know as what those arguments are, then they have no grounds for preferring either opinion. So you haven't really made an informed choice. And so part of the problem with certainly contemporary economics introduction right across Australia and right across the world is people only get inculcated into one school of thought, and that's usually quite uncritical. And so what this means is economics is a unique discipline, because in no other discipline worldwide do students so regularly rebel against the content of their instruction. And if you get online, you'll see student organisations like Rethinking Economics Global, the International Student Initiative for Pluralism in Economics. It's continually contested, but still not much progress thus far in sort of trying to put things on a sensible foundation. Now, there's a great little video. I'm pretty keen to hear from you. I don't want to just go on and on for the whole hour. But just make a note, if you get onto YouTube, Google Economics is for Everybody, and it's a charming video scribe that kind of really encapsulates a lot of what I'm saying in a really engaging way. I want to also say a political economy approach is all about interdisciplinarity. the desirability of co-informing dialogue with other disciplines, and certainly politics is particularly important. Joan Robinson, a very famous radical economist, said the answer to most economic problems is a political question. So economists really have to understand politics. And then furthermore, because really at the bottom of a lot of disputes about really quite practical things like inflation or budget deficits or etc., are particular ethical, epistemological and ontological commitments. And so this means that if you really want to be thorough about doing economics, you've got to know a fair bit of philosophy. You know, and that's unsurprising because ultimately philosophy is about clear and careful thinking. And so in what domain of life is that not going to come in handy? And so what this means, if you're studying other disciplines, political economy is probably relevant and helpful. But furthermore, if you have that background and you're talking with economists, they'll probably learn something from you. So again, it's a co-informing dialogue. I want to now delineate, you're probably asking why I'm not from the School of Economics, and it's because I'm a traditionalist in a sense. Like within the profession, I'm seen as a heretic, but I would say actually, if you take the long view, I'm the traditionalist and they're the heretics, because political economy was the original name for economics, and that original approach was pluralist and interdisciplinary. So often Adam Smith is seen as maybe the key founding figure. His day job was being a philosopher, ethics, and so they wouldn't recognise, those classical political economists wouldn't recognise the disciplinary boundaries we have today. They'd be kind of amazed by it, perhaps disturbed. Whoa, okay. I haven't become part of the state grid yet, let's hope. Okay, so it really was a type of unified social science. So you can see that in figures like Smith and also from the left figures such as Marx. But in the 1870s, there was what was known as the marginal revolution, where kind of neoclassical or mainstream economics emerged, and they were very keen to kind of shear themselves off from other social sciences. And so one of the architects of the marginal revolution was William Stanley Jevons, and let's just look. Among the minor alterations, I may mention the substitution for the name political economy of the single more convenient term economics. I cannot help thinking that it would be as well to discard, as quickly as possible, the old troublesome double-worded name for our science. And so you can see that there's this commitment to try to get away from politics, from ethical judgments, from value-driven things. I've got some very nervous looking technical stuff here. I think, do you want me to give it a bit of a wipe? Okay. And so economics really sheared off, and it's maintained considerable intellectual isolation ever since. So what we're doing at the School of Political Economy, and I'm not alone in this, I've just come back from a symposium at the Department of Political Economy at Sydney University, which is also really linking to this longer tradition. But what's interesting at Sydney University, it kind of means they've actually got two economics departments. There's a sort of Department of Economics and a Department of Political Economy, and a 40-year battle that involved figures such as Tony Abbott, Malcolm Turnbull, Anthony Albanese, and various other figures to sort of have this battle over the way that economics is taught. If you look on Radio National, a political economy dispute, it's kind of like Lord of the Rings without Frodo. It's an epic battle. Okay, moving right along. This slide, my clickers, I point to you. Okay, there it is. So just to give you a sense of the different schools, you'll probably just get taught neoclassical economics, the fourth one down, if you do an economics degree. And I would argue, if you just whatever your discipline, if you're only getting schooled uncritically in one school of thought, it's like an acquired brain injury. You know, you get a misplaced sense of confidence that gets its powers of illumination, and you're too closed off to other ways of understanding situation. So they range from, you know, the radical sort of Marxian political economy on the left to the Austrian on the very far right, so people like Hayek, for example. And so there's a strong feeling, particularly with economics, but maybe more generally, I'm interested to hear what the other Fopa people say. This is, again, from Joan Robinson. In every country, educated institutions in general, and universities in particular, are supported directly or indirectly by the established authorities. And whether in Chicago or in Moscow, their first duty is to save their pupils from contact with dangerous thoughts. And certainly, maybe that's not true in all fields, but certainly in economics it is. Moving right along. I might get you to click it for me. Okay, I just want to stress the importance of this. I think it's a very interesting field, but it's also practically useful. It's very rare that people have any real knowledge of political economy. Say the person with the leading amount of economic power in Australian society would be the Federal Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, did his PhD on Paul Keating. And so he's really at the mercy of Treasury because he never studied it. Barack Obama did law at Harvard, didn't know. And so this is typical. Economists often don't know other disciplines. People in other disciplines are intimidated by economics. But because the method of studying political economy is more pluralist and interdisciplinary, it's more open for other people to look at it and offers you insight into the economy in ways that are warranted. It can help you understand what John Kenneth Galbraith sarcastically called the conventional wisdoms about the way the economy works and to develop alternative views. In general, and this again is my philosophy, I don't try to teach that there's a single answer, and again agree with Joan Robinson, the importance of studying economics or political economy is not to acquire a set of ready-made answers, but to avoid being deceived by other economists. I think it's important, particularly at the teaching level. Maybe, you know, if you get me onto policy questions, you often find I will have a singular position, but the responsibility when teaching is to put out a level playing field of economic ideas so people can understand the strengths and weaknesses. And when I can really get my game together, I can usually get to the end of semester and students don't really know where my affiliation lies. But, you know, you've got to play pretty good poker face all semester for that. Sometimes I can manage it, sometimes I can't. But when I have done it, that's when I know I've done my job properly. And certainly I think a higher level of critical economic literacy is essential for a democratic society. Moving on to the next slide. What we're seeking to rectify: booms, busts, stagnation, poverty, underdevelopment, unemployment, inflation, deflation, inequality, environmental degradation, discrimination and injustice. So of course other fields wrestle with this, but it's certainly core business within political economy. So it's a sort of quite applied subject. It's a type of worldly philosophy. So moving on to the next slide. You probably already guessed why I set up the school. I found it very difficult to go about my work when I was with the Department of Economics at Monash, moved to the Department of Economics at La Trobe. It got even more difficult. Matt can testify to some of the dramas we had there, simply trying to teach this stuff. In the end, I developed pluralist subjects, but they were crushed from within the department. I had to get the hell out of Dodge and seek shelter at Swinburne University, but the students felt so strongly about it, they hired a kind of lecture room and continued the subject themselves. And so it kind of, there's a lot of drama about something, people trying to prevent people sort of studying the economy in a pretty reasonable way. And so ultimately, I burnt, like a cat that had run out through its 9 lives, I burnt through my options at Monash Economics, La Trobe Economics, I was at Swinburne, I tried to cut there. I was really in a tight corner. Then I got a Rockefeller Fellowship to go to Tufts University in Boston, and then Boston University, and then I had good linkages there, but I thought I want to come back to Melbourne, so I came back in 2019 to start the school because I kind of felt that the work that I was doing in Boston, any number of people could do, but I knew that there was this job back here. I kind of felt at the time, because university courses are so expensive, and also because I've been in the system long enough to see it get worse and worse. The whole culture and incentives around teaching make me sick. People getting in my ear saying, you're putting too much time into your students. Infuriated me. And I kind of thought, well, maybe you don't appreciate what I'm doing, but the students do. So I thought, cut out the middle person, cut out the entity, and I simply am now teaching the tertiary tertiary level courses outside the uni. And it's a beautiful thing because I can actually teach it maybe at 2 or 3 times the quality that I would have been allowed to do at uni in terms of staffing ratios. And I can do it about a 10th or maybe a 20th of the cost. I can't offer people accreditation, but 1,500 students later, nobody seems to care about that. And what is the value of a university accreditation anyway, when it can be so kind of god-awful, where we sort of, this process where students pretend to learn and we pretend to teach. I don't even want to affiliate with that. And so this is why, I just wanted to be able to do my thing. And so since that time, I've done a lot of teaching, and it's a really great cohort because the only people that come to study with me are intellectually curious, or they really need the information for their work, or both. So you get a very highly engaged cohort. I've been spoilt for life. I don't ever want to go back. Yeah, moving along to the next slide. How I go about it is a self-assessment model. People watch a sort of 1-hour lecture. We do some readings, have some set questions which provide answers to, but then we discuss the questions in class and field any other questions. And we have small groups that don't ever go above 18 and 19 students. Typically it's a dozen students. We do that online, just on the fringe of the CBD, just near the new Parkville station actually, or we do it via Zoom. And with the Zoom cohort, it's global, which is really wonderful. The subject can be engaged with at different, subjects engage different level of depth. Some people just want to do a fun thing on a weekday evening. Other people are treating it like postgraduate coursework. It doesn't matter. Because there's no exam, people kind of do as much or as little as they like, and that works. And you can have people that have not had the opportunity to go to university before alongside people with doctorates, and it's fine. Everyone can bring something to the table. And yeah, I'm really pleased with it actually. So moving to the next slide. Generally, how I go about my work is I put an emphasis on conceptual frameworks and starting points because they subsequently shape the conclusions, those initial commitments, some of which you don't even realise you're making at some epistemological or ontological level. The show's almost over before you start. So the thing is to tease those out because different starting points lead to different endpoints, and all roads do not lead to Rome. So it's a matter of teasing those out. And of course, what you see can be heavily determined by how you decide to look. And so it's a matter of sort of showing the different pairs of spectacles, what they illuminate, what they distort, what they obscure. And I try to aim for parity of treatment because I just don't think tertiary education should be about indoctrination. So we're in the final slides here, I'm pretty sure. Moving to the next one. I think I've already explained about the things. I put some extra readings on for people that want to go hard. I really like the interaction with people, and that's why I keep the classes small. And so I encourage people to ask for help in class, via email, via phone, and all questions are good because what I've found with my colleagues is this tendency to try to give the bare minimum and then scuttle back to your office to peck away on your journal article to get promoted and maybe go somewhere. It's not student-centred anymore, and it made me sick in the stomach. So I'm trying to get away from that. But then you've got to people simply don't believe you when you say that. Sort of like, call me now. I want to start early because it's one of the things I'm still surprised at how little students ask for help. When I was at student, the lecturer would have set consultation hours each week, and there'd always be a queue outside their office, and you'd really engage. That's all fallen away, and I think that's disturbing. Moving right along to the next slide. In terms of upcoming subjects, I've got an introductory subject starting February 2nd. There's both a in-person option and a Zoom, an economic history subject, looking at different types of capitalism and socialism in term 3, and then a more quantitative evidence-based decision thing so people can feel confident engaging with kind of numbers and sort of building up their capacity there, because that can be, people can kind of go to water on that stuff and they need not. And then I'm also developing up some other specialised subjects. Like eventually I want to essentially be able to offer the equivalent of an economics degree and offer that globally. Yeah, I think that might be, if it's not let's go to the next slide. That's it. If you want any further information, that's the website. You could just Google School of Political Economy. You can just email me. You can even ring me, or you could talk to me after this session. So I think we've got a healthy amount of time for question. How long have we got, Matt? Okay, that's rocking. So you can ask me anything about anything you like to do with the economy or the school, or trying to do education outside the unis, which I really recommend, actually. It's been one of the best things I've ever done. Yeah, sure. No, it's the question was, is it the only thing that I'm doing? No, I'm also a Senior Research Fellow with the Economics in Context Initiative at Boston University, which is producing curricular material of a more reform sort. And I'm also a Senior Research Fellow with the Global Development and Environment Institute at Tufts University, which is really looking at that nexus between economy and environment. But the main thing is the school. But yeah, so they're the other things I'm juggling. Yep. Currently, the courses, you can do a 9-week course for about $275. So it's $27.50 a week. And so that's, yeah, the equivalent subject would be $4 or $5 grand at uni, and it might be real crappy. If people want to try it, I always give people, say, look, if you don't like it, you've got 10 days to suss it out, and if you don't like it, you can have your money back. And it's an easy thing to offer because it's so seldom taken, but that's no questions asked. So that's the deal there. Yes?
This is going to sound like I'm taking the piece, but it's genuine. How far would I have to go down that list before I understood Piketty?
Look, not very far. The question was how much would you have to study to understand Piketty? You could almost take a crack at Piketty without even studying with me. Like I'll give you some readings on it. He's done a lot of good work, but there's actually some, I kind of applaud him. It's good that he's doing what he's doing, but there's some kind of theoretical problems related to the fact that nobody's ever been able to measure capital. And if you contact me...
Maybe I'll clarify my question. How far would I have to go down before I could critically read Piketty the way that you've just done it? You know what I mean? Like if I read it now, I'd go, whoa, this guy, weird.
No, the whole field is less intimidating than you think. Like, sometimes I kind of think the whole field of economics is like the social sciences answer to homeopathy. It's just, it's kind of important, but nobody should be intimidated by it. Like all the schools have certain problems, and there can be some initial jargon that makes it look daunting, but it isn't. In fact, what I would recommend is have a look at that. The thing you would need to do is have a look at the Ha-Jung Chung video that I mentioned before, Economics is for Everybody. And he makes the point, like economics is made to look difficult, but it's not. And he makes the point that 95% of economics is just common sense. It could be understood by the person in the street. And even the remaining 5% that's a little technical, you can kind of get the broad contours of it, if not the finer detail. So, like, I'm not saying there's nothing there, like I've sort of spent my life studying it, but I don't think anybody should be intimidated by it. And I think everybody, it's highly deserving of a very critical eye. Again, that point, like the main purpose to study with me is so you're not deceived by other economists. Yep. Secondary. Yeah. Okay. Just to feed those questions through the mic, the first is saying, like, did I take inspirational guidance from similar schools that had already been established? And second, is there equivalent organisation trying to do what I'm doing at the high school level? In regards to the first thing, I think the origins of the school was, when I was within the system, I was directing a politics, philosophy, economics degree at the undergraduate level, and then I was also a director of a postgraduate program in international development. And so that gave me a good look at the finances, the money, you know, and I was looking, thinking, oh, God, there's about $1 million coming in here, only about 10% is being used to deliver the course. And so I just kind of think, well, gee, that, like, in a sense, that's really disgusting, but in another way, that's an opportunity. I thought, well, gee, I could do something at least as good as this for 10% of the price. So it really kind of, the origins were just simply thinking I'm in a tight spot and trying to MacGyver my way out of it. When I did start looking around, probably the key thing was probably the Melbourne School of Continental Philosophy, which had been running for a long time, and I thought, look, if you can do that for continental philosophy, you can surely do it for economics. And also knew that students wanted to do my sorts of courses. Like, I was about as popular as a rattlesnake in a lucky dip within economics departments, but I knew the market demand was there, so that was it. But certainly, in a way, the Festival of Para-Academia is a way of bringing together similar organisations, and I'm glad to be part of it. There's also the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research in the US is another one, but it might be something Matt, have a chat with Matt about it in the break. And in terms of what's happening in high school, I don't know if anybody's working there, but certainly the Reserve Bank of Australia is always encouraging people to study economics and wringing its hands about the fact nobody's doing it. But they never seem to ask. I actually wrote an article on this, you can Google it, just saying they never seem to say, maybe there's something wrong with the product, you know, it's a sort of, it's a shit product, actually, to put it in intellectual terms, and that's, people are quite rightly not touching it with a barge pole. But I don't think they'll change. I've got a very settled idea of what economics is, and it's not even looking at the economy, it's just a particular way of looking at everything. It's a type of economics imperialism where you sort of weigh up the costs and benefits in some Spock-like manner, and then you optimise, you know, it's just, I can't tell you how. It's a real low-grade intellectual framework, even though you can put a lot of technical bells and whistles on it. Yeah, and then there. Yep. Yeah, sorry to... okay. Yeah, there's a whole lot of that. Like, in a way, I'm cleaning up the profession's shit. You know, like a lot of people have got... Sorry, I feel it's Friday afternoon, I'm speaking freely. a lot of students that have done economics degrees or economics majors and bitterly disappointed at what they know. So that's a certain constituency. And, you know, I've had people that have got PhDs in economics that have done the introductory subject, which is a survey course, maybe 3 times, just to try to deprogram themselves because they're finally getting what they wanted. The other constituency are PhD students that in philosophy or history, or some of whom are here today. Some of them are working in the public service, some of them are working for NGOs, some of them are ministerial advisors. I've had advisors to state treasurers. And so people that have kind of looked at orthodoxy and sort of been very underwhelmed, and they've wanted a more even-handed way of making sense of things. And so it's an excellent cohort, and it's, you know, but at the same time, there's the full, what I like about it is actually it kind of mirrors society itself, you know, there's everybody, but they're a good bunch, you know, yeah. Okay. Yeah, like the sort of Australian, this historian of Australian economics, Alex Milmo, talks about the quiet death of Australian economics, because it used to be taught in pretty much every university that offer an economics degree. Now it's really only taught inside the group of 8. So a lot of departments, including the Department of Economics at La Trobe, no more, because they can't get the enrolments, because people sort of, you know, maybe students have to study first-year economics as part of a business degree, but like they only have to do that once or twice, and they're not coming back for a return serving. And so what's really happened is that the profession's dying out, and so now Treasury and the Productivity Commission, they've kind of really have to resort to simply employing people that have got a law background or something, because there's just not the graduates. So that's part of the problem. And in terms of people that have got my sorts of knowledge, you can sort of, there's a Department of Political Economy at Sydney Uni, but you'd have to go outside the country. And certainly you can't get any political economic education in Melbourne, to my knowledge. There might be one breadth subject at Melbourne Uni, but that might be more political science. And so this is the other reason I set up the school. Melbourne is like the Badlands in terms of university political economy teaching, and so that's why I kind of felt the need to sort of supply something. Yeah, it kind of worries me that the information, the content of this is so critical. I kind of think, well, I've got to pass it on to people. You know, I sort of, we're endangered species. You can't get on with inside the universities, and so I've I think narrowness begets narrowness. If you've only had a narrow economic education, probably you would have sat through that session and thought, oh, this Tim guy is like a creation scientist in a department of biology. Like, this is, you know, it's too different, and it's very hard. Once you've had 5 or 6 years of education in that, you're stuck in a very narrow intellectual corridor, and it's hard, you know. So it's just a vicious circle, and frankly, I haven't got time to think about it anymore. Like, in some ways, I spent a lot of years trying to kind of stand against the breeze within unis. It did me no good at all, and I just kind of think, okay, I can do this, watch out. So yeah, they've got their own mess, and I'm just doing something different because I'm pretty pessimistic about the ability to persuade them or enlighten them to mend their ways. I think it's better to simply speak, to operate around them rather than try to kind of enter into dialogue with them. Yeah, I've lost the order of questions. Sorry, I don't mean to play. Oh, yeah, were you next?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess the question sort of follows on from what you're saying in any case, which is what you described sounds very similar to lots of other sort of disciplines in universities in terms of, you know, the pressure, the changes that have occurred over the last 30, 40 years in universities and the intellectual effects of that in terms of conservatism, general intellectual conservatism. But the question I have is one, you kind of answered it. Is there a larger ideological kind of background to this in terms of, well, generally we don't really speak about different economic alternatives in society much at all. That's a general kind of thing you would say, but where are people really talking about different economic options or alternatives apart from election time when we barely kind of talk about things in any kind of detail. And the second one is, the people who are in sort of economics departments who are you're describing as sort of intellectual conservatism that they're kind of running with, who are they speaking to? Like, why are they? What are they? Like, what are they? Who are they selling their ideas to? Is it to the state, to governments, or is it to I don't know? Like, what are they? What's the ends that they're producing their economic work? Do you see my question?
Yeah, yeah.
Are they talking to governments? Are they talking to large businesses? Who are they?
Well, there's an economy to manage, and you know, people will be appointed minister for something. Think, well, we better get an economist. They don't know anything about it themselves. They can't really shop around. You kind of think somebody like Barack Obama, become president of the United States, first thing, global financial crisis. He's got Larry Summers, very orthodox economist, saying, well, we need to rescue the banks, where probably a more broadly educated economist would have said, look, if you're going to bail them out to that point, nationalise them. And then maybe re-privatise them at a handsome profit down the line. You know, and if they'd done that, there probably wouldn't have been a Trump. In terms of, I haven't got a particular ideological line. My view, having seen so much of it at uni, is to sort of simply present the strengths and weaknesses of each school and not spruik particular things. Like, I think there's a modern money theory thing that kind of pushes, but their particular. I don't like to do that. I don't think it's my role. I just want to I want people to think about the strengths and weaknesses of everything. There's an economy to manage, and so what a mainstream education does, it gives you a pretty rough and ready framework that can kind of crunch data and give a certain answer. And so it's just like any market. There's a market of people that like to supply that they think that it's really fantastic, and there's a market of people that want it. It just rolls on. But I think that so the task is to just try to crowd that out with better trained people. Yeah. So who is next? Okay, apparently up the back. Hello. Yep. Yeah, okay, so I guess the nub of the first question is like, why is economics so narrow or other disciplines are less so? It's a sort of complex story. There's so many factors. I think if you contact me through the school, I'll send you my PhD thesis, which looks at that over 70,000 words. I think it's just too big a thing to really unpack. And of course, doing things this way is a second best thing. I'd prefer to have a continuing position inside a university. I would have liked, this is not a first best thing, it's been hard, and I'm kind of happy, but there's been some very difficult phases along the way here. But the thing is that it was either this or leave the playing field altogether, maybe join the public service or something. So it's not a first best thing, but by the same token, it's not too bad. Ultimately, you don't need a particular accreditation to call yourself an economist. And so if you've got the knowledge and you can demonstrate it, you can probably get on, I think. And then certainly if you've got a undergraduate degree already and you study with me, you can study at a postgraduate level with me. And so that when you arrive at university to do postgraduate study, you'll be pretty hot stuff. Like you'll be wowing them in the toots. So I can give you the knowledge, I can't give you the accreditation. But then by the same token, if you can publish a journal article or conduct a bit of analysis, that can often be enough for an employer. So at the same time, it's not quite the same, and I'm not sort of trying to dissuade anybody from finishing their degree or not getting their degree. But I think that the best thing I could do, the only thing I could do, was to provide what I've done. So yeah, there's kind of strengths and weaknesses with it for sure. But I kind of feel like I'm doing the best teaching and research of my career, and I'm outside the unis. That's interesting, I think. Yeah, look, 18 or 19 people in each class. If I get more than that, I just open up another class. Yeah. I'm old school. Okay, we're getting tight for time, aren't we? We're right on time? Fine for time. Okay, let's have one more question. Yep. I wouldn't say a lot, because the thing is, like one of the problems of having a degree like that is you can be very self-assured, that problem of kind of hubris. But a lot of good students realise there's a problem. They're not a massive cohort. They're okay. There's a little bit of a... it's a matter of teasing out some of the more problematic aspects of their mainstream framework that they weren't taught, so they can get that. And then you just teach the other courses. But they're not at any particular advantage to somebody that comes in that, often people sort of start the semester by apologising, saying, oh, my degree's in literature or something. And I just think good, because it's all social science ultimately. And I would define myself first as a social scientist before an economist. It's just a particular domain, and it's got to have good links to the other social sciences, or it's going to be dodgy. What else? Matt?
Yeah, so maybe pivoting away from school.
Yep.
And asking just very general sort of questions. Like, what are the big sort of economic trends that are going to be sort of shaping the future? As far as you sort of read the press, read the literature, understand the theory, like what are the problematic dimensions that we're facing that your domain is relevant to trying to deal with?
Climate change and inequality, inequality in all its forms. Obviously, climate change is enormous. They're the two big things, and not only climate change, but environmental sustainability as well. And certainly, there's a whole kind of school of political economy called ecological economics, which really deals with that economy-nature interface. Maybe somebody else would answer that differently, but certainly they're my priorities, and really as time's gone on, I just see inequality as the central scourge, like inequalities of wealth, income, access to information, social capital. Yeah. What else, folks? We could, yes.
So that's a really good way for me to ask my question, which is to say, how much of this do you think is a reflection of like the cohorts of students we are getting increasingly, this Asian neoliberalism, etc.? Because it does seem like students in general is becoming more and more middle class, and then upper middle class, especially as the cost of education rises and it becomes more of a luxury and the rest of it. It seems like such people may not be that interested to look at the nitty-gritty of economic inequality or political economy. I know in my own discipline, literary studies, I have colleagues who just constantly accuse me of being economic determinist whenever I just remind them that like books cost money to make and somebody wants to make a profit from publishing them. And I just think, wow, that's so bourgeois. You don't want to think about how money is generated and how it's spent. And then I say, well, maybe you are bourgeois. And I just feel like, do you think that's my paranoia, or do you see kind of the gradual deproletarianization of student cohorts that enter universities?
Well, I haven't worked in universities in Australia anyway, since 2018, so I'm not up on the current trends. The thing is that the people that come to study with me are a very narrow cohort. Like I ran some ads on Triple R, like 20 ads over a 3-week period, probably reached about 1 million set of ears. Out of that conjured about 40 people. So it's a very, you have to throw out a big funnel, but then those people are pretty special because they're wanting to work as hard as they would work at university, and there's no piece of paper at the end of it. So like that's a strange sampling bias, which kind of, it's good for me because it's just a great cohort, but it probably distorts my sense of the general student body in particular. But there's a cross-section of people, like you've got these kind of high-level bureaucrats, but you've also got people that are kind of sex workers and different things, and they just all get on fine. I've tried to keep the cost as low as possible, really quite low relative to uni to sort of allow that access. And then people with the global stuff, people in the global south, I tend to give them what I call School of Political Economy scholarships, just so you just come on board. So, and that's really good to get that global, get those people coming in real time, saying what the situation is on the ground in Indonesia or Calcutta or whatever. But again, they're still a pretty special cohort. Yeah. Yes?
How much do you feel that you engage with the critique of political economy? Or if that's, I like that quote you keep referring to, that the goal of studying economics is not to be deceived by economics. And I also know there's like waves, especially like Marxist political economy, which kind of critique the idea of political economy and stuff.
Look, everything gets a good kick in with me. Yeah. I'm all for critique. Like nobody pays my salary. I don't feel that. I don't really have any affiliation with any particular school anyway. I think it's a matter of sort of understanding the strengths and weaknesses of each lens that you pick up. And so if somebody's got something critical to say, including of what's happened, what I'm doing, good. I've got a very high threshold of embarrassment. People can point it out. And the good thing, if there's something wrong with the course and you can mount a good case on the terrain of reason and evidence, we'll bloody change it that semester. There's no academic thing there's no oversight. It's just me. Like I call myself the director of the school, but that's a piss take because there's all those titles. The only thing I direct is the dog if it sometimes comes in during a Zoom shoot. So what that means is that the courses can be very bespoke, and so some semesters I've had a particular cohort wanting to come in, and I just twist the subject in real time, like a tailored suit to suit that cohort. And so that's the way I would respond to critique or people with particular concerns. because there's nobody else to please. There's no vice chancellor, there's no head of department, there's none of that. It's just me and the people. And so if it's not working for them, well, then it's really silly. So yeah, that's how I deal with the things. Yeah. I think the cohort is, I guess what's great about it is they're highly engaged, but it's not really homogenous in that you're dealing with people from all over the world. Yeah, look, I guess all I can say, yeah, there is that sampling bias, and that's a good thing to point out. I don't know. I'd have to think what I could do about that. I don't know. Maybe there's got to be other organisations as well. I kind of feel like I'm at full stretch doing what I'm doing, but let me have a think about that. Yeah, that's a good question. What do you think, Matt? Should we let these people have a cup of coffee? Or? Yeah. Thanks for listening to me.
Good evening. We still have most of the people here, so we won't be too formal. Just to sort of say that we do have a bunch of films running in 405. There's a whole bunch of, I think it's like hundreds of short films there, so if you want to sort of check that out on any other day, if you're not going to come back here for another session, please do that. Tomorrow we're going to have some prepared piano happening down in the grounds floor space, and on Sunday, please come back for the gathering that we're having at 6 p.m. So very happy to have Bernie Lewin from the Platonic Academy. I think Fopa last year, it was awesome. The guys did, what was it? The symposium, a theatrical rendition of a Platonic dialogue, and it was raucous and crazy and mad, and it was a beautiful feature in the program last year. And so, actually interested to hear Bernie lecture and give a talk. So could we please give it up for Bernie Lewin? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. And yeah, we did have a good time last time. This time, yeah, we'll be more conventional in the presentation. The Platonic Academy is very pleased to participate in the Festival of Para-Academia. We feel right at home in the para. Para on the outside, the Plato and Platonism has always been outside the universities. In the long and diverse tradition of European Platonism, its flourish has never been in the universities, always outside and often against strong resistance from within academia. And what about that name? Curious that this sector of state-sponsored education and research, the Academy, is named after the research centre that Plato established 2,400 years ago in the grove dedicated to the memory of Academus. Why don't we say the Lyceum after Aristotle's school, since Aristotelianism quickly took hold of the universities when they were established in the Middle Ages, and it's never really gone away. Anyway, we Platonists are used to being on the outside and comfortable with it. Even happy to be outside the universities, like Tim Thornton, who was on just before. And to those folks who are newly arrived in the para, we say welcome, welcome indeed, because it's nice out here. The air is fresh, and as Tim was saying, the horizons are broad. For us, it's inevitable that we're outside. Once you see what Platonism is really about, and then you see from our perspective what the universities have always been about, socially, politically, and most importantly, philosophically. The university has a deeply held and consistently maintained philosophical orientation, so deeply held that ordinarily you hardly even notice it. The universities could never do right by Platonism because of the way they are, which is the way they have always been. So we Platonists will always be para. Today I want to explain why this is so, why we should never expect universities to let Platonism in. And I mean to really let them in. Sure, philosophy schools teach Plato, bits and pieces of Plato, but they teach it in a highly contained way, delivered through a thick Aristotelian lens. So today I want to explain the difference of Platonism from the philosophical orientation of the universities in terms of ontology. What I mean by ontology here is what knowledge is about. What is the essential being of what we know, even of what we experience? We say that we know things, the things we experience, but what's the essential being of these things? In other words, what is science ultimately about? Political science, social science, natural science. What is physics ultimately about? Take physics. It's about the physical. But what is the physical in essence? Atoms, matter, in space, in time, some absolute context for things. What is it and where is it? The essential being of the physical that the study of physics is about. The prevailing view, the Aristotelian view, we might broadly call this the materialist orientation. This view starts with these objects, these individual physical things in the world that we have experience of. These objects have some essential reality to them. Individual physical objects have an essential reality to them. This is to start with ordinary objects in our ordinary reality, like that we live and we work and we deliver lectures. These objects are ultimately what our knowledge is about. So this is the Aristotelian metaphysics. What I know is knowledge of these objects in an objectified reality independent of me as observer. Observing with my mind. Observing minds experiencing an independent world through their senses. And this physical ontology underlies our social and political sciences as well. The conventional view, that sounds pretty right. This is the orientation to science that I'm talking about, the materialist orientation, and it prevails even in its skepticism, which is to accept that this is what knowledge is, and then to deny that we can attain it. Like, if all I experience is my experience, then how can I know something that is beyond my experience? Beyond my experience, how can I know the thing itself? How can I know what it is in itself outside my experience of it? Some of you might know Bishop Berkeley's critique, repeated by David Hume and repeated differently more recently by the likes of Jacques Derrida. We moderns remain in this view even in our skepticism of this view. And we remain in this view even when physics, astrophysics, particle physics makes no sense in this view. Physics has made nonsense of this view for 100 years and more. Relativity. Take relativity seriously. It's come up a few times already today. Take it seriously in the context of the space-time continuum. Aristotle's critique of simultaneity, two events happening in different places at the same time, it doesn't make sense. Quantum physics, the uncertainty principle. Some of you might be aware of some of this in physical research. It shakes the foundations of this metaphysics, and it's been doing so for 100 years and more. Observing minds, observing an independent reality of objects out there. Yet still we remain with this orientation, habitually fixated to this way of seeing, occasionally rattling the cage, but never breaking free, because we don't know how. We can't see the way out because we're looking the wrong way. This is not the Platonic view. Plato implores us to look the other way. The Platonic view is that these objects are projections of an inner reality. I project the objectified world to make sense of my experience. I project the objectified world to make sense of my experience. Those objects are the flickering shadows on the walls of Plato's cave. Some people might know the famous allegory of the cave. Sensible objects are flickering shadows. He can't be serious. Flickering shadows of what? Of a higher reality. Shadows of the higher reality that I use to construct my experience, to construct and to reconstruct my ever-changing, sensible, objectified reality, to make sense of my experience, to organise it, to know it. Plato invites you to notice the form of your every observation, the form of every object, and to notice the form of the very act of observing, the form of learning, the form of analysing. All of this is covered in Plato's dialogues. And so when you do this, when you follow Plato, what do you find this reality is constructed of? Forms. Insensible, universal, outside time and space, but immediately known. Form. The form of my experience is immediately known, or at least it can we can become aware of it with practice. Form is what I use to inform my experience, to make sense of my experience, to change it, to construct it as the reality that I experience. So that these formal constructions become my experience. The objects in my experience only participate, as Plato would say, in the form of their construction. In this view, sensible, objectified reality is less real than form. Less real than form that is immediate to my experience, accessible by intuition, if you like, insight already available when I was born. The child development researcher Jean Piaget is on our side with this. For Piaget and his followers, the radical constructivists, learning is not about acquiring from the world beyond my experience, it's about constructing reality within my experience to make sense of it. There are no independent objects of knowing. There is no external object in itself in correspondence with its appearance in my senses. No, Immanuel Kant. No, the object is entirely internal to experience, an internal projection of a deeper reality. So can you see how this ontology has a completely different orientation? Instead of individual things, sensible objects, possessing some essential reality that we account for in knowledge, in science, here we have these objects as mere constructed projections of the experience and making sense of its experience of itself. It constructs its experience of itself. This is not to deny external causation, but cognition is entirely self-referencing. Autopoiesis, if people know about that, self-creating from form. We immediately know form. We always have, but ordinarily we don't pay attention to it. We tend to only pay attention to its particular expression in sensible things. We tend to give all our attention to the particularity of things, the individuality of things, and to their particular and ever-changing relations. And so the Platonic Enlightenment is about turning around the mind's eye to see the form of our constructions. It is a practice of turning around to see what has always been there, immediately visible to the mind's eye. The insight reveals the timeless, insensible source of these objectified physical and social realities. This turning around the mind's eye, this paying attention to form, is not easy to do. It takes time and practice. It takes time to break with the habits of looking the other way for the essence of reality in particular things. If you don't take the time to look for what Plato is pointing at, then the Platonic view appears crazy, mad. Plato says that it's hard to tell the difference between ordinary madness and the Platonic enlightenment. Perhaps it is mad. Perhaps that is your view. But one thing is for sure. The Platonic view appears mad when looking over your shoulder from the materialist orientation. That is why I always say to beginner students at the Academy, if the Platonic view doesn't appear at first mad, then you probably don't understand it. And so to the universities. The university education system, I'm told I'm not to put this here. The university education system, not just in philosophy, but in science and even in the arts, is orientated in its language, its metaphors, its institutional structure, and its marketing narrative with the materialist orientation. And it has been like this since the universities began 800 years ago. In this environment, it's hard to teach the opposite orientation, the Platonic orientation, where particular things are projections of a higher reality, a mystical reality beyond the senses. And yes, mystical. Unseen, beyond time and place, ultimately unsayable. It can't be proven or properly defended by reason. Mysticism. The universities abhor mysticism. This is why every attempt to teach Plato in the universities invariably fails. We get a pretended version of Platonism, Plato the rationalist. He was not. Plato the political philosopher, Plato the moral philosopher, Plato's forms reduced to Aristotelian forms or medieval universals. As for Plato's cave analogy, sensible objects are shadows? Really? He doesn't really mean that. I mean, how am I going to teach my students in this seminar, that this is this view? It's absurd. It even sounds a bit psychotic, right? And so isn't it extraordinary that this is what has become of Plato? Plato sits there at the beginning, almost at the beginning of the European tradition of philosophy, of mathematics, of the mathematical empirical sciences in the academy. The whole tradition of European philosophy is talking about the foundational framework of debate that he established. Footnotes to Plato, as Whitehead said. Plato can't be taught in the universities. Extraordinary though this is, historically, it makes sense. Historically, it makes sense that the universities must be materialistic in their ontological orientation. It makes sense why the universities must reject Platonism and must reject any mystical foundation to science. In the rest of the talk, I want to explain this. And I want to explain this in quite a different way to you might hear it explained elsewhere and in early sessions today. I want to give a broad-brushed, long view of the history of thinking, of abstract thinking and the use of abstract concepts. Consider abstract nouns, the names of abstract concepts. By abstract nouns, I mean nouns like health, like strength, like law, like beauty, right? These are in contrast to concrete nouns like, say, wood or sky or rain or lectern or room or that sort of thing. It might be surprising for you to know that abstract nouns are not the norm in language. Although we'll hear a lot of abstract nouns at Fopa, like materialism, ontology, that's extremely abstract, right? Fopa could not proceed without abstract nouns. Philosophy, social theory. Think of theory, it's an abstraction of abstractions. But in linguistic anthropology, this proliferation of abstract nouns that we're so used to is not the norm. The development of abstract nouns, of abstract concepts, is strongly associated with agrarian civilization, which started to emerge only in some places after the last ice age more than 10,000 years ago. The abstract objects of thought tend to develop with the development of complex agrarian societies, with cities, with legal systems, with writing, and with money. Abstract wealth. Such societies tend to reify, to thingify abstractions and give names to them, hence abstract nouns. That this reification is not the norm really hit me recently when I visited Arnhem Land, staying with the Nawadakan folks on the Stone Country in West Arnhem Land. Amazing experience, having lived on this continent for so long and had such little contact with traditional culture. I had a lot to learn. No materialist orientation up there. They were of the country, living on the country, observing the country, which they are of themselves. One thing that you're told up there on country is that there are no abstract nouns. When you cross into Arnhem Land, you best leave your abstract nouns at the crossing. This is important for speaking the language, which I didn't do. I only learnt a few words, but it's also important for communication, for translation between the languages. And it's best to avoid abstract nouns in English speech, in English writing. You see, city societies tend to reify attributes and actions and refer to them by converting adjectives, attributes, and verbs, actions, into nouns. And so you've got to reverse this on country. Don't say anger, say angry man. Don't say that woman has strength, say she's a strong woman. from nouns back to adjectives, and don't convert verbs into nouns. Not, that was good management, but she managed well. Say she ran to the river, not she went for a run. And this includes colours. There's no colour red in itself, but only red as a colour of something. Colour is only an attribute of something, attribute, adjectives. Amazingly, there's no numbers as such. And there is great difficulty talking about measures in themselves, like measures of time, like 3 hours or 34 minutes. The history of numbers is interesting. Again, anthropologically, counting, especially counting as a pure abstraction, is not the norm. Back in the day, many societies did not go beyond one and many or one and another and many. Even when counting developed, the count could remain as attributes of things counted. There are remnants of this in the Greek language that Plato spoke. So where the noun for ship changes for 1 ship, 2 ships, or 3 ships. In Japanese, there is particular numbers for small animals so that 3 dogs does not sound like the abstraction 3 applied to dogs, but a single conceptual unit. Over in Aotearoa, the Maori have specific prefixes for, number prefixes for canoes. We forget the big shift that we made in our own education. We start with 1 apple and another apple gives 2 apples, 1 cup and another cup gives 2 cups, 1 toy and another. The leap is to the pure abstraction of 1 plus 1 equals 2. Historically, we can see this shift in the physical calculators, the abacus, the numerals for calculation. And this happened way before the Greeks. The Egyptians, the Babylonians did a lot of counting of particulars, and we see the shift to arithmetic abstraction in their calculations and in their numerals. And by the way, this is not to say that these traditional cultures didn't have abstraction. They had abstraction in metaphor, in allegory, with myth, Aboriginal dreaming. And it might help to remember how Freud interpreted myth, how he translated mythical abstraction into psychological theory in his interpretation of, say, the story of Oedipus or totems and taboos and whatever. The translation of mythical abstraction is easier when the anthropomorphic gods themselves appear to us as personifications of particular abstractions, and there were so many of these in ancient Greece. They had all these gods of abstract concepts. Victory, the god of victory, Nike. Fear, the god of fear, Phobos. The god of fortune, the god of death, the god of justice, peace, Irene. Necessity, lots of their gods directly translated into their own abstract concepts. A god for poverty, Penia, and a god for plenty, Protos, a god for desirable feminine beauty, Aphrodite, and the god of the desire for this beauty, Eros. What is interesting for us is what Plato did with these divine abstract concepts. Plato forced the transition from anthropomorphic gods to formal abstractions, and then he redefined divinity as pure abstraction. So this is important. Plato forced the transition from anthropomorphic gods to formal abstractions, and then he defined divinity as pure abstraction. For Plato, form is the new divinity. And he brought in the form of forms, the form of the good, as the mystical, monotheistic one source of all, which has a profound influence on Hellenistic philosophy and religion, including on Christianity. And we'll come back to that. One way, I've got to keep near the mic, one way he introduced the new formal divinity was by asking the question, what should I do? What should I do? I'm a free man. What should I do with my life? I have choices about what to eat, what to drink. I could get drunk all the time. Would that be the good life? What is the good life? What is the virtuous life? What is the just life? The just society? In order to answer these questions, Plato says we need to define the abstract nouns justice, virtue, goodness, and so forth. And there is the problem. If you've read any of the dialogues, you'd be knowing what I'm talking about. Plato says we need to define these abstract nouns, but we don't know how to because we don't pay attention to them. This is why we find Plato's dialogues often framed around pursuing the definition of particular abstract concepts, justice, beauty, goodness. But let's get back to these gods of abstract concepts themselves. In Plato's Symposium, there is Eros, the god of love. And as Matt mentioned, you know, did anyone see our play reading last year? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, last year. So some of you might be familiar with the Symposium, so it might be helpful there. What is Eros? What is love? In the dialogue, Socrates explains. Imagine this scene. It's the party to celebrate the birth of Aphrodite. Poverty wanders in, bedraggled, barefoot, uninvited, and gets it off with the god of plenty. Poverty with plenty, plenty is drunk. Somehow poverty manages to get plenty's seed and conceive Eros. That's what Eros is. Or should I say that's what love is? You see, there's this problem for translators in translating the Symposium at every point where Eros is used, whether to translate it as the abstract noun love, the abstract English noun love, or whether to retain Eros as the god of loving desire. To some extent, this ambiguity for Plato is intentional, because Plato is transitioning the reader from divine personalities to the new divinity of pure conception. And there's more. With the Diotima speech, if people remember that, the priestess of love leads us up the ladder of love from love of particular beautiful boys to love of all boys, to love of beauty in itself, until you get up to the brilliant divine oneness at the top of Diotima's mystical ladder of love. In Plato's Republic, as I've said, we get to the form of the good as the highest mystical unity, beyond all conception, unspeakable, beyond all being and all knowing. It is the form of both. So what's Plato doing here? He's pushing our attention towards these abstracts as a new divinity stripped of personality, stripped of particularity, stripped of personality, stripped of particularity, not just beautiful boys, beauty in itself, the divinity of pure abstraction, of pure form. Now, this notion of a higher inner reality may have been influenced by the mystery cults, the Eleusinian mysteries, the Orphic mysteries. Some of you may know about them from the ancient Athens, or ancient Greece generally. But Plato was also interested in how this higher reality shaped the lower sensible reality. This is when he honed in on elementary forms like the form of magnitude, greater not lesser, the form of equality, the form of the same not different, same not other, and the form of being not being, which was famously introduced by Parmenides. He asks us to consider, what is the form of one? What is the form of one that makes every particular one thing, every one concept, distinctly what it is and not what it is not? And this is where he was helped by the Pythagorean mathematical mystics. Before Plato, the Pythagoreans had turned their attention to the elements of arithmetic, to the elements of geometry, especially to the elements, the ratios that they discovered in musical harmony. 1:2, 2:3, 3:4. What they discovered is the essence of mathematics. Is the essence of our sensible reality according to them. The foundation of mathematics, one another, odd and even, ratio, the ratio of limited and unlimited, dynamically expressed in limiting. For the Pythagorean Philolaus, these constituted the elementary form of our physical reality. So in other words, these mathematical mystics before Plato had already turned it around. With mathematical form, we can then make sense of nature. This is how they got into mathematical empirical sciences, picked up by Plato, picked up in the academy and beyond, with astronomy from Eudoxus through to Ptolemy and beyond, and with mathematical physics and technology. You might have heard of Archimedes, and there's others, making sense of experience, imperia, this mathematical empirical sciences, but mystically grounded. Plato also wanted mystically grounded social science. He wanted to find the mathematics behind society, behind the healthy society, a proto-cybernetics, a systems theory for good governance. Because all is form. All is an expression of form. That is how we make sense of our experience. That is how we make sense of the night sky. That is how we do our science. This is the basis of our technology. That is the basis upon which we understand and reform society. Because all is form. Aristotle rejected this. People may know that Aristotle, was a student at the academy for a long time, but went on to reject the Pythagorean Platonic mysticism. He explains how he does so in his Metaphysics in the first 2 books. He rejects it because it doesn't work for the primary task of metaphysics. Remember what the primary task of metaphysics was for Aristotle? It was to explain those individual objects in the objectified world, their primary being as such. Their existence is primary and it needs explaining. And this can't be explained by form alone. Sure, there is form, but for these to be objects, form must be applied to something, to some matter. Like the sculptor applies the form of Hermes to the block of wood, and that's how you get the statue of Hermes. There must be some underlying wood. He actually used that term. There must be some underlying materiality to receive the form. It makes sense, doesn't it? And this materiality is at the essence of the object's independent reality. It makes sense, if that's what you're trying to do. Now, if we go to the medieval universities when they opened up and quickly picked up on this, they picked it up on this form-matter ontology via Arabic translations, so there was that step, and via their interpretations. And in the mix, Aristotle's forms became the medieval universals. Universals were often seen as the attributes of individual things, their colour, their weight, their sweetness, their goodness, the qualities that particular things have. So qualities, attributes, these are what adjectives describe, right? The red rock, the strong woman, remember? Can we see how this is something of a retreat to the old model, a retreat from conceptual abstraction? Conceptual abstractions in themselves, where these abstractions are only now attributes of particular things. In the medieval university, the question became, are these attributes mere names and classifications that we make up about these objects, or do they have some inherent reality in the object? If only names, nominalism. If the universals are inherent in the being of the object, realism. Now, sometimes historians will equate scholastic realism with Platonism. This is wrong. The scholastic discourse from Thomas Aquinas to William of Ockham is all about minds observing independent objects. The orientation has shifted back to particulars, to individual objects, away from abstract conceptions. Forms or universals are secondary qualities of particular things. Even with medieval realism, we have gone back the other way. Now, this going back the other way was not entirely accidental. It was no accident that this type of philosophy flourished in the Christian universities. This science of individual objects was permissible under the medieval church hegemony if only it was seen as the study of the creatures of God's creation. So long as it stayed away from accounts of the divine creation and the divine creator itself, that was out of bounds. That was theology. A threat to the spiritual authority of the church. Across church histories, there had been so much trouble over the nature of the divine Godhead, the Trinity. And so the church was always on guard against theological heresy. Now remember how Plato had redefined divinity? Well, this new kind of theology actually informed Plato's theology. And we can see, informed Christian theology. And we can see this explicitly happening in the early church fathers, introducing Platonic and Neoplatonic divine conceptions as the theology of Christianity. Go read the Gospels. There's scant theology in there. What these Platonist and Neoplatonist fathers of the church were trying to do was to reinterpret old Jewish theology as Platonic and Neoplatonic mysticism. But the unsayable insights of this mystical theology were dogmatized as the creed and variations on the creeds for the state churches. They were corrupted and endlessly disputed, and these disputes defined the schisms and divisions of the churches. So, not surprisingly, the bishops of the Roman Church were wary of any challenge to Trinitarian dogma. Engagement with Plato's divine abstractions would surely introduce heresy. If science was permitted, then it could not be theological. It must be orientated materialistic. Christian university science must be atheistic. Christian university science must be atheistic, an atheistic science of the creatures as created. And as Thomas Aquinas explained, if the philosopher, Aristotle, does ever trespass over into theology, then the natural philosopher is overruled by divine revelation in the church dogma. And so we come to the universities of today. The division between revealed religion, divine abstraction, and natural science, atheistic materialism, continued long after those medieval priests and monks introduced natural science with this non-threatening orientation. True, the church hegemony has fallen away today, but only in the last few generations has the church lost its power over education, while the universities have been set in their ways for 800 years. The materialist orientation is so much a part of the way they are in every way that it would be madness even to contemplate a mystical foundation to science. That'd be crazy, right? Academia has always been orientated anti-mysticism, anti-Platonism, and so academia shall remain. That is why us Platonists will always be para, and why any true Platonic academy will always be para-academic. Plato would like the contradictions, I think. And so I say thank you to Fopa. Thank you for giving space to our para-academic academy, the Platonic Academy of Melbourne. Thank you. Yeah, I can take questions. Yeah, I've got my 10 minutes. Yeah. Yes, Tim.
Just a question of historical truth or not. When the Platonic sort of knowledge base that sort of died at the end of Hellenism was rediscovered by the Arabs, did they discover both Platonic as well as Aristotelian ideas, or more the sort of Aristotelian? And is that, would that explain why Aristotelianism seemed to rule over?
Okay, so one way to see this is to see, if you like, Islam in a way as a version of the new monotheistic religions, as very similar to Christianity. And so it had the same issues with regards to heresy. So in the House of Wisdom in Baghdad around 800, when they started doing all the translations, they were translating, they got Nestorian Christians to translate for the stuff coming from Constantinople, and they got Indian stuff translated as well. They could well have translated Plato, but they didn't. It was sitting there on the shelves, they didn't. And you can see where Plato did emerge in both traditions, outside the mainstream, in Christianity, outside the universities. So you can see Platonism emerging amongst the Arabs, behind Sufism, right? And for example, Ibn Arabi, and there were a few other philosophers, but they were on the fringes. And in the same way, in the Christian tradition, they were on the fringes. Probably the most non-fringe was Ramon Lull, the Majorcan in Spain, who could speak Arabic, could read Arabic, and could read Latin and Catalan as well. So they were there, but they were on the fringes. And then, of course, you get the Sufis, and you get the more mystical philosophers outside of the science, and you also get that in the West as well. You get Pseudo-Dionysus, the Areopagites, translated by John the Irishman, John Scotus, and then a tradition going through there right to this big awakening of mysticism, Meister Eckhart, and so on. So this is all on the outside. And actually, as far as science goes, as we saw when we went to the State Library and saw that amazing edition of Ptolemy's Almagest, that introduction there is Platonic, and they translated it 3 times, 3 different ways, and had all this marginalia about it. This is in Toledo in the 13th century. So there was an interest in the Plato view, but it didn't tend to be in the universities. It didn't tend to be in the mainstream in Islam as well.
So the Christian church worldwide universities not
Well, think of the purpose of the university. What is the purpose of the university? Do we have some highfalutin ideas about what the purpose of the university is, what it was, and what the purpose of it is now? Perhaps you can blame it, yes, but it is an interesting social dynamic that caused this to happen. This funny contradiction that Christian science, that term means something else, that the science of the Christian universities had to be atheistic. Yes. Yes.
I read the thing saying ancient Greece
They did have abstract nouns. They did have them. Yeah, I hope I haven't confused you there. They did have abstract nouns. Some of those, and you can see to a certain extent how those abstract nouns emerged as the names of gods and then became nouns in themselves, divorced from the gods, and Plato helped with that process. So they did have them. Abstract nouns tended to develop in agrarian society wherever you got this highly organised society with laws, with money, with writing, and that sort of thing. So the Babylonians, and this is the background to the Greeks, the Babylonians, Assyrians, and the Egyptians, they did have them. They had numbers as an abstract concept. They were doing their mathematics on their clay tablets or whatever else with numbers as abstract concepts. They were using calculation machines, abacus. They were using them because they thought of numbers as numbers in themselves. It was just the Pythagoreans flipped it right around and said that's the higher reality. That was the big difference with the Pythagoreans and Plato. How are you, Mum? Anyone else? Yeah, no.
Going back to the Arab translation last, what was the reason that they pulled the theology of Aristotle? Which is actually
That's a good point. Okay, I'll repeat that because you need the mic, right? No, you don't. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't think everyone heard anyway. So we did. Repeat the question. Yeah. Okay. So Martin was asking about in the Arab context how there was a text around called the Theology of Plato, of Aristotle, which was a rough translation or paraphrase of Plotinus, of Proclus's Platonic theology, I think it is, or one of those sorts of texts. Platonic theology, I think, or the elements of theology, I'm not sure which one. But anyway, the point is that we had a salon about this, and the chap who was giving the salon said, well, it was really because he was a specialist in the area, really because they thought Aristotle didn't have a theology, so they gave him one here. And so what happened here, and this is a bit tricky, because what happened here was Plato and Aristotle and Platonists and Aristotelians tended to get mixed up. And so sometimes, perhaps strategically, if you put a Platonic text under Aristotle's name, it could get past the censors, if you like. And so this also happened the other way, where these are Neoplatonists, late Neoplatonists, like Proclus is from the 5th century. After the state had adopted Christianity, the Roman Empire had adopted Christianity, he was still teaching in Athens, that's right. So then this text appeared by Pseudo-Dionysius, who was supposed to be this dude who was converted by a Greek who was converted in Athens when St. Paul visited Athens. And so it came under that title, converted by Paul. It looks very Greek. It sounds very Greek. It sounds very, Proclus, Neoplatonist, but it's okay because it was by this convert from Paul, and commentators would say things like, Proclus is okay, but he stole everything from Dionysius. So they got it round the other way, and it got past the censors. So these were different ways in which it all got mixed up, and it's only really, it slowly happened, but it's only really in the 19th century and the early 20th century that scholars have been able to work out exactly what was going on. But in the meantime, what was thought to be Aristotle was actually not him, and the other way around as well. Yeah. Okay. So thank you, everyone. I think we'll finish up there now. Yes, Matt? Yep. Okay, so thanks for coming along, and I hope to see you guys reading some Plato with us sometime. I've got our little postcards down there. Okay.
Hello. We are a diminishing bunch, but it's all good. Maybe there's some fresh faces here as well, so that's also ace. So really, really happy to have Will, a friend, and an organiser, someone that's been really critical to getting this whole show on the road, and he's been doubly busy doing a whole set of panel presentations. So Will, I hope you got the energy, my friend. And we've got Fabio Bucci as well, who's going to basically work off a more general introduction around value critique that Will's going to set up, and really looking forward to hearing what Fabio has to say. So if we can let's welcome Will to the stage, and then Fabio after him. Thank you.
So this panel is organised to introduce some key concepts and theories of the Marxian philosophical tradition known as vert critique or value critique. I'll provide an introduction to this para-Marxism, as I'm calling it, emerging in opposition to Marxist-Leninism through the rejection of a trans-historical conception of value and labour. The problem of value at the threshold of crisis, which could overcome commodity-producing labour, marks the institutional drift that vert critique made from Marxist-Leninism. This esoteric reading of Marx forgoes a critique of ideology for an analysis of commodity fetishism as an objective form of domination. Opposed to class politics, vert critique thinkers find theoretical insight in the imminent crisis of value for strategies of exit from the capitalist system of valorization. So we start with Alfred Sonnenrethel. He was a marginal figure of the Frankfurt School. He had this idea from an early age in the 20s that Marx's critique of capitalism operates as a critique of modern philosophical forms of epistemology. At the time, he was completely derided, but over the decades, he worked almost solely on his book called Intellectual and Manual Labour, and it was published in 1970. Sonnenrethel's notion of social synthesis seeks out the conditions which underpin social ontology. He reckoned capitalist societies are held together as a coherent whole through social synthesis grounded in the practice of exchanging products with money. This rests upon the capacity to trade qualitatively distinct things for quantitative sums of money. Sonnenrethel proposes that in order for money to operate as a universal equivalent requires a sophisticated level of abstraction. This abstraction emerges from the real manual activity of exchanging products for money, so he refers to it as a real abstraction. Both the use of money and philosophy originated in ancient Greece and over centuries developed in complexity. This process, he argues, culminates in the transcendental philosophy of Immanuel Kant, where thought appears as an ostensibly autonomous intellectual labour, detached and dissociated from its progenitor in exchanging things for money. Furthermore, Sonnenrethel claims that a true identity exists between the formal elements of the social synthesis and the formal constituents of cognition. So the exchange abstraction determines the conceptual apparatus of cognition and modern philosophy. This is Sonnenrethel's argument. He speculates on ways to overcome this real abstraction through the unity of intellectual and manual labour. Although he provides no concrete strategy for this, he suggests that through the unity of head and hand, what we do would no longer be conceived of as practice through a detached conceptualization. Rather, we would engage more authentically in the things that we do. So Sonnenrethel's notion of real abstraction was influential to a group of Adorno's students known as the Neue Marx-Lektor, or the NML, which the New Readings of Marx. Following the publication of Marx's Grundrisse, which provided preliminary notes that laid the groundwork for Capital, they discovered a Marx they claimed was at times obfuscated in his published work. They laid blame on Engels' reworking and editing of some of these texts. Their focus on Marx's critique of value led them to rediscover Soviet scholars Rubin and Pashikanis, who in the 1920s had also read Marx through the lens of value. And Fabio will talk about them in the next presentation. Marx was informed by, but critical of, David Ricardo's labour theory of value, which argued that the value of products is directly determined by the particular amount of labour exhausted in their production. Marx raised the objection that if one worker takes longer to produce the same coat as another worker, that does not make the coat more valuable. Value for Marx is only ever produced through the exploitation of labour power. Value, however, appears as a relation between commodities. This phenomenon is what Marx referred to as commodity fetishism. However, we see that NML thinkers follow Sonrethel in attributing this to at the level of exchange rather than in production. Michael Heinrich is the most notorious thinker to come out of NML. He originally argued in Die Wissenschaft vom Wert from 1991 that both value and abstract labour are only constituted in exchange. It is only in exchange that use values are obfuscated by exchange value, and concrete labour is retrospectively determined as abstract labour. Like Sonrethel, Heinrich transposes Marx's critique of political economy from a political to an epistemological concern. In his introduction to the 3 volumes of Karl Marx's Capital from 2004, Heinrich asserts that capitalist valorization structures the spontaneous consciousness of bourgeois subjects, which determines their behaviour as a rationality specific to capitalism. Thus, he thinks that analysis should not begin with the ostensible intentions of social actors, but rather the obfuscated framework that preconditions their thought and activity. He proposes that the critique of ideology focuses too much on the agents of power, whereas the analysis of commodity fetishism refers to an objective form of domination that affects both capitalists and the proletariat. In this sense, Heinrich flatly rejects that some people suffer from capitalism more than others, and that the proletariat should organise, and rejects also that the proletariat should organise and seize the means of production. So as for Marx, commodity fetishism is the process through which abstract labour is occulted as the only source of value, Heinrich doubles down on Sonrethel's focus on the exchange abstraction. It appears to me that this serves to further occult abstract labour and contributes to commodity fetishism. Although Sonrethel articulates the important concept of real abstraction, he nonetheless places it in the wrong moment, in exchange rather than production. And Heinrich just consolidates this mistake. Where am I? The Canadian philosopher Moishe Postone, in his book Time, Labour and Social Domination from 1993, was the first opposition to Sonrethel and Heinrich in this regard, and he transposed the analysis of real abstraction from the exchange abstraction to abstract labour. Like Sonrethel, Postone reads Marx's Capital as a meta-commentary of capitalism's specific forms of thought. However, because Sonrethel emphasises the real abstraction in exchange, his critique of epistemology considers only a static, abstract, mechanical thought. Postone suggests that not only the paradigms of classical physics, but also the emergence of a specific form and concept of reason in the 17th and 18th centuries are related to the alienated structures of the commodity form. Both modern philosophy and science are thus conceived of as specific to and characteristic of the capitalist system of valorization. In focusing on abstract labour rather than the exchange abstraction as the site of an originary real abstraction, Postone raises the compelling problem of the status of labour as a political category. He claims that, like all modern philosophical forms, the category of labour itself is specific to the capitalist system of valorization. Thus, he reads Marx's critical theory as a historically specific critique of labour in capitalism rather than a critique of capitalism from the position of labour. Postone argues that the 20th century socialist revolutions were concerned only with revolutionising the means of distribution or circulation while consolidating the capitalist mode of production. He thus rejects the sentiment that the proletariat are the revolutionary class or subject of history who must dominate in a post-capitalist society. Postone argues that while capital could conceivably exist without capitalists, it could not without value-creating labour. Thus, far from entailing the self-realisation of the proletariat, overcoming capitalism requires the self-abolition of the proletariat. Rather than embodying a possible future society, the proletariat is the necessary basis of the present under which it suffers. Furthermore, Postone thinks that Marxist-Leninism can veil the fact that overcoming class society entails overcoming the foundation of the mode of production. He proposes that the historical negation of commodity-producing labour requires the reappropriation of socially general capacities, which had been constituted historically in alienated form as capital. However, he rejects any kind of political action in actually figuring out what these socially general capacities are. Rather, he points to an imminent contradiction as capitalist societies move from labour-intensive manufacturing to large-scale industry. As capitalist industrial production becomes more automated, proletarian labour becomes increasingly superfluous and ultimately anachronistic. Because the exploitation of human labour power is the only way that value is generated, advanced industrial capitalism also renders value itself potentially anachronistic. Value for Postone is not transhistorical, but the social form of material wealth specific to capitalist societies. He reckons that this historical development implicitly points to the possibility of a different social organisation of labour, and thus a different social organisation of value. This would facilitate both a new structuring of work as well as a fundamental restructuring and resignification of social life in general. Postone thus points to more authentic forms of labour that can be discovered only through enduring the crisis of value. The question of what such non-capitalist labour might look like remains beyond the purview of Postone's work. Although he presents this transition as emancipatory, I think he plays down how brutal it will be. He does not acknowledge that it is the capitalist class who are more likely to endure automation. The proletariat would continue to be sacrificed to the demands of capital. Postone sees any attempts by workers to organise and challenge the monopoly of the capitalist class as a futile reaction to ward off the impending crisis, which serves only the consolidation of capitalism itself. The problem seems to me that if there is no way that we can operate as political agents, then there is nothing we can do but endure the crisis of value. And if there's nothing to do, then it appears that history is steering the wheel. This historical determinism is presented as a necessary development in that it emerges from the conditions of capitalism itself. Okay, so there's a German Marxist group called Wertkritik, which is what this panel is about, otherwise value critique, emerged in dialogue with Postone's theories of value, labour and crisis. They were informed by the notion of real abstraction, but following Postone, rejected the way that Sonrethel and Heinrich assigned valorization in the exchange abstraction rather than in abstract labour. The most prominent figure of the group, Robert Kurtz, proposes in The Substance of Capital from 2016 that despite Postone's best efforts to expunge a transhistorical idea of labour, he nonetheless maintains an idea of authentic labour to be discovered after the crisis of capitalism. Kurtz rejects Postone's argument that there exists an ontology of labour before and after capitalism, but not in capitalism. Kurtz argues that the real abstraction of labour is bound to the historical formation of commodity-producing modernity. Kurtz is on board with Postone's account of the imminent crisis of value emerging with industrial capital. However, he rejects that this crisis will lead to a more authentically social form of labour. Kurtz calls labour into question more rigorously than Postone, although he is certainly indebted to his argument. Kurtz reckons the impending crisis of value will lead to the collapse of capitalism, which would be liberated entirely of labour as such. I reckon that such activity could be conceived of in Sonrethel's terms as the unity of intellectual manual labour, which sublates labour. As with Postone, for Kurtz, any action on the part of the proletariat to improve their working conditions and hence quality of life is reactionary and only serves to consolidate capitalism in warding off the crisis that would make them superfluous. However, in relegating class struggle to the status of the fetish, appears to succumb to historical determinism also. As capitalism creates the conditions for its own collapse, Kurtz's strategy for exit from capitalism at times appears more eschatological than emancipatory. There is no real strategy for exit other than to survive the collapse of capitalism. In conclusion, we find that the Wert critique is centrally concerned with the threshold of value as the imminent crisis of capitalism, which offers an exit from the capitalist system of valorization. Particularly with their rejection of the transhistorical concept of labour, their work drifts from the 20th century institution of Marxist-Leninism. This will hopefully provide background for the more recent developments in Wert critique that Fabio will now talk about. Thanks.
Thanks. In response for the presentation you had before on economics, I would say that entering this room, you leave any hope that graphs and data from the economics will be helpful, and we will give rooms to the sensitive. So we'll start by an introduction, and after I think we might need a little bit of history, and I will go into after Roswitha Scholz's idea of the dissociated in the feminine. So, work on a critique of value dissociation have yet to be widely translated in English, whether those of Robert Kurtz or Roswitha Scholz. The critique of value dissociation aims to be a more comprehensive critique than those that focus solely on a simple critique of value. Karl Marx was the first to valiantly elucidate a critical approach to the theory of value. No one before him had really clearly understood the place of value form as a subject in political economy and its relation to alienated labor. Subsequently, as we shall see, this first critical approach was systematically stifled until the notion of value came to be used in a positive way by orthodox Marxists, feminism, economics, and political science. The critical approach to value believes that it is impossible to confine oneself to a critique that does not touch on, or barely touch on, the macro-sociological level. Such critiques do not take into account the totality of the sociability within the capitalist economy, nor the structural character of the notion of value as Marx decoded it, which is that capital is constituted by the quantitative increase of value by surplus value, a social process known as the valorization of value, which puts value into motion and gives capital its dynamic form. Within the patriarchal capitalist economy, value is therefore at the heart of the exchange relationship, which is nothing more than a process of abstraction that claims to associate and link the same product of labor to the same product of labor, which is in reality a fictitiously imposed commensurability, a supra-imposed power enforcing the social subjectivity of value over the individual. Therefore, the law of value has to be understood as a negative social relation. So capital cannot exist without value, which is its essence. An abstract labor which is its substance. Thus, a critique that doesn't take into account or overlook these three main categories neglects the totality of capitalist sociability, and therefore reveals itself to be a truncated critique that is both partial and based. In contrast to the above-mentioned approaches, Roswitha Scholz's contribution is remarkable. In her effort to grasp the dialectic relationship between female reproduction activities and the work value couple, she repositioned the gender object by considering value and the dissociated in a female reproductive activity within the essential basic relation of capitalist patriarchy. In fact, her approach put this contradiction, that is the dissociated, back at the center of capitalist sociability, revealing it for what it really is, the very essence of capital, just like value. For Scholz, this renewed critique will make it possible the study of dissociation in its dialectic articulation with value, both taken at the essence of capitalist patriarchy, namely, value is dissociation and dissociation is value. At this stage, a definition of the critique of value dissociation would be: critique of value dissociation is part of a critique of labor and a critique of methodological individualism within the internal limit of capitalism and its decline, all in connection with the corresponding gender asymmetries. It is a procedural logic inherent to the structure of capitalist patriarchy that only reveals itself through its entire historical and dynamic unfolding. So for a bit of historical contextualization, so just before the Russian Revolution, Russian performance artist Michael Larionov proclaimed, "We have brought life into art. It is time for art to burst into life." While this motto resembles a kind of premonitory guideline that the coming Russian Revolution and all progressive revolutions in general should follow, it is clear that the history of revolutions in general denies us this turning point and overwhelm us with a series of failed revolutions where life has not had the chance to have art guide its steps. In 1923, Isaac Rubin, an economist and professor of the Marx Engels Institute in Moscow, published essays on Marx's theory of value. His book emphasizes the fundamental role of value in a capitalist economic system and inevitably calls into question the place of labor in an economic system that produces commodities. His research attracted criticism published in the newspaper Pravda, of which Stalin was a member of the editorial board, accusing Rubin of distorting Marx's work by infiltrating a metaphysical approach into the main economic category isolated by Marx. Arrested in 1930, persecuted, tortured, he was murdered in 1937 during Stalin's purges. Evgeny Pashukanis, a professor of law, published a seminal work, The General Theory of Law and Marxism, in 1924. He sharply criticized an illusion that European positivist jurists called the pure theory of law, which claimed the strict separation of legal norms and social forms of the capitalist economy. Pashukanis criticized this position as a pretense designed to claim the autonomy of law over economic imperatives. For him, the legal form of bourgeois capitalist society possesses what he called class content, but this alone does not explain what formed the central core of the new form of law that emerged in Europe in the late 18th century and early 19th century. Thus, for Pashukanis, any general theory of law and any so-called pure jurisprudence is a unilateral and partial formulation disconnected from the overall social form imposed by the capitalist economy. This conception of law is disjointed from the relations between people who appear on the market as producers and owners of commodities. For Pashukanis, the core of the new formulation of law is the value that transforms the result of labor in a commodity in a producing society. That is, into an impersonal thing, a pure legal object, and the subject that disposed of the commodity of a pure legal subject. The form subjective law becomes, in fact, a sphere of domination for the individual, which takes the form of a social phenomenon. As for value, which is also a social phenomenon, the form of subjective law attributes to it the thing as a product of labor, effectively complementing commodity fetishism with legal fetishism. The mystical property of value thus gives rise to a posteriori to an enigmatic phenomenon that is modern capitalist society form of law. A century later, American legal scholar Katrina Pister, in a book, The Code of Capital, put it this way: capital is coded in law. Like Rubin, Evgeny Pashukanis was executed during the Stalin purges in 1938. The turning point that would fuel what William presented at the new Marx lecture was the presentation of Adorno at the Spring Seminar of 1962, where he presented a paper entitled Marx and the Basic Concepts of Sociological Theory. In this presentation, Adorno refocused the critical interpretation of Marx's political economy on the Marxian critique of value, which Adorno closely associated with Marx's critique of the labor process. Protagonists of the new Marx lecture, Hans-Georg Backhaus and Helmut Reichel, drew inspiration from the work of Rubin and Pashukanis, and of course Adorno, to introduce as the central subject of Marx's critique of capital the main category he had brought to light in his critique, namely value, surplus value, abstract labor, capital, and commodities. Also, this new reading of Marx did not have any major impact on the confused Marxist community of the time. It did feed into two subsequent research groups that focus on a preeminent aspect of Marx critique, which is Moshe Poston that William has presented, and the group Crisis. Around 2004, a split emerged within the Crisis group between a critique of value that remained androcentric and an opening up of this critique to include entire areas of sociability without relativizing them. That means everything that is rendered invisible in capitalist market society by the imposition of a negation to grant commodity form to subjectivize or objectify form of the sensible. Roswitha Scholz and Robert Kurtz created the journal Exit to respond to this challenge. This new argument, which would fuel the new group research, would incorporate the theory of value criticism associated with the dissociation theorem and would present itself as value dissociation criticism. In 1992, text Value is the Male, Roswitha Scholz, inspired by Adorno's negative dialectic, attempted to broaden the critique of value beyond its Hegelian and universalist understanding. Thus, this new non-Hegelian theory of value dissociation developed its foundation in the 90s and 2000. So, the theory of value dissociation aims to be an approach that goes beyond a simple critique that emphasizes the separation of the public and private spheres. It rejects the latter as a structural modality. It considers that the analysis generally made of the separation of the public and private spheres only takes place at the superficial level of analysis, whereas value dissociation is considered by Scholz to present the very essence of capitalist patriarchy, that is, the fundamental relationship inherent in a capitalist market system. As with value dissociation take into account the macro-sociological level, that of the totality of the sociability within the capitalist economy, in order to be able to relate it and deduce its interference at the meso and micro-sociological levels in a sphere of institutions and that of the conduct of life. Unlike the main feminist critique of the capitalist economy, the critique of value dissociation highlights at the macro-sociological level the correlation between value dissociation and capitalist living contradiction as stated by Karl Marx. That is, capital itself is the living contradiction in that it strives to reduce labor time to a minimum, while it posits labor on the other side as the sole measure of source of wealth. The underlying cause implied by the capitalist living contradiction feeds into a theory of crisis that anticipates capitalist patriarchy as digging its own grave, because in its morbid and inflexible process of self-referential expansion, it has no choice but to reduce to a minimum the dependence of labor power and the time imposed on it, even though this represents the source of the valorization of value, the core of its reproduction. In other words, this internal contradiction of capital lies in the very fact that it is getting rid of its substance, that is labor, or more precisely what Marx would call abstract labor, the sole source of value, the art of patriarchal capitalism. In this process of inevitable decline of the capitalist economic system, the capitalist living contradiction is interdependent with the inevitable process of barbarization that such an economic form nurtures within itself. Also, the supposed openness to human conditions of for all of humanity, with the reason of the Enlightenment assumed, and which its spokesperson proclaim at every opportunity, inevitably, despite all the warning of the failed modern and contemporary revolutions, in truth, this alleged humanistic leap forward rings hollow today and sink even deeper into new forms of barbarization that are nothing more than the legacies of the recurring crisis of capital. This crisis are an integral part of the process of decline of capitalism, which, as shown by capitalist living contradiction and the critique of value dissociation, are written in its genetic code. This process of inevitable decline appears in the present time as a new step in barbarization, that is, postmodern capitalist patriarchy, namely neoliberalism, and its offspring, libertarian capitalism. Schultz considers that recent feminist critiques, which generally take into account the dissociation of the feminine, unfortunately do not question the category of labor as the fundamental determinant of society structured on the capitalist patriarchal model. Undeniably, for Schultz, labor, insofar as it is abstract and constitutive of wealth creation in a capitalist economy, relies on its dissociated part, the unique possibility for humans to participate in reproductive activities, which include the reproduction of the species and the activities of care, that is, assistance and care for the weak, sick, and elderly. But capitalist economy relies on them without legitimizing this dissociated part as a category within the capitalist economy. In this sense, if female reproduction activities represent the other side of abstract labor, it nevertheless remains that abstract labor and dissociation are co-original. For Schultz, it is therefore important to understand this articulation in its historical and sociological aspects, recognizing that the form of labor in patriarchal capitalist society does not have an ontological basis, as recent feminist critics continue to suggest. In this regard, they continue to believe in a possibility of a supposed relationship of emancipation that would combine life and work under the aegis of regulation or on a refurbished economy. This is a flawed line of thinking that completely ignores the historical moment that marked the emergence of the capitalist commodity producing economy. This historical moment is nothing less than the specific fetishistic relation of the commodity form. It is the moment when the individual becomes a mere production of commodity, disconnected from the results of their labor and alienated from the process of exchange of goods. The social relationship between individual producing commodities is rendered obsolete in favor of a social constituted through commodities that have become private property. In fact, in what Marx called commodity fetishism, which constitutes the historical specificity of the patriarchal capitalist commodity system, individuals are objectified as mere seller of labor power, which is also, within the capitalist system, just another commodity among all the other commodities on the market. As for the product of their labor, it alone enters into a social relationship and is therefore subjectivized. The patriarchal capitalist social form alienates its members by disconnecting them from the decision about the use of resource and labor. As we have seen, Scholz considered dissociation as a gender-specific concept to be dialectically articulated with value. If value in itself is a hidden form of money, money being its phenomenal form, dissociation is what value cannot grasp and constitute, as we have seen, the other side of abstract labor, that is, dissociated moments of feminine activities, undervalued, unpaid, and subservient to patriarchal capitalist social production, dissociated moments that can be considered as the other of the commodity form. Thus, the dissociated navigates in a fog where capitalist patriarchy keeps it locked up, a blur that makes it difficult to distinguish between what is compulsory activity and what is part of the existential aspects of life. So even though dissociation cannot exist without abstract labor, the difficulty to distinguish it lies in the fact that dissociation finds itself on the other side of abstract labor, on the concealed side. If we finally manage to define abstract labor for what it is, that is, as part of a one-dimensional reality that imposes itself as an abstract and blind social structure of impersonal domination, as an abstract real activity or alienated labor, then we can identify the dissociated within it as the burden of female reproductive activity, the inverted reflection of abstract labor. Both form the substance of the dynamic and totalizing movement of negative relation within the patriarchal capitalist economy. Thus, despite the energy expended by neoliberal patriarchal society to cover up the fact that gender relations in capitalist postmodernity have reached a new low as a social constraint, that is, of an entirely new quality where the modern female subject, supposedly liberated, is in reality inserted into an organization of subjection relationships over which she has no control and over which she still has no power. According to Scholz, the modern female subject finds herself entangled in this postmodern dispersion and deflection, which most often present themselves only at the level of superficial social phenomena, whereas attention should be focused on a whole, that is, on a level of the fragmented totality. As the congenital structural crisis of the capitalist system worsen and spread across the world, the barbarization that is inseparable from it also become global. Women have to cope with their double working day and undervalued work, but also often to cope with unpaid work. They must also wear the mantle of the woman of the ruins, which means they de facto hold the role of crisis manager in charge of both money and survival issues for the family, but also for the community in general. So in its specific historical and arbitrary nature, value is incapable of grasping the dissociated. Also, the link that is arbitrariness maintains between femininity and control over nature shows that in the same way, value is incapable of grasping the other sensible among the sensibles, that is the exploitation of the entire ecological systems. It is through this double negation that value dissociation colonizes all non-capitalist natures, namely feminine activity as human resources and natural resources, both of which are unaccounted for or at best undervalued in a capitalist social process, but which nevertheless contribute to the growth of wealth in a form of capital, wealth that is transformed into patriarchal power in such an economic regime. To conclude, for Scholz, it is essential to avoid turning value dissociation criticism into an universalist approach. Value dissociation criticism cannot ignore other patriarchalism in a world, but also others, and has to make room for criticism of racism, anti-Semitism, anti-Gypsyism, homophobia, and transphobia. Thank you very much. If you have any question, you're welcome. I'll just repeat that for people online. So Ali's asked whether the vert critique thinkers kind of operate through this dismissal of the revolutionary agent of, yeah, and that was his first question. And then the second question was thinking about Scholz's overly romantic idea
at least the idea that women are ignored by capitalism or excluded from capitalism. Yeah. So, Fabio.
But anyway, if I can answer the first question, would be that I think the class struggle, the problematic with the class struggle is that, you know, in order to the worker, in order to fight for his right, supposedly what he's saying is fighting for his right, actually he's used exactly the same concept that the concept that the capitalist system has itself put into place. So the idea of the way critique is it's impossible to get emancipated from capitalist system if you using the concept that the concept that the system has given you. You know, you have to create your own understanding, and that's the point. Is like what William was mentioning. Is like to go to the core, which is not at the exchange process, but is at the process of production, which is work. And so that's where the way critics focus. They focus on abstract labor, which is the substance of capital. So if we don't cut the root of it, there's no way we can emancipate from capitalism. So the idea is not to remodel a capitalist system that will take into account the woman or the worker or whoever. Is like to get rid of it entirely, and there's no way we can get rid of it entirely if we don't get rid of abstract labor and all the other main category of capital. So that's for the question. Maybe you want to add something on that?
No, you go first.
And so for the second question is actually that's more or less the same idea. You know, the idea that the feminine or women could emancipate themselves through a capitalist structure is incoherent. And that's all the work of Scholz, and that's what I was trying to explain with the traditional feminism, is like you have to tackle this production idea of capital, and also this labor process of capital. And most of the time, feminist theorists, they get this idea that we can remodel a kind of capitalism that will take it into account. But the point of Scholz and the point of the critique is that the floor is inherent in a category of capitalism, which is value and everything else. So the thing is trying to remodel something which with an attribute that don't even want to consider the existence of it, it's impossible. I mean, first you need to acknowledge that there is a feminine that is there and is being put aside and not been given any categories at all. And after, you know, like you can maybe do something. So, and the other thing is, and this idea, so this idea that, you know, like you could like actually have like this category, this feminism being able to, the fact that, you know, maybe women can have like a job in a capitalist system. So, and we can get this idea that they might be able to participate and everything, but it's always at the cost of cutting the sensitive out of it. Means you have to more or less become a masculine. You have to let your masculine part to take over. You have to be. You have to let the patriarchy take over your personality, a bit like actually abstract labor does with any individuals.
I guess I was thinking about the Schultz's work. I've read other things, but not the book that Fabio's talking about. But I see it in like kind of opposition to maybe like autonomous, like Silvia Federici and like this like wages against housework, sorry, where the goal is to kind of that housework is this unpaid form of labour outside of capitalism. And then, I mean, and I don't think this is Federici's argument, but I think it's a kind of sentiment amongst critical, like Marxist, feminist kind of stuff that kind of housework should be recognised as labour, so that, and then that would just consolidate labour as a trans-historical concept. I think that's the way that I was kind of thinking about it, at least. And yeah, your first question about, that's my critique as well, like the historical determinism, like it just becomes like that it's just come, and especially because crisis is built into capitalism, like it's not something extrinsic thing, it's like written into the structure itself, that there seems to be this place for, historical determinism. But there's just some, I guess I've read this stuff and I think that they do raise some really interesting problems around like abstract labour and stuff. It's just, there just seems to be this almost belligerent like kind of reaction to Marxist-Leninism, which is what was like, they're like in the 90s in Europe, the Soviet, like they're products of their like environment. And us, we've got so they see the Soviet Union as the worst of all possible worlds or something, whereas like we see what happens when the Soviet Union crumbled, and like, if you just like, which is what neoliberalism might be, where like capitalism has just been allowed to just keep on fanging, that it doesn't lead to its collapse. It just brings more things in to become reappropriated. But there's something about, I mean, my own stuff that I'm working on is like thinking about like artistic production as like a different form of activity that's not labour, that it's outside of that. And there's been a bit of work about it, but not many people kind of draw on this Vert critique stuff. But I still think that there's, thinking about different modes of activity that are outside of labour, or what that might be. Anyway. If there's no other questions, we can just go. Or if anyone, anyway, we can chat afterwards if anyone has anything to say.
Good evening, everyone. The true believers the true believers are here. Yep. Speaking. Cool. All right. Yeah. Great. Awesome, Bobby. That's nice to have you up. So I think the way to try and set this up is like through an anecdote. During the week, there was a question of spice that emerged from the Mongrel Matter guys, which is a very legitimate question, right? Like, is this the quote unquote festival of para academia, or is this the para fest of academia, right? And having a set of critical questions around what this all is, what it might mean, what the future might look like, and basically disabusing ourselves of fantasies and actually maybe being a bit more concrete in our thinking might be a very productive measure. And so I think the way to try and set that up is to, first of all, throw to Leon, throw to Bobby, and hear actually about the spirit of the Mongrel Matter project itself, what some of its current projects are, and then we're going to like try and turn to, I guess, a kind of critique of para academia, or what its kind of aporia actually is, and from there we will seek your input, and we want to try and have a conversation tonight. So, Will, do you want to set up Leon any further, or should we just hear straight from the guys?
No, let's hear from Leon.
I think we're just going to start with a video, if we could just, from Valerie, who sent it from rural Denmark, and maybe that will set the tone. And
Okay, yeah, extra spice, nice.
We see your prayers in ones and oaths. We know your dreams. We know your hopes. We know what caused your sweat to break. We see you melt and drip away. Drip, drip, drip away. We see you melt and drip away. We see your prayers in ones and oaths. We know your dreams. We know your hopes. We know what caused your sweat to break. We see you melt and drip away. Drip, drip, drip away. We see you melt and drip away.
Yeah, so that's us, Mongrel Matter. And so those were, that was Valerie and DX. So I guess they're sort of phantasms. They're here in spirit. The first one was Valerie, who's in rural Copenhagen, and he's sort of been spending time teaching in Vienna, Slovakia, I think, and Athens, and now he's sort of working in rural Denmark with like a Polish community and filming that video. And yeah, I guess that sort of captures the ethos of Mongrel Matter. And DX was the one at the end, and he's in Sydney. And so DX and Valerie started Mongrel Matter, and then I joined in 2023, and yeah, Bobby joined. You want to say something, Bobby?
Oh, yeah, I joined this year. I hadn't anticipated speaking, but I guess I'll quickly introduce myself and maybe how I met Valerie and DX. So I don't have an academic background, but I went to one of Valerie's courses at Melbourne School of Continental Philosophy probably about 8 years ago or 10 years ago. And it was on Dostoevsky and Nietzsche. And if anyone's met Valerie or can probably tell from the video, he has a particular striking way of teaching and very striking manner. And I felt a particular spiritual affinity with him. I met DX at the same event, sort of the same lecture series, and Valerie would invite us to the top of Mount Dandenong, where he was living at the time, and throw these parties. And I just felt a very particular spiritual affinity and brotherhood with both of them. And over the years, Valerie has sent me sort of academic papers that he'd written to look over, proofread and edit. And each time he was happy with what I'd done. And so I asked him, I was a fan of Mongrel Matter, and I asked him if he needed any help editing and proofreading. And they said yes and took me on. So that's been my main role this year. Yeah, is that enough introduction? Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, and then I guess getting to your question, Matt, about the spice.
We can put the spice to one side for 5 seconds,
Okay.
but what we could do though is just hear about Nietzsche and the horse, philosophers as criminals, and just hear something about, let's just say, the publishing ethos, and I guess whatever you might want to call, because I think one of the things we might want to talk about is like curation and editorial in this thing. So yeah, just talk about these two upcoming publications and what informs what informs their composition.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll start off with the Almanac sort of seasonal series that we've been doing. And the first one we did with Will in January, so we just started that this year. And so we're just sort of to encourage people to write, and it sort of follows this seasonal calendar. And I guess the ethos of Mongrel Matter, as the name suggests, it's like a mongrel. So it is hard to define, hard to characterize, and I think that's the way we want to do it. That's the way we want to keep it. Like sort of like in the bio, how we said, you know, we're not writers, we're not academics, we're not filmmakers, we're not any of these things. Even though we partake in these activities, we just sort of want the liberty and freedom to have the space to produce any kind of work and allow people to come in to produce any kind of work as well without some sort of rigid framework. And so I guess that's why the Almanac series has sort of been going. The two books that we got coming out, Nietzsche on a Horse, which just as the title suggests is very broad. We've had all kinds of submissions on that one regarding, you know, from very academics, like strictly academic reference-styled pieces to poems, and just sort of dealing with this event in Nietzsche's life and sort of being able to perceive it from any possible angle and using any kind of form. Yeah, did you want to add about Nietzsche on a Horse, or? Okay.
So maybe Will can talk about Jungenipper and the first one there, because I think that was like pretty cool, because I think that actually like ties in nicely with some of the stuff that's happening tomorrow around coastal trade and the coast in general, which has also been a theme today, bizarrely as well. So maybe you could talk about what you put together, Will.
Okay, so they invited me to come and to write something. I think Matt and Leon were kind of talking about it. I think I did like the January edition. So it's like summer, Invasion Day, and I'm part of this band called Breeze, and we kind of do surfy music. I guess like Marxist critique of the coast in the style of Jack Johnson or something like that. We're doing lots of these Posca pen and neoprene paintings, and so I did this like kind of SS helmet, but in the colours of the nippers. If anyone knows what a nipper is, it's like yellow and red kind of thing, and then anyway, I guess. Yeah, the coast in Australia is a weird space, and I can't even remember what I wrote in that thing, but it was again like the way that it serves as this edge around which borders Australia, and then the lifesavers are these kind of people who stand facing the water away from the land. What else was this key?
I also forget, but so maybe we can move on.
Yeah.
So maybe we could maybe get onto the forthcoming. Have you felt like you've thoroughly or adequately spoken to the forthcoming publications, Leon?
I think submissions are closed for the Nietzsche on a Horse. The other one is Artists and Philosophers as Criminals, which is also very broad, and that one we've received some interesting submissions. I've edited pieces on Bertrand Russell as a criminal, and so that I didn't even know that he'd spent time in prison, because he's sort of from the analytical philosophy realm, and it just seems like a serious aristocratic sort of thinker. But he spent time in prison for his protests against the World War I, and then again his protests against nuclear armament in the 1960s. And so that was these kind of works have come out, and also just criticisms of, I guess, contemporary art as criminals, so very broad and a very sort of free or vibey way of expressing yourself.
So just on this point of open submission and mongrel matter being mongrel matter, so just in terms of people listening now, in the future, in this room, like you guys are just open to anyone, right, that just wants to kind of have some kind of input into something that is maybe different or whatever. So maybe you can just sort of talk about that aspect and is the open shop that mongrel matter may be.
Yeah, it's open. Obviously, you pitch something and it'd be a bit of a vetting process depending on what's being pitched. But overall, yes, it's open. You can just go on our website, where we're always asking for submissions on these sort of broad topics. And Valerie also does a lot of work, sort of sourcing people from all over the world. Like the aesthetic literacy had like something like 150 contributors from all around the world, and our last one was Philosophy of Final Words that we presented here at Fopa last year, and they had contributions from all around the world as well, and sort of varying topics and varying genres. And our upcoming book next year, that for anyone watching or anyone that's interested, is the oracular style, and so in the sort of sense of Heraclitus and Nietzsche, and I forgot what the quote was, or something like moderate poverty is all right, or something like that. So I encourage anyone to come and get involved. And it's kind of funny because like in this kind of setting, talking about something like mongrel matter is a bit difficult to express. Do you know what I mean? Because the setting is not very conducive, like the way we're sitting, and and so we're not really immersed. But yeah,
the submissions and stuff, I think that brings us back to this chat that we were having the other day about with this project of Paracademia, that we got this Festival of Paracademia. Last year we got all these entities that are doing stuff outside of the uni. We bring them together. But that was the question that Valerie was asking, was just like, what is new? What is this actually a break from what was? And because the books, they seem like there's lots of books with submissions and people submit it, and then there's a vetting process and all that. And I guess because we already have this history of publishing, and how much of that needs to be totally broken with, and how much of it, what aspects of that will be useful in constructing new educational systems. And I don't know, I think about like galleries as well, like backyard galleries, how they kind of break with these institutions, and then they still paint the walls white, and they still have exhibitions for 2 weeks, and the work probably won't be exhibited in proper galleries or whatever, but it's still it's the question of how far you break with what was, and how much, what aspects can be retained from it. Because I still think that peer review is a positive thing, even though it comes out of the institution. It's a way to build up knowledge, to set up foundations, and then to prepare work in the future. But yeah, so how do you think that Mangurumara kind of navigate breaking with these institutions?
Yeah, maybe more precisely as well, not to put you on the spot in this respect, is that, that I suppose we all have fantasies about the nature of things, right? What do we want? What do we want to be different about the state of the world? And I suppose it's a question of maybe being bricoleurs, finding those little bits of equipment around us that are going to sustain us, and not necessarily seeing the world in zero-sum terms. And I think it's this important question, when we're trying to think about now, new projects, new ways of trying to do things under the sets of conditions that we are under, is what do we keep, and what do we choose to jettison? And I suppose that's going to start flipping us into this more broad discussion around Paracademia, its problems, what hasn't been thought about, what hasn't been discussed, because it's a place of pure fantasy at the moment. It's what's Paracademia? What's Fopa to anyone? It means nothing. And I think that's the sort of the thing that we maybe want to try and just be a little bit sort of critical of in this conversation, and elicit some of your thoughts and some of your comments about what this might mean, what we might want to be doing moving forward. And so I suppose getting back to the question is this idea of keeping and jettisoning relative to these fields of training and these fields of, let's sort of say, activism or a desire for change.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of it's a bit of a silver lining. Let's say you spoke about these backyard galleries sort of still using conventional aesthetics, using white paint and stuff. I think what are we trying to achieve here? Why is there excess or surplus of knowledge or information or seeking or education that exists outside of conventional institutions, outside of university or academia per se? Is that there's obviously a need for the transmission of information and knowledge that is been deemed inadequate in those institutions. And so how are we going to transmit, or how are we going to find that new information? And I think maybe one thing is we still sort of maintain this sort of podium. We're here on a podium and we're speaking to the audience, and we're even elevated symbolically. So there's there's a bit of distance. So it's how can we change it? Because I think what the varying paracademic circles and institutions are trying to do is find something that is immersive and that's essentially not goal-orientated, because it's not about accreditation. So it's kind of wasting time, in a sense.
Yeah, and I think this we can maybe spin into the para-academic discussion now, right? So we were at the Clyde the other day and having some beers, and we're talking about the question of curation. And I think the way in which the program has come together is something that is both a credit to that which is out there and is happening and is absolutely necessary to platform, right? But then there's this other aspect too, where let's sort of say it's a pretty inside baseball situation that we're in, right? Like, we're all pretty freaky here. Like, you know, people don't come to these sorts of things because they're just like average punters, right? Like, this is not this space. So, but then the question becomes, to your point, is like, well, what are we to do differently? Like, why are we stuck in these like tired conventions of, these masters on the stool? Like, I trust we come across as masters, right? But and so this is the question, right? Like what would that even look like, right? What would a quote unquote festival of para academia with a regime of like alternative and dissonant sort of entities like prosecuting their own agendas, like how would that be done outside of this type of thing? This is the totally charged question, but like I think this is like the point, right? This is the utter point.
Yeah, it is a good point. And I think like when you look at that sort of prefix or word para, like what is it? Is it like a shelter from academia? Is it to the side of academia? What exactly is its function? Is it assisting academia? Is it an auxiliary? And I think what is important about that prefix or term is that it's a process. So it's never actually arrived at anything, because it's what it's done is it's realized that it will never be recognized by academia in the true sense, because it doesn't strive for accreditation, which is essentially what academia has become. It's been preparing people for work, sort of training fields for work, or publish or perish mentality, which academics are drowning, underpaid, fighting for positions at institutions. So I guess what is para is a process that we just like keep tilling the ground and sort of see what arises in contrast, rather than trying to reflect at Mongrel Matter, trying to reflect big academic publishing houses or your backyard galleries, trying to reflect or mirror the interests and desires of certified or verified galleries. It's about that striving process to see what else we can do, which is what I think Fopa is essentially trying to be. What else can we do? It's a gathering space, as we mentioned. It brings people together, but where do we go from there? And I think those questions are important. Like, what are we doing?
I was thinking it's a festival, yeah. So like, I know it works well as an acronym, FOPA, but I still think festival is a fitting term for this. And traditionally, like I'm thinking like Saturnalia, which is like a Roman festival where it's like, it's kind of around Christmas time now, where they talk, where the idea like the feudal masters would serve all the serfs dinner for like a meal, like on this one day, and then the next, so it's like full reversal of roles, and then the next day it goes back to normal. And so George Bataille has this idea of like festival as that a transgression always affirms a taboo. That's like, it's always you transgress, but then the transgression is always just it acknowledges that there is taboo, and the taboo has traction at all. And so I think that in these kind of early stages of this para-academic thing that we're trying to work out, I think it works well as a festival, as just this kind of 3-day, 1-day kind of spurt, and then, I don't know, just to figure it out. And it's like, it operates as a kind of threat, and there's so much that I think you need to be really cautious with it, because there's so many things that you could just like overlook, so many paradigms of education as we know it that are that can possibly be like subsumed and like kept on, where they're actually the toxic aspects of it that need to be purged. But then, as I was saying before, I still think it's not wrecking it. It's not a total, it's not anti-academia. Like there is some kind of like relation and recognition. It's like how that operates, so how to navigate it.
Yeah, so something that I want to bring up in this conversation kind of relates to labour, And so maybe to set it up a bit, you know, there are the surplus populations of the educated today, right? There's this overproduction of, you know, fine arts, like masters and all of this sort of business, right? And then you've got these people that then find themselves in these sorts of states of malemployment. They're working part-time at NAB, maybe they're not that terrible, but who knows, you know, but then they're doing their projects on the side. So there's that aspect, right, that sort of informs this kind of para dimension. So we're talking about surplus populations, we're talking about malemployment, but then we're also talking about the conditions inside para-academia as well. And I think there is still, part of the idea of like doing this thing is like, rather than paying to go to a conference, like everyone that's being like presenting here will be paid at least something nominally, right? That there's this auto-exploitation that prevails across knowledge work. It's just accepted. It's like you do it for free. And that is the ethic that is imbued. And these people are like fundamentally exploited. And I'm not one of these people, by the way. But so like the point that I want us to get to here is like, what does organised maybe labour look like in power academia? Is that something that we need to sort of consider and think about moving forward? And that is actually, that places demands on the public to pay people, right? I think we're in an era of like paying for content, and so I think the question becomes, it's like, what are people in this space meant to do? And this is not to reduce it to money, I'm sorry, but I think there's a couple of elements there. So there's the sort of the macro production of the educated, and then there's the people that want to try and deploy their knowledge in ways that might be sustainable for them.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Do you want to tackle it at all?
Maybe you go and I'll read it.
I think the danger with this is we're striving for sort of the prestige. Like when you think about the labor aspects and sort of the valorization of the content or what's produced, I feel there's a danger of comparison here. Like, yes, people are paid for content online, but it's like, that's the kind of content that people are gravitating to. Like, for example, like streaming, it's quite boring, it's not interesting. That's probably the most popping, the most hype medium online. It's just people just sitting down in their room.
Sizzle.
Yeah, sizzle, exactly.
Some sizzle from you, brother.
Yeah. You know, and so I think what's happening in these spaces is that they just maybe haven't really moved with the times. And that is why there's no that financial reward or financial benefit.
Sorry, am I understanding the question is are you asking if we are getting paid to do our things, or if academics should be paid?
No, I guess there's a complex there that is pretty hard to maybe disentangle now, but I suppose it's around this question of, trying to develop publics, develop communities, and having that kind of reciprocity, which is a form of care, right? A form of protection. And I think this is kind of what Fopa is about, right? Is that there are certain sets of entities out there that are just sort of getting by in a state of pure desperation. And that we, I think, collectively need to develop and grow systems of care and protection and enhancement and enablement that can put these, let's just say the more pure, right? I'm not a pure guy, I'm Mr. Businessman, getting this sort of stuff together, right? But it's like, but what about those people that don't want to do that, right? That see that this is a corrupt practice that we're performing, right? Charging people money to come along to this sort of stuff, and doing all this sort of like PR comm stuff, and needing to construct that sort of maybe architecture to protect these kinds of people, and that actually does require money, right? And I think that's the sort of the fundamental question that's sort of being put there.
Okay, that any pursuit will inevitably require some money and
resourcing of some description,
is therefore in a relationship with something that people may consider more corrupt. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's all I can, this might not be directly answering your question, I'm sorry, but it might be in relation to it and hopefully a slightly adequate answer. But I think people, especially online, can do things cheaply and meaningfully. I think also it is as good as it is to have communities and scenes, and those scenes can be underground scenes or commercial scenes or mainstream scenes. It's also good to focus on individuals and be skeptical of scenes as well. Those things have particular hierarchies and distinctions that aren't particularly desirable. Now, all of this sort of seems to leave us in this sort of sea of unknowing and unknowns, but I have no idea of, I'm sitting up here like I'm supposed to like lead everyone with particular answers. All I can say is that I banded together with a particular group of people that I had an affinity with, and I was lucky to meet Leon too, who I had a particular affinity with, and those people shared particular ideals I have about underground publishing and working outside academic institutions, and they fit in with particular values I held and ethoses I held, and I'm lucky to be working with them. Now, that's not a particularly helpful flag to wave to everybody, to show everybody where to go, and it might not be a particularly helpful answer to your question, but that's my experience. Hopefully that is somewhat useful.
Yeah, that's good, Bobby. Actually, and just continuing on, it's like something like mongrel matter, and this is not a diss, but like, why would that generate money? Like that's the reality of the situation. So I don't think mongrel matter was started for that purpose. It is sort of out of passion and love, although those things may sound heuristic, but it's just out of necessity that we feel that these works need to be out, they need to be curated, and people need a sort of platform to do it. And I guess there's no financial incentive to that. It's just a sort of inner, sort of poetic necessity that we kind of see in every individual, that there needs to be this sort of creation or revelation of something. And so it'll be expressed in many kinds of forms, and yeah, I just don't see how. I feel like sometimes, and with Fopa, it can sort of be like, it's a festival, it's once a year at this point, you found it last year, and it's really awesome. But there can also be a risk of it sort of becoming like a career expo to showcase all the different collectives and groups. So how would you sort of, moving forward, move away from this sort of career expo, like I'll do my talk, not watch other talks, etc., or watch the talk directly before or after me, and then not come again. So how do we combat, because the world's changed, so like we can't just pretend that community exists. It's a bit of a LARP. So how do we actually engage community, and how do we engage these dissolute groups and have them communicating in a real fashion, not in a sort of career expo fashion, and just being like financially rewarded for it or whatever, reimbursed?
Yeah, I think that's like the problem, education has been like a means to an end, and so you go to uni, you get the degree to get the job, and then now that's no longer the pipeline. Like even for people who really want to just do that in a straightforward, normie way, it's not really possible. And so, what is education then? The question of accreditation often comes up, and yeah, if it's not money, then it's like some form of clout or something like that, or but then that's still, means to that education is a means to an end, and I don't know. I guess trying to think about it as an end unto itself or something like this, but I don't know what that looks like.
I think we've just hit a KPI, guys. We were going to talk about the sophistic circle, and so that was it. So well done. There was another one in here from the chat the other day, which was say skills versus knowledge. Does anyone recall that conversation?
Pretty much the same thing, I guess. That like, yeah, people talk about a skill set. That it's like, it's something. Yeah, it's just it's like quantifiable. I think that maybe that's it. That like the knowledge and education, yeah, whether you treat it like as a quantifiable thing or a qualitative kind of thing, I think they're two totally different perspectives of it.
And so when you say like a means to an end, what would be the sort of the vision of an end for para-academia?
No, I reckon it should be like an ends unto itself, that it's not
Okay.
like, that it's just, but then it's like, is it just good enough for people just to show up? And that's why I still think that there's something useful, valuable to like peer review text. Like you're not just pumping out garbled nonsense, or like, you know, there is an end in like just creating something, or like producing stuff that's solid and that can be, so that people in the future can then like add upon that kind of thing, like adding to this, which I think is also like a socially building exercise as well.
All right, so taking this idea seriously, I'm going to vacate my seat and let's get someone up that wants to just join this conversation. So do we have any volunteers? I'm going to maybe drag someone up here if we don't have any volunteers. Is there a volunteer?
I have no academic background. You probably got one up on me.
Just join the conversation.
I
ask
wasn't
a
even in.
question.
I wasn't in the group
Corey,
chat.
yes. There we go. There's some bravery right there. Jump in.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Welcome.
Ooh, whoa. Hi. Hi, I'm Corey. Nice to meet you. So, how do I destroy the conversation? I don't know. It was stimulating, listening, thinking, sitting there.